The Department of Correctional Services says officers from various facilities conducted a surprise overnight operation, searching prison cells and inmates. The operation follows a 2-day search conducted last week after intelligence reports revealed drugs hidden inside plumbing pipes and other compromised areas of the prison. National Commissioner Mahoti Tobagale says the department is determined to sustain the fight against illegal items being smuggled into prisons.
We were able to take out 2,417 slopes of dagga. We were able to take out 1,353 Mendrax tablets. We were able to take out around 500 Wunga tablets. We're also able to identify the places where this amount of drugs would be stored. For instance, because our facilities are quite old, the inmates and some of our members actually target spaces where there would be vulnerability in terms of infrastructure.
The Madlanga Commission has questioned the legal basis for corruption charges pursued by the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption against former BMW engineer Dineo Mukwele, who was appointed as Crime Intelligence Brigadier. Commissioner Ceci Baloyi challenged Johnson on claims that Mukwele's appointment constituted gratification under the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act. Baloyi argued that there was no evidence to support that allegation.
If you do not have documents that show the facts on which this charge or this part 25.3 is founded, if you don't have any such documents, then this was an arbitrary decision not based on any facts. And because of it being an arbitrary decision, it is a use of investigative powers for ulterior purposes. If it is not explained satisfactorily for ulterior purposes, then we have to ask the question, what was the purpose?
Justice and Constitutional Development Minister Mamuloko Kubai says tightening of the country's borders is important to curb cross-border crime. Kubai, in her capacity as chairperson of the Interministerial Committee on Migration, is working with Home Affairs to enforce border security, fast-track immigration cases through specialized virtual priority courts, and manage repatriation centers near national borders. She was speaking at the Kgalema Motlanthe Foundation Winter Seminar, where she outlined the importance of implementing the plan.
We have a lot of illicit activities that are happening, stolen cars, goods, that tax, we lose a lot of money on tax, the cigarettes, illicit alcohol, and groceries that are passing and goods that we need to deal with. So the tightening there will help us deal with the issues of crime and organized crime, will help us deal with the issue of migration. That's why this plan is important for us to implement.
And finally, the United States has widened its trade measures, announcing a new round of tariffs on imports from 60 countries, including South Africa. The tariffs come into effect today and are expected to have significant implications for global trade, while adding pressure to relations between Washington and several of its trading partners. Shawan Bryce Peace reports.
South Africa has been placed in the highest tariff tier with a 12.5% duty on its exports to the United States. The decision comes at an already difficult moment in Pretoria's relationship with the Trump administration. South Africa's Department of Trade, Innovation and Competition argued that it should not be subject to the new tariffs because it already had robust laws prohibiting forced labor, has ratified the International Labour Organization's core conventions, and has enforcement mechanisms to prevent goods produced with forced labor from entering its supply chains. The Trump administration says the tariffs are designed to protect American workers, but critics argue that the measures are viewed as its latest effort to preserve its broader protectionist trade agenda after courts blocked its earlier approach.
Recapping the top story, Deputy Finance Minister David Masondo has resigned as chairperson of the board of the Public Investment Corporation. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
It's a very good morning to you in your SAfm sports headlines. It is athletics. Team South Africa begin its Commonwealth Games medal hunt in Glasgow. And we also bring you news of Kaizer Chiefs. They've made Kanyisa Mayo's move permanent. We'll find out more at around 6:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Morning, good start this Friday morning. Give you all clear around Emelaseni if you're venturing in and out of the province of Mpumalanga, between Mpumalanga and Gauteng. No mist to worry about. N12 Emelaseni Oki's looking clear. Good run, Pretoria down to Joburg this morning using Route 1. The R21 for your early morning flight connections coming out of Pretoria looks good as well. And no major backlogging for the first time this week on the N12. Protea Glen, Lenasia through to Eldorado Park. That route is fine. Durban, just a heads up from today. The N3 coming inbound from Pavilion Mall to Spaghetti Junction, you'll be shifted to the newly constructed lanes. That's to get you on the new part so they can keep widening the highway by working on the existing part. So all of that change up from today. It's been busy the last couple of days coming into Spaghetti Junction. It probably will be, particularly as motorists become familiar with that. So just driving into from Pinetown to Durban across the course of today and probably the next couple of days, just anticipate some delays, I guess. Cape Town, AZ Bourbon, clogged up out of Mitchell's Plain and traffic lights, Marine Drive at Dolphin Beach Hotel. Day 5 of the outage there. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 6:08. You're listening to the National Briefing. Welcome to the show. I'm Kathy Mutlatlana. It's Friday, the 24th of July. It may be a Friday, but I tell you what, it's going to be a busy and packed news day. Certainly lots for us to keep tabs with as the morning unfolds. Well, the big one for the day will undoubtedly be what happens at the Western Cape High Court. In less than 4 hours, 3 judges of that court will decide whether the president can pause Parliament's Phala impeachment process in its tracks. The immediate question is a legal one. The consequence, however, is profoundly political. If Ramaphosa loses, he could become the first sitting Democratic president forced to appear before an impeachment committee and to testify under oath and face cross-examination over the foreign currency stolen from his game farm in 2020. And if he wins, Parliament's attempt to hold him accountable is paused. So either way, we'll have to watch that political storm as it unfolds at the Western Cape High Court this morning. That judgment expected around 10 o'clock. And then overnight, the Deputy Finance Minister, David Masondo, resigning as the chair of the PIC. It's after the suspension of its chief executive and a wave of boardroom departures. He says he's leaving to restore stability, but of course there seem to be deeper questions that underpin governance and the integrity of governance at the PIC. We'll be unpacking that within the next 3 hours. And Andrea Johnson, leading the unit meant to prosecute corruption at the highest level of the state. But yesterday was a tough time in the stand as the advocate conceded that Brigadier Dineo Mukwege, who has faced charges of fraud, corruption, amongst others, did qualify for the job that she was given at the police. And she also withdrew her words that described Brigadier Mukweli as a token appointment.
Can you please in this commission withdraw the statement that her appointment is a token appointment? It is an insulting thing to say.
I would have to go further than to withdraw. I would have to apologize that that statement was made.
So we'll unpack then the concessions by Advocate Johnson at the Commission, and then also look at the consequences, right, of what having factionalized institutions means for individuals. And we'll ask whether the country's top anti-corruption unit used the enormous power of prosecution without a proper factual basis. And then also coming up in the 7 o'clock hour, Sandile Zungu wants to end Danny Odan's long grip on South African football. The Amazulu chairman is running for SAFA president and he's promising renewal. Well, he'll speak to us in the second hour of the show. It's a jam-packed morning, but certainly looking forward to it. And as always, you make the difference, right? The conversation belongs to you. I'll take your calls on 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107.
In life's most challenging moments of loss, compassion can be your greatest comfort. You shouldn't have to face the financial burden of losing a loved one by yourself. Rest assured, Clientele's funeral plans pay out cash within 24 hours. You can cover up to 13 family members on one plan, ensuring all your loved ones are taken care of, and 3 children are covered at no additional cost. With Clientele, you are not just buying a plan, you are also buying peace of mind. When the time comes, you will need to make important calls with your 200 Rand airtime you will receive when you claim. Plans offer double accidental death cover as well as a transport, grocery and unveiling benefit. Apply today, it's easy. There are no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online, standard rates apply.
Move with purpose from the first to the final job in a Hino 700 truck tractor. Available in either 410 or 450 horsepower. It gives you the flexibility to choose the right amount of power to suit your unique fleet and logistical needs. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and 6-year service plan from as little as 1.9 million Rand excluding VAT. Contact your nearest Hino dealer today to keep you moving. Offer available while stocks last. T's and C's apply. Hino, all the way.
Attention all shoppers. Our supermarket shelves are full of unhealthy food. It's often hard for me to know which foods are good for my family. The information on packaged food is complicated and hard to understand. I wish we had easy-to-understand warning labels on foods high in salt, sugar, and saturated fat. We have the right to know what's in our food. Support front-of-package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
It's 14 after 6 o'clock. Let's take a look at what's making headlines on the country's newspapers. In fact, we'll start with the weekly, the Mail and Guardian. And yeah, that's taking a look at the PIC. Godongwana's PIC gamble, reads the headline. A defiant board members fight to bitter end, but Finance Minister wins battle for the control, with the Deputy Trade, Industry and Competition Minister, Zuko Godlimbi, who is emerging as the preferred candidate to replace Deputy Finance Minister David Masondo as the chairperson. This is according to information obtained by the Mail and Guardian, and it follows months of governance turmoil at South Africa's largest asset manager. And one of their sources has said that there was simply said that the dispute was never simply about Dlamini's suspension. It's quoted there as saying this is not a contest of personalities. The issue is the tension between legitimate shareholder oversight and the board's independence. The minister's concern is fair. No minister of finance could sit on his hands, and there are then further details around what is leading apparently to the tension, right, between the board and its shareholders. When asked about allegations of political interference at the PIC, Godongwana refused to comment, and he said, I know nothing about that. I cannot comment. He did, however, say that a suspension is not a verdict and none of these processes have made findings against anyone. And of course, overnight, we saw the statement then coming from the Deputy Minister, David Masondo, saying he's resigning for the sake of stability at the institution, but then also further stated that his name and his conscience is intact, and that he has acted, him and the board acted in all times in the best interests of the PIC, and that they executed their fiduciary responsibilities without fear or favor. So certainly still more details to emerge about this story. The front page of the Citizen this morning, degrees of theft, and that's allegations of fraud and mismanagement around the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, and experts calling NSFAS a complete mess while students continue to face defunding, evictions and hunger. One just has to ask, how long are the issues at NSFAS going to continue for? How long is it all going to go on for? Administrator after administrator have not been able to bring that organization back on track. The front page of the Sowetan is a big picture there of the memorial service for Sputla Sebogodi, which was held at the State Theatre in Pretoria yesterday. And it's a picture of actor Patrick Bokaba performing on stage as he paid tribute to Sebogodi. The story that the Sowetan is going with, Pitso Eyes Bafana return. Musimani reveals that SAFA has consulted him on a succession plan as uncertainty grows over Hugo Bruce's future. And the former Sundowns mentor says Belgians' successes with the national team can be improved. So what do you think about that? Pitso Musimani returning to Bafana, the right move? I wonder what you make. And then the front page of the Business Day, banker says anti-migrant policy will cost South Africa. Those are the words of Sim Chabalala, who was highlighting network of connections in the country and the continent. And he was speaking at the Kgalema Motlanthe Foundation's winter seminar yesterday. And Shabalala there saying that South Africa should look to the UK's departure from the EU as evidence of the economic cost of restricting migration. So he referenced Brexit and how it cut the UK GDP by 6 to 8% and reduced investment by 13%, and unemployment increased by 4%. And he's warning that if South Africa isolates itself, these are some of the risks that could come with such a move. So that's what's making front page news on the national newspapers.
Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
All right, let's take a look at your weather for this morning. We've got one warning. It's a yellow level 2. Damaging winds and waves resulting in localized disruption of small harbors and or ports for a short time. Small vessels at risk of taking on water and capsizing in a locality, difficulty in navigation, and localized disruptions to beachfront activities that's expected along the KwaZulu-Natal coast. In Pretoria, the weather's fine, 8 and 23. The expected UVB sunburn index is moderate. In Johannesburg, fine, 7 and 20. Vereeniging, fine, 3 and 21. Mbombela, partly cloudy, 11 and 22. Polokwane, fine, 7 and 24. Mahikeng, fine, 5 and 22. Vryburg, fine, 2 and 20. Bloemfontein, fine, 2 and 17. Kimberley, fine, 2 and 18. Uppington, fine, 0 and 20. Cape Town, partly cloudy with morning fog, becoming fine from mid-morning. Wind light and variable, becoming light to moderate southerly to southeasterly from the afternoon, 10 and 18. The expected UVB sunburn index is low. In George, partly cloudy with early morning light rain, becoming fine mid-morning. Wind light and variable, 8 and 17. In Gqeberha, partly cloudy with isolated showers and rain in the morning, becoming fine in the afternoon. Wind light and variable, 12 and 17. Kugombo City, partly cloudy with isolated showers and rain. Wind moderate to fresh southwesterly, becoming light and variable in the afternoon, 11 and 16. In Durban, partly cloudy with early morning showers and rain, becoming fine from late afternoon, a high of 15 and a low of 15 rather, a high of 21. The expected UVB sunburn index is moderate. In Richards Bay, partly cloudy with isolated showers and rain, 19 and 21. And in Pietermaritzburg, morning and evening fog patches, otherwise partly cloudy, 7 and 19.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Head to Dis-Chem for your best winter buys. Look out for the yellow label to enjoy bulk savings on Better Rewards brands. Swipe your Better Rewards card when you buy 2 packs of FlexiCal 30-day supply and save 223 Rand, now only 575 Rand 99. Plus save 59 Rand when you buy Everflu C Immune Booster 20 tablets, now only 155 Rand 99 for 2 packs. Valid until 9 August at Dis-Chem. Better health starts here.
The Global Briefing on SAFM.
Let's get into our global briefing then. This morning, the United States and Saudi Arabia have signed a landmark civil nuclear agreement. Washington is calling it an energy diversification. Some critics, however, are saying that it's a starting gun for a nuclear arms race. Dr. Joan Swart is a researcher in military science at the University of Stellenbosch. So let's take away the diplomatic language. Joan, what is this about, energy or Iran?
It's about both, actually. So we must remember that Saudi Arabia is a very important regional power in the Middle East. They're currently being blockaded by the Yemeni armed forces in the Red Sea. They're in a close relationship with Pakistan and kind of a hot and cool one with the US. And they're really trying to stay out of the war with Iran, I think. So we talk about this is, of course, a civilian nuclear agreement, and they are really just about energy, as you mentioned. They're about influence, technology, and the future balance of power. But one of the questions I immediately have is how Washington reconciles allowing Saudi Arabia access to uranium enrichment under safeguards, they say, although I believe it's less than what is the norm, while insisting that Iran should have no domestic enrichment capability at all. So whether one agrees with that distinction or not, it will inevitably raise questions about the consistency of the US non-proliferation policy. And as you said, this could encourage other regional powers to seek similar capabilities, which could then spill over into further enrichment, as we've seen with the case of Iran.
Absolutely. And, Dr. Joan, I think with all of the developments we've seen globally in the last year, I wonder if the word hypocrisy still matters, right, in the context of these things. Let's move on to...
That is what it immediately came to my mind, to be honest, but I didn't want to be so critical.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. In Guyana, grief is turning into anger, and it's after around 100 people are feared dead following a state-run ferry that capsized. That took place earlier on this week. Now, at first, there was no clear indication of how many people had actually died and the kind of responsibility that the state is going to sit with in this matter. Let's unpack that.
Yes, this is interesting as well. So, of course, I can't say what exactly caused the accident, but what is interesting to understand is Guyana is quite a rich country. They've got a GDP per capita of 33,000 US dollars. So all arriving from, or deriving, shall I say, from offshore oil. But these riches are fairly unequally distributed. So sometimes these threats are failures of basic infrastructures, regulation and governance, which may have played a part in this case. So it reminds us that prevention and resilience and security, national security, are built long before such an emergency occurs. It depends on the quality of institutions, regulation and infrastructure, and not simply how effectively governments respond afterwards. So you want to focus more on maintenance, which is then always less costly than recovering after such a disaster, whether it's ports, railways, roads, ferries, infrastructure, or whatever. So there needs to be certain protocols and openness, transparency in place, not only to minimize the unhappiness after such a disaster, but prevent it going forward.
I also then want us to look at the situation in Greece. So Greece is trying to back Ukraine rather, while also protecting its shipping fleet from Russian sanctions. What kind of dilemma does Athens find itself in this moment?
Yes, of course, Greece argues quite correctly that European shipping companies would lose business. In terms of how sanctions should be designed and even putting new sanctions on Russia. Russian LNG exports would likely continue using then non-European carriers, and the economic costs would therefore fall mainly on Europe rather than Russia, and more so on Greece, where shipping is really an important part of their GDP. So the longer this conflict continues, the harder it will become for alliances like the EU to maintain complete unity, because national interests of their members inevitably begin competing with collective objectives. So it's not really, in this case, it's not really a story about Greece. It's a story about the tension that every alliance eventually faces between collective objectives and national interests. And of course, alliances function best when these strategic objectives and national interests remain aligned. But it's nothing new. You know, the EU has been struggling with this for a while now, and they just need to try and keep a balance between these interests of their members and their core objective.
Dr. Joan Swart, we'll leave it there for this morning, researcher in military science at the University of Stellenbosch. It's 6:30 and has your headlines. And good morning.
Good morning. Thanks, Kathy. In the headlines, the Western Cape High Court is expected to deliver judgment today on President Cyril Ramaphosa's urgent application to stop Parliament's impeachment process. Ramaphosa is seeking an order to suspend the work of Parliament's Section 89 Impeachment Committee for at least 3 months in anticipation of his application to review the Section 89 Independent Panel report, which found he had a case to answer in the theft on his Palapala farm. Deputy Finance Minister David Masondo has resigned as chairperson of the board of the Public Investment Corporation. His resignation follows governance turmoil at Africa's largest asset manager. And a major contraband crackdown at Westville Prison in Durban has led to the seizure of drugs, knives, cell phones and cash. I'll have details on these and other stories at 7.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. It's a really good start across Gauteng. Some of those usual problems that you see in this time of morning are noticeably lighter. That includes the Mike 1, although it's busy coming through Crown. It is less busy. N3, same sort of deal there, less busy. Moving up towards Van Buren. There is a little bit of pressure on the N1 through Diepkloof this morning, just the N1 onto the N12 if you're heading through to Uncle Charlie's. That's just going to hold you up. Durban, the Richmond Road, moving through through Marion Hill on your way towards the N3. That looks quite slow. And there's a backlog on Hans Detman Highway, moving up to Wiltshire Road. So both of those routes sort of heading in towards Pinetown are very busy. The N2 just starting to slow down through Spaghetti Junction up towards the roadworks at Westwood Mall. Cape Town today, Baden-Powell jamming to Strandfontein Road. That's leaving Mitchell's Plain heading to Muizenberg. And the N2 inbound already a bit of pressure as you come from the airport through to Jan Smuts Drive. And the M5, if you're leaving Grassy Park and Retreat, that's queuing to Duval Road. So a bit of pressure coming up through Parkwood and Southfield. Also, no lights, Marine Drive and Dolphin Beach Hotel. Day 5 of that outage. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
Zai Khan, good morning to you. So, we're at the Commonwealth Games and we're still hunting for a medal.
That's right, Kathy. We are hunting medals this morning, and Peter Kutsia knows where the deep end is, and hopefully there's plenty of gold at the bottom of the Glasgow pool, because that's the medal charge we want to get underway today. The world champion Kutsia carrying the country's biggest expectations. The 22-year-old arrived as one of Team South Africa's headline prospects, but his national team coach Rocco Mering is urging South Africa not to place the weight of the games on one swimmer's shoulders.
Yeah, we'll have to see whether Peter is ready. It's impossible for every athlete, for an athlete to fire every single competition. Peter has had a good run at World Championships last year. Since then, he's had some bumps and bruises, and we'll have to see whether he's ready. But I don't like to put undue pressure on any athlete, including Peter, because if we want a recipe to destroy an athlete, then we start putting too many expectations and undue pressure on them.
Let's go to hockey, where South Africa's women wrapped up their 4-test series against Namibia in convincing fashion. The hosts powered to a 4-1 victory in the third test at the Elkanah House, racing into a 3-goal lead inside the opening 5 minutes, with captain Tati Zulu striking early. South Africa now hold an unassailable 3-0 series lead, with the match providing preparation for next month's FIH Hockey World Cup. And now, former Bafana coach Pitso Mosemane confirming that SAFA has held talks with him over a possible return to the national team. Mosemane is among the candidates being considered to succeed Hugo Broos, whose future beyond his current contract remains under discussion.
But I know that the Federation has spoken to a lot of us about somebody to come in succession plan. What do you want? What are you going to do? What's your plan? How do we take Bafana to a better level? I always say that it's important to leave the jersey at a better place. There's room, right? There's room for improvement.
More football. Jurgen Klopp could be heading back to the dugout, this time with Germany. The German Football Association has called a press conference in Frankfurt today. Amid reports, the former Liverpool and Borussia Dortmund boss is set to be named the national team's new head coach. And finally, Formula One, four-time world champion Max Verstappen is refusing to be drawn into speculation over his future at Red Bull. Ahead of the Hungarian Grand Prix, Verstappen said his focus remains on expecting more performance from the car, describing Red Bull as a second family. The Dutchman currently sits 7th in the driver's standings, but believes the team is beginning to make progress. That's your National Briefing Sport. We'll leave it in the Formula One pits. More sport, top of the hour. I'm Zai Khan.
This FNB Market Brief is brought to you by FNB Business, empowering South African entrepreneurs with the relevant insights they need to grow and succeed every day. The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAfm.
Ndauleng, a very good morning to you. So the Reserve Bank yesterday didn't deliver the worst news possible, but whatever reprieve they may have given us, oil topping $100 a barrel this morning is certainly going to make sure we feel the pain either way.
You know what? I've been calling it a pause with caution. No reason to be happy. But as a consumer, we take it, right? Talking about oil climbing to $100 a barrel for the first time since May, as the escalating conflict in the Middle East renewed fears over global energy supplies. Now, Brent crude rallied after the U.S. intensified strikes on Iran, while Houthi attacks on oil tankers in the Red Sea threatened a key export route used by Saudi Arabia to bypass the Strait of Hormuz. The move reverses the sharp decline seen after a temporary ceasefire earlier this month, with investors now watching whether the conflict leads to prolonged supply disruptions. The rebound has once again put energy markets and the global inflation outlook firmly back in focus. And those higher oil prices are already feeding into central banks' inflation assessments. The ECB, just like the SARB, kept its benchmark interest rate unchanged at 2.25% in line with expectations. But, and a big but, warned the rebound in energy prices has increased upside risks to inflation. ECB President Madame Christine Lagarde said prolonged disruptions in energy supplies could keep inflation above the bank's 2% target for longer, prompting markets to price in a possible quarter-point rate hike in September. Now, investors turn their attention to next week's policy decisions from the US Fed, the Bank of England, as well as the Bank of Japan. Tracking equity markets, another day of red screens as global inflation fears are still in focus on the back of volatile energy markets, and that's sending Wall Street stocks in negative territory. That filtering through to Asia this morning, putting stocks on track to close the week in the red. The JSE wasn't spared, with the all-share losing 1.2% overnight. The Rand taking the biggest hit following that surprise hold from the SARB. It's at 16.82 to the dollar. Mind you, it was below 16.40 around this time yesterday. Against the pound, it's at 22.39 and 19.14 versus the euro. And that's your market brief this hour. I'll be back with local news moving markets just after 7:30.
The FNB Market Brief was brought to you by FNB Business, your dedicated partner with decades of expertise building and growing South African businesses. FNB, help changes everything. FNB Business is proud to partner with SAfm's The National Briefing. We stand shoulder to shoulder with South African entrepreneurs and businesses because we know building a business is a 24/7 commitment. Whether you're managing cash flow, planning for growth, or navigating challenges, we deliver the sharp insights and practical solutions you need to move forward with confidence. From smart funding options to expert business advice, FNB Business is right there with you. Visit fnb.co.za/business. FNB, help changes everything. Africa in Focus with Advocate Sipho Mantula on SAfm.
Refreshing morning to you, Advocate Mantula. So let's start with ECOWAS, and we're seeing this tension, this triangle, Nigeria, Ghana, South Africa. ECOWAS dealing with that matter.
Absolutely, Casey. Jumbo Africa, and a refreshing morning to the listeners. I think this week, Casey, we did touch a lot about ECOWAS 69th summit that has came out. Yesterday, South Africa, the Minister of International Relations, Ronald Lamola, coming out very clear, Casey, that they've noted the final communication that came from Sierra Leone of ECOWAS, Authority of Heads of State and Government, and still pushing the question of that South Africa reject xenophobia, racism, homophobia, and intolerance whenever it appears, Kate. And I think what South Africa is trying to do is saying this issue resides also within the SADC region. Secondly, we will definitely want to engage on the migration at the highest level at the AU Heads of State Summit. That's what comes out of South Africa. And yesterday also South Africa saying there is this opportunistic petition that has been submitted to the ICC, to the International Criminal Court, by the two Ghanaian civilians on the question of the what they will call Afrophobia violence. And that's where the Ministry of International Relations of South Africa, Katie, yesterday coming out very clear about the domestic laws that they do have, as well as how they will engage with the AU on this issue of Ghana and Nigeria.
The UN is finally saying very boldly what many have been analyzing and, talking about from the sidelines. And that's around the conflict in the DR Congo and the fact that it's really the natural resource control and extraction of those resources that's fueling conflict in the region.
Absolutely, Katie. The outgoing Secretary General Antonio Guterres this week at the UN governance on the natural resources governance, they had to touch on this push and the pull factors, saying the dynamics of the conflicts in the African continent, and particularly that DRC, it is holding the chair of the council in this month of July. That's where it is important to look at the question of the linkage between exploitation of natural resources and who actually benefits and who are the drivers of this conflict. Now, coming from the UN and from DRC, they are talking about how do they transform these natural resources from a source of vulnerability to a driver of transformation, stability, and shared prosperity. The US is the word critical mineral city. I hardly go with that term because natural resources with the previous AU and Peace and Security Council meeting that was in South Africa a year or 2 years ago, Katie, we looked at this question of the push and the pull factors of natural resources as a trigger of conflict.
Absolutely. For a long time, it's been seemingly the elephant in the room, and it's great to see that there's a lot more acknowledgement up front of the cause of the conflict. Let's then move on to this partnership with eThekwini and the University of South Africa. It's around a seminar that is being hosted tonight.
Actually, it's a memorial lecture of the fourth memorial lecture of a former student leader and the late from UNISA, Simiso Nkwanyani. This is with the partnership of the family of Simiso Nkwanyani and under the leadership of Professor Puleng Lenkabula. Very important case that will be delivering this lecture this year. That appeared with former Premier of the province, Sbu Ndebele. You had at some point David the guy of the PIC, man, what is the same name?
Masondo, David Masondo.
He's now the guy who's in the midst. David Masondo has given it to the former Minister of Education, Blade, also gave it. Today it will be Metoko Digiza Kesi under the theme Land as a Catalyst for Rural Economic Development in South Africa. Very important theme. Remember Metoko at some point, he was a Minister of Agriculture at a very young age. And don't ask me, Katie, to ask him about the judgment of today, about what is the view of the speaker. She'll be in her academic capacity not as a national speaker.
Oh, look at you giving yourself a way out.
I'm
Look
not
at
giving away.
look at
I'm
you
not
giving yourself
correcting
a
you.
way
Don't
out.
I'm
Oh,
not correcting you.
I
Don't
withdraw
push me.
all the confidence I had in you.
No, don't push me to ask about Falafala, Section 89. We are at that academic platform now.
I shouldn't have to push you. It should come naturally. All right, our historical moment for this morning, 24 July 1986.
A very important one. Former President Kaunda accusing the former Secretary Jeffrey Harvey of chasing apartheid. What does it mean, Casey? It's all about accusing him as well as the Americans, the former President Reagan, for supporting apartheid South Africa. KK was very bold. He was not mincing his words whenever he was looking at the frontline state support to the South African apartheid project, and hence he was able to face the former British Foreign Secretary about their aiding and abetting of the apartheid system during that time. Asante sana Sisi, as was still leading the Truvezation, SAFM observing the Seniso Nkwanyani Memorial Lecture.
This Sunday evening at 7 on the Tastemaster Professional, it's time for our chefs to dig deep. Tasked with creating a dish inspired by their own journey, they'll need to balance emotion with exceptional cooking. Featuring guest judge Chef Peter Duncan from the renowned La Petite Colombe, who will tell a story worth remembering. Find out on the Tastemaster Professional. Sunday at 7, repeat Saturday at 4:30 and Sunday at 3:30 only on SABC2.
Looking to save money on your business insurance? Switch to OUTsurance Business Insurance and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. Here's Niku from the Gas Mart.
I was my previous insurer for 9 years before switching to OUTsurance Business Insurance. I'm very happy with my premiums at the moment. I wish we switched sooner to OUTsurance Business Insurance.
Get a quote to switch and save today. Visit outsurance.co.za or call 0800 60,000. Licensed insurer in FSP. TCs and information online.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning, Joburg. Queuing up on the N3 North at Sprayview. Heavy pressure just building up into the Heidelberg Road exit, and the N1 North through Dipcliffe interchange towards Uncle Charlie's from Eldo's down to Southgate. That is quite heavy. Durban, a breakdown in the roadworks. That's why it's so jammed up this morning on that run north through Spaghetti Junction. That queue almost back as far as the M7. And there is an alteration in the construction zone between Pavilion Mall and Spaghetti Junction. So it is being shifted onto the newly constructed lanes. That will cause problems. It is already slow around Pavilion as you line up towards Spaghetti Junction in Durban. Baden-Powell Drive, crash at Veldt to Vreden Road, then some delays past that towards Strandfontein Road, and a couple of one set of lights out on the M5, Prince George Drive at Joe Marks Boulevard in Retreat. And once you get past that, there's a heavy backlog on the M5 into Duval Road in the Parkwood area. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Pedestrians crossing the road in winter can be deadly, especially on highways. These are no walking zones for a reason. Always use pedestrian bridges and designated crossings, even if it takes a little longer. No shortcut is worth your life. Stay smart, stay patient, and always cross where it's safe. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
10 chefs, one title, and a life-changing opportunity. This is the Tastemaster Professional. Weekly cooking challenges test their skills, teamwork, and ability to run a professional kitchen, all under the critical eye of renowned chef Bertus Besson. With over 800,000 Rand in prizes, including a brand new car to the value of 440,000 Rand, and the chance to lead the new Tastemaster Deli and Restaurant in Paarl. Who will rise up and claim this exciting new career opportunity? Find out on the Tastemaster Professional. Sundays at 7, repeat Saturdays at 4:30 and Sundays at 3:30 only on SABC2.
Leading up to our 75th birthday in August, VW is giving you the chance to drive away in a new Polo Vivo. If you buy any new Volkswagen vehicle this month, you will automatically be entered into the competition, and South Africa's best-selling hatch could be yours. One car, one winner, one unforgettable moment. Will it be you? It's our birthday, but you get all the gifts. Visit your nearest dealer today. T's and C's apply.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfm Radio.
You're still listening to the national briefing. Let's get into the story now. With just weeks to go before the 31st August deadline, the Post Bank is making a final appeal to millions of social grant beneficiaries to replace their SASSA Gold cards with the new Post Bank Black cards. Tami Cele is the Post Bank Chief Commercial Officer, joins us on the line. Tami, good morning. How many people still need to make the switch?
Good morning, Kathy, and good morning to the listeners. Thank you for the opportunity. And firstly, I need to say thank you to over 1.5 million beneficiaries that have already switched and are already using the Post Bank Black Card. We are left with just under 300,000 customers that still needs to switch. That we are calling on, saying they should not wait until the August pay week. They must just make their way now, whilst the queues are still manageable, to switch, to the Post Bank Black Card.
Tell us again what people need to do.
I think a couple of things. Firstly, I think you as a customer, you must just check what is the nearest retail site that we have a presence in, and so that you don't have to go far if there's no need for it. And to do that, they just need to dial in *120 *355 hash. That's the first thing. The second thing is they just need to bring in their IDs and nothing else that we need from the beneficiary. And we will do verification when they get to the sites, and a card will be issued within minutes, to them. And the card works, immediately after you've collected it. You do not need to go back to SASSA or do any re-registration for that matter.
In situations like this, especially with the rising scams that we see globally and in our country, Tami, what are you doing to ensure that people don't also fall prey to so-called fake agents who are offering to switch cards?
And this is one of the things, and I think this is an important question, because it's one of the things that we've been stressing as Post Bank, is that if you are not getting this card from these sites that are within the stores, that
please mention which stores have your sites, Tami.
Yes. So the stores are Shoprite, Pick n Pay, Boxer, and Spar. But it's not all the stores, and that's why we encourage that you do check, the one that's nearest to you. So the agents are inside the stores. That's the first thing. Is that if you are getting it from someone outside the store, then it clearly is not a Post Bank card. If the card is not written Post Bank in front, and issued to you, then you must also know that it's not a Post Bank card. And secondly, we do not charge any fees for the card. You get it free of charge, And then the last one, I think, which is also important, that will never come to your house, will never come to your home, especially not uninvited by you. Not if we're not invited by you. And it's important that if the person shows up at your house saying they are from Post Bank, it doesn't matter whether they look like they dress like Post Bank agents, please do not open, because that's not us. I think those are the key for us important, elements to consider as to whether this is a genuine change or not.
All right, Tami, let me thank you for your time. Tami Cele, Post Bank Chief Commercial Officer.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
Good morning, Kathy, and the morning team. Lamulindlovu in Indwete, KwaZulu-Natal. I find it so, I don't know, maybe it's aware that my IQ is too low. How come the so-called advocate, Andrea Johnson, how come she's still in the office? She's still called a head of IDEC. Because even before she came to testify, it was all clear that she should be in prison, or she should be arrested and go to court and all those processes. She doesn't deserve to be even be called advocate of the head of institutions such as IDEC. Wow. How come she still has her job? That's my question.
Hi, Kathy. Kathy, I'm not against Pitu Musimani. But why can't they start now negotiating with the former Bafana squad people like your Lucas Khadebe, Dr. Kumalo, Mark Fish. We got so many talented young people who can take this Bafana to the highest level. Why can't they talk to those guys and then they can make a very great team to help Bafana to succeed? Thank you.
All right, you're still listening to the National Briefing. Those are just some of your early voice notes coming through. Let me bring in some of your calls. I'll go to Sydney in Acornhook. Sydney, good morning.
Good morning, Sis Kathy. Good morning, Sydney Deliver in Acornhook, Bushbuckridge. My sister, I suggest this. What if we curtail the budget directed to correctional services and support construction and refurbishment of public rural hospitals? To give an example, I was at my local hospital here. Tinswalo Hospital need real refurbishment. It is very sad to look the state of how that hospital looks like. A nation or a country or a government, in my opinion, can be honored by the way it treats patients in its public hospitals. But as it stands now, I think public hospitals need refurbishment in a serious way. When we are told, or what I'm hearing, other correctional inmates, some they even qualify for televisions. Yet when you visit public hospitals, there's a shame and sadness in there. Can the government review this and revamp, remake public hospitals, renew them? There's a sadness there. When you go there, it's a place where you are supposed to be healed, to be revived.
Yeah.
But as you enter the hospital itself, you are sad by mere entering, by mere looking in the wards. You are full of sadness.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what I wanted to say, my sister.
Sydney, it's such an important point, right? And, there are things that we do in society that either affirm people's dignity or they strip them of their dignity. And what Sydney's saying is so right. If you have to go to a hospital and you don't have a bed to sleep in and, there are no resources for you to be adequately taken care of, that does unfortunately strip you of your dignity. And it certainly is something that the government needs to be paying closer attention to.
Good morning, Sis Kathy and your team. This is Sakilin Win from Gonhlabialingan. Sis Kathy, I would like to know what has happened with the national dialogue. Is it still ongoing or what? Because everything has gone quiet about it. Thank you.
Morning, guys. On the issue of nuclear weapons and the USA determining who can enrich uranium, I just want to say the most responsible countries that have nuclear weapons are the ones you won't think. It's Pakistan, who don't trouble many people. Okay, they got the issue with India going on the border, which has been going on for decades. You have China. But the most irresponsible country that has nuclear weapons is the USA and also Russia. The USA is the one that's going and bullying and, other countries. For whatever reasons, people have their own opinions. But the most responsible, you won't think, is Pakistan, a country that has nuclear weapons. If they didn't already have nuclear weapons from decades ago, the USA, I can guarantee you, would have never allowed them to have nuclear weapons. So they would have said, this country is irresponsible. So the countries with these weapons seems like responsible countries.
All right, that's one perspective coming through there. It's 7 o'clock, time for your latest news update with Anne Musa.
Outsurance Essential is made for older cars. Claims are paid in cash within 5 working days and you choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
In our top stories, court to deliver judgment in Ramaphosa's impeachment halt bid and Correctional Services conducts raids at Westville Prison. Good morning. The Western Cape High Court is expected to deliver judgment today on President Cyril Ramaphosa's urgent application to stop Parliament's impeachment process. Ramaphosa is seeking an order to suspend the work of Parliament's Section 89 Impeachment Committee for at least 3 months in anticipation of his application to review the Section 89 Independent Panel report, which found he had a case to answer in the theft on his Palapala farm. The matter was heard over 2 days by a full bench of the Western Cape Division last week. Political analyst Professor Zulinzima Ndevu says the judgment will bring clarity to all parties involved.
The judgment from the Western Cape High Court is very important in clarifying as to whether the president is within his right to approach this particular court and ask it to review certain parts of this particular judgment. It is also very important for the committee itself to clarify its mandate to ensure that as it proceeds with this work, it is confident that it is on the right track, is doing what is expected of them.
Deputy Finance Minister David Masondo has resigned as chairperson of the board of the Public Investment Corporation. His resignation follows governance turmoil at Africa's largest asset manager and just days ahead of a scheduled shareholder meeting where Finance Minister Inoko Dongwana was set to vote on removing the non-executive board. In a statement, Masondo maintains he acted with integrity to safeguard public servant savings. Tsepo Mongai reports.
Masondo's announcement comes after the precautionary suspension of CEO Patrick Dlamini and the subsequent resignation of 6 other non-executive board members. Masondo has defended the board's decision, reiterating that they acted in good faith to protect public funds and advance the recommendations of the Mpati Commission.
Police in George in the Western Cape have launched a manhunt for suspects involved in the fatal shooting of 2 men in Timberletu. Spokesperson Chris Spies says members responded to a shooting and upon arrival they found the body of a man in the street. They then discovered the body of another man close by. Both victims sustained multiple gunshot wounds and were declared deceased on the scene. Spies says they've opened murder dockets for both victims, aged 43 and 31. He says the motive for the killing is yet to be established and forms part of the ongoing police investigation. A major contraband crackdown at Westville Prison in Durban has led to the seizure of drugs, knives, cell phones and cash. The Department of Correctional Services says officers from various facilities conducted a surprise overnight operation searching prison cells and inmates. The operation follows a 2-day search conducted last week after intelligence reports revealed drugs hidden inside plumbing pipes and other compromised areas of the prison. National Commissioner Mahoti Tobagale says the department is determined to sustain the fight against illegal items being smuggled into prisons.
We were able to take out 2,417 slopes of dagga. We were able to take out 1,353 Mendrex tablets. We're able to take out around 500 Wunga tablets. We're also able to identify the places where this amount of drugs would be stored. For instance, because our facilities are quite old, the inmates and some of our members actually target spaces where there would be vulnerability in terms of infrastructure.
And finally, the United States has widened its trade measures, announcing a new round of tariffs on imports from 60 countries, including South Africa. The tariffs come into effect today and are expected to have significant implications for global trade, while adding pressure to relations between Washington and several of its trading partners. The new measures replace a temporary 10% global tariff introduced earlier this year after the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that previous emergency tariffs imposed by President Donald Trump were unlawful. Showan Bryce Peace reports.
South Africa has been placed in the highest tariff tier with a 12.5% duty on its exports to the United States. The decision comes at an already difficult moment in Pretoria's relationship with the Trump administration. South Africa's Department of Trade, Innovation and Competition argued that it should not be subject to the new tariffs because it already had robust laws prohibiting forced labor, has ratified the International Labour Organization's core conventions, and has enforcement mechanisms to prevent goods produced with forced labor from entering its supply chains. The Trump administration says the tariffs are designed to protect American workers, but critics argue that the measures are viewed as its latest effort to preserve its broader protectionist trade agenda after courts blocked its earlier approach.
Recapping the top story, the Western Cape High Court is expected to deliver judgment today on President Cyril Ramaphosa's urgent application to stop Parliament's impeachment process. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
Theft, accident, and 1 million rand third-party cover for your older car. Outsurance Essential has it all. Get a quote. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
Your older car may not have adaptive cruise control, but Outsurance Essential Car Insurance has got you covered. 68-year-old John pays only 391 rand a month for his 2014 Chevrolet Sonic, gets claims paid in cash, and chooses his own panel beater. Don't pay more than you need to insure your older car. Get Outsurance Essential Car Insurance today for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 150,000 rand. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
Very good morning to you. In your SAfm Sports Headlines, rugby, Siya Kolisi remains central to the Springbok plans despite the emergence of Paul de Villiers, and Team South Africa begins its Glasgow medal hunt. We'll find out more at around 7:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Busy now on the run out of Pretoria down to Joburg. There's been a crash and there's a breakdown around the Brakfontein Road. That coming through from the Brakfontein interchange towards Old Joburg Road, if you like. That's where traffic is starting to pile up pretty quickly as well. Just off the highway, Main and Nel Napier, still no traffic lights there. There are delays all over that one. Also, Olifantsfontein and Pretoria Main Road, no lights. So that bridge over the M1 highway on Olifantsfontein heading eastbound, quite heavily backed up towards the Pretoria Main Junction. N1 North from Devlin through Diepkloof interchange down to Uncle Charlie's, a breakdown and some volume causing delays there. Durban, remember we've been telling you about the new lane layouts on the N3 between Pavilion and Spaghetti Junction. They're in now. There is a lane change and that's what's slowing you down. If you're driving from Pinetown through to Durban, expect to hit some delays around Pavilion Mall. Also a breakdown in the roadworks at Westwood Mall to the N2 North, super heavy as you line up from the M7 Bluff exit this morning coming through there. Hillcrest through to Kloof, and it looks like an issue around Maytime, Gillett's Maytime, the M13 joining from Old Main as you go down towards Kloof very slow. Cape Town, no traffic lights coming out of Tableview this morning, Marine Drive and Dolphin Beach, and then you've got the Kuberg Road at Macro, those lights down as well. So whichever option you're out of through Tableview, it will be busy. And the N2 inbound sitting between Robert Sobukwe and the Mowbray Main Road off-ramp. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 7:09. You're listening to the National Briefing. Welcome to the show if you've just tuned in. I'm Kathy Mutlatlana with you until 9 o'clock this morning. Coming up on the show in this hour, well, in just under 3 hours today, The Western Cape High Court rules on whether President Ramaphosa can halt the Phala impeachment inquiry. We'll get some analysis on what the court can and cannot do, and then consider what the judgment could mean for the president, the ANC, and the government of national unity. And then businessman Sandile Zungu joins us. It's to make his case for replacing Danny O'Dan as the man who leads South African football. But as always, the conversation belongs to you. And I must add that, of course, today then will also be the final contribution on the reality check from Mwelezi Mbeki. He'll be talking about then the solutions in confronting South Africa's high unemployment and poverty levels. As always, the conversation belongs to you. The numbers to dial for the studio line this morning, 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
It's 11 after 7 o'clock. Let's get straight into our big story of the day then. A full bench of the Western Cape High Court, that is Judges Andre Lagrange, Matthew Francis and Diane Davis, will hand down judgment on President Ramaphosa's urgent bid to interdict Parliament's Section 89 impeachment committee. Joining us for more on the story is Alton Hart. He is a legal analyst with the UJ Law Clinic. Alton, good morning to you. Thanks for your time. So let's get right into the heart of the matter. What exactly is the court going to be deciding at 10?
Because, good morning, Kathy. And the thing is, like, what the president sort of have approached the court on is on an interdict. And what the president actually wants is to say, listen here, this report that was compiled and put together by the independent report is not done in line with the parameters and the procedures. And I actually want to actually take it on review because I feel like I was not afforded a fair chance. Fair process was not applied in compiling this report, and on that basis he wants to get an interdict that stops the impeachment process from proceeding. Because what happens if the report is set aside by a court and then the impeachment process has gone so far, then my reputation has been damaged. So that is what he's technically seeking. But I'm not saying he's going to get it, because there is a couple of problems that he will have to overcome, or that he had to address when they addressed the court, which was done already. So, and I think he has a couple of problems that he needs to first overcome in order to get that.
So the president's case is resting on this argument around irreparable harm, right? That being cross-examined before the review matter is heard would damage him in a way that can't be undone. Do we have precedents for this kind of case?
No, the thing is, like, irreparable harm. There has been a lot of cases that dealt with it, not on this scale, but obviously he's saying there's humiliation and reputational damage. But for me, I do not think that it's irreparable harm. And the reason why I'm saying that is, say, for instance, if it comes out later on when he takes this thing on review in September, and the court then finds that, okay, the report was not compiled lawfully, there were certain procedural missteps that the independent panel made when actually making this recommendation, that's prima facie evidence that he has to speak to, that actually would bolster his reputation, then harm it. So I think if it comes out that there was no wrongdoing on his side, it actually just makes him come out stronger on the other side, and not saying the reputational damage. I mean, it's already in the media. People are already talking about the couch. So there's a lot of things going. So what more can happen from the court saying, but let's go and actually deal with this thing? Because as a constitutional democracy, we need to get answers as South Africans. We're paying the taxes. We need to know what's happening here in our country as well.
The opposition has told the court to stay in its lane effectively, that interdicting Parliament would be trampling on the separation of powers. Again, have we been here before? Are there reference points in terms of cases where this line, that's a very delicate line, has been crossed?
Remember, if we go now to the Constitution, you've got these three spheres of government, and the three spheres of government is specifically there to have that balance so that the one can check the other, like the executive checks the parliamentary side, parliament can actually check the judiciary with the types of laws that they pass, and the judiciary would then check the laws that you pass, is it actually passing constitutional muster? So there's always that checks and balances that you find within these three. I would not say that Parliament can say to court, stay in your lane, you are overstepping when you do what you do, or the opposition parties saying to the court, a court eventually has to look at every action that is taken in South Africa in terms of a law, in terms of the constitution, does it meet constitutional muster? And only when the court is now doing something that you're saying, this is now not a sort of have a clear within the judicial lane. It's more or less you now dictating to Parliament how to run its business without looking at the law. Then maybe one can say they may be not in their lane, but that's the exact reason why we have this checks and balances within our system. So there's been a couple of cases where you had government departments involved where the judiciary had to check, where you had maybe ministers being taken to court for certain things, where the court has to intervene and say, was this action lawful or not? Where a court has to say, for instance, one touchy subject for us, the Chidima case, where Home Affairs is now revoking. Can they do that? So if the court tells Home Affairs, but you can't really revoke a person's citizenship, is it interfering in the executive branch? No. It's just checking, what does the law say? How do you need to go about? So that checks and balances, it's a normal process as part of our legal system.
Elton Hart, we'll leave it there for this morning. What then are the political implications? Professor Sphamandla Zondi is Professor of Politics at the University of Johannesburg. He joins us this morning. So, Prof, let's maybe just start with this, right? President Ramaphosa, as the brand of president that came in fighting against corruption, fighting, for accountability. How does this move affect that brand, if at all? Because we do have him as a president trying to pause a legitimate accountability process.
Good morning and good morning to the listeners. Perhaps let us start here. This whole process, the president filing this case before court, is partly a legal matter and it's also partly a political move. That is because both the initiation of it by his nemesis and the outcome of it will have both political and legal moves. And therefore, the president exercises his rights to seek legal remedy about this matter, but he's also doing that with playing a political game with a political trick in it. So it's going to play out that way, and that's why the president is doing this and stuff like that. So it is also boosting our understanding of relationship between the law and politics, and the fact that the law is never purely pure, but the law happens in the context of power relations, and the two are going to have to interface, and hard questions to be answered by the judges on this matter. Now, as for the implications for the president, therefore, is that it takes him back to the center. He's a politician, definitely, and therefore he has to play the political game and its messy sides. It's part of it, including dicing with his image and his projection, his brand as an accountable president, because this game does create an impression that he's trying to avoid accountability, trying to say he should not be cross-examined, because cross-examination by its nature is going to damage him. Yet there are many people who have been cross-examined, even right now, even recently, before the ad hoc committee in Parliament. He knows that before that ad hoc committee will be facing playing political game, but there will also be the legal people as evidence leaders and stuff like that. He's a bit tidy about the fact that he does not know what will come out there and how things will be projected there. And it's reasonable on his behalf, on his side, that he thinks that he might be asked tough questions or maybe unreasonable questions and stuff like that. But as a politician and the political leader, he needs to be ready to face the tough question and play it out before the people.
So if we look at it, Professor Zondi, one doesn't get a sense of panic, at least politically, whether from the GNU, whether from the ANC. What does that tell us about this process and the potential fallout from it, whether the president wins or loses this case?
Yeah, it definitely would be damaging for the president, definitely. The fact that the Ngobo committee had found some prima facie case, that already is damaging. That statement is damaging. When that case is then made before Parliament in the full glare of people, and the president is not somebody who really wants to be in the full glare of people. As you know, he makes a press conference without questions and answers, needs the statement, and it disappears. This is a bit damaging because we may not know how to handle it. It's going to test his ability to persuade and talk and defend himself. And of course, for the ANC, his party, it is damaging in the year of elections, and they know other parties are going to play it, and I think they don't quite know how to deal with it right now.
Okay.
They leave it in the hands of the president to decide what to do.
All right, Spamandla Zondi, let me thank you for your time, Professor of Politics at the University of Johannesburg.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
It's 22 after 7 o'clock. Well, I guess we could say that it's from one presidency under pressure to another. South African football goes to the polls on the 12th of September. And for the first time in years, Danny Jordan seems to have a genuine fight on his hands. Businessman and AmaZulu FC president Sandile Zungu has thrown his hat into the ring. He's promising to professionalize the administration, bringing investment, fix governance, and breathe life back into the neglected lower tier leagues. He joins us on the line. Mr. Zungu, good morning to you. Thanks for your time this morning.
Good morning, Kathy, and good morning to SAfm listeners.
So tell us, why do you want Danny Jordan's job?
I don't want Danny Jordan's job as much as I want to lead South African Football Association. Danny Jordan seems to be an incumbent. And the reality is that SAFA is in doldrums. There's a huge trust deficit between the top echelons of South African football and business interests. We need business interests to fund a lot of the programs that should be underway. We need South African commercial interests to make schools soccer possible yet again. We need a commercial interest to train women coaches, to train women VAR referees and referees in general. We need commercial interests to fund the regions where a lot of developmental activities should be happening. Yet we know that commercial interests expect certain behavior from a prospective recipient of donations or basically sponsorships. And one of them is accountability. They need a certain level of ethical conduct and integrity among those that are leading those organizations, which unfortunately evidence is common cause that is possibly lacking at SAFA right now. And so my view is to go in there, get that thing right. It's a low-hanging fruit. Get the governance right as quickly as possible. Pick on the funding that is available, that is waiting to be deployed in soccer, and get schools soccer going. Get VAR, going. get women soccer properly supported, and I think South Africa becoming the number one footballing nation in Africa and one of the top 10 in the world in the medium term is not an impossible ask, but it requires a turnaround at the top.
Mr. Zungu, your Dan has survived every challenge for over a decade because he understands SAFA's electoral machinery and he seems to understand it better than anyone. What makes you think that things will be able to turn differently or even in your favor come September? How much work are you doing in the background to also win the people where it matters most?
Now, we have reasoned in my campaign that this is not a war, it's a contestation. And our approach to this contestation is not to be negative. We have not spoken about negative things in our campaign. We've not spoken about anything negative that we can think of. We've just focused on the ball. We're playing the ball. We're not playing the man. And we found that when we do that, there's a huge goodwill that we generate, and a lot of people who would otherwise block their ears who want to listen to us. And we've crisscrossed the country. We've been to effectively 9 regions. We've spoken, 8 regions out of 9 whose leadership we've spoken to. The only remaining one is in Mpumalanga right now. But all the other regions, we believe that we are getting a significant number of regions coming behind us, and we think we'll have majority of the regions. If it gets to that, we are quite confident that we'll get the electoral support that we require to head South African Football Association in the right direction.
So based on those road shows, what do you see as the biggest challenge that you're going to be up against? Again, Daniel Dan seems to have some kind of stronghold at SAFA or even over SAFA. And how do you identify, or what have you identified to be that stronghold?
I've not really honestly analyzed the opponent's approach to this. What I've analyzed is people are waiting for a very factual, frank analysis of what the challenges are and how we're going to fix those challenges. They know number one challenge is poor governance. And they ask, are you going to fix it? How are you going to fix it? And I present my credentials in business over 35 years in the top echelons of business. And I explain to them, I know what business wants because I've actually spoken to some of the major sponsors of soccer in the world, of soccer in South Africa in the past. And they've told me quite frankly that sort out the governance issue, will come back, sort out the governance issue, will be very keen to stand behind South African Football Association. But at the current state, forget about us. And so people in the regions who need the money to fund their programs, for lack of a better word, are desperate to see change. And they know that Sandile Zungu will bring the change that they want. And that's the positive response that I've received. And as to what the opposition, current opposition or future opposition is going to do, I don't know. But we are set on a mission to transform South African Football Association into something that all South Africans can be very proud of.
Of course, you yourself are also walking into a situation where you will be conflicted. You own a premiership club. What happens to AmaZulu should you win this election cycle?
That's the easiest part. I will relinquish my responsibilities at AmaZulu Football Club. And the leadership of AmaZulu will go to someone else. That the ownership structure of AmaZulu deems appropriate. It shall not be me. I cannot be expected to run a professional football whilst heading SAFA. It's easy. It's an easy concession there.
Thank you for your time this morning. That is Sandile Zungu, and he, of course, is vying then for the top job at SAFA. Do you believe that he's got what it takes? What do you make of the kind of contest that Danny Jordan is going to have in his hands? Will we see change at SAFA? And do you agree with Zungu's assessment analysis that there's no clear accountability, there are questions of integrity at SAFA, and that he's the man to change all that? I'll take your WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107. That's 0614 104 107. And of course, you can also call in our studio line 086 000 2032. It's 7:30 and has your latest headlines. And good morning.
Good morning. Thanks, Kathy. In the headlines, the Western Cape High Court is expected to deliver judgment today on President Cyril Ramaphosa's urgent application to stop Parliament's impeachment process. Ramaphosa is seeking an order to suspend the work of Parliament's Section 89 Impeachment Committee in anticipation of his application to review the Section 89 Independent Panel report. National Correctional Services Commissioner Makgoti Tobagale says there are over 28,000 undocumented foreign nationals in correctional facilities in the country awaiting deportation. He was speaking during an unannounced raid at Westville Prison where contraband, including drugs, cash and cell phones, were confiscated. And Iran's state broadcaster says there have been explosions from U.S. missile strikes in multiple locations along the Gulf Coast. I'll have details on these and other stories at 8.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. We start in the southern parts of Joburg with a big backlog on the N3 this morning. If you're coming in from Phosphorus or Sprayview, very heavy up to Heidelberg Road. And then you'll sit from the Elans through the Van Buren into the long-term roadworks there. N1 in from Protea Glenland Asia. You're queuing up through Devlin, through Deepcliff Interchange. Some big pressure as you come off the N1 onto the N12 for a turn out to Uncle Charlie's. Crash on the N1 after 14th Avenue, bit slow getting through there today. And the N3 North had some roadworks between Limbro Park and Buccleuch, so that's a bit sluggish as well. Crash on the M1 South out of Pretoria, heading through to Joburg. That collision seen by Brockfontein Road. So from Brockfontein interchange, that all gets backed up. And there's some traffic light problems this morning. R55 Quokka at Transylvania. That run up from Laudium side, very slow. Durban, new lane layouts between Pavilion and Spaghetti Junction. Expect that to be slow pretty much all day as you come into that section. There's also some queuing pressure. N2 moving from the M7 up through Westwood Mall area. M13 Hillcrest to Kloof slow rather than heavy. And a bit of traffic at Tweeny Hill this morning. Into inbound. Cape Town, it's a double whack out of Tableview. Lights down, day 5, Marine Drive at Dolphin Beach. That's all heavy. And then the other side of Tableview, Kuberg Road at Macro. Those lights are down as well, so some extra delays there. N7, Goodwood through to Bosmansdam Road, looking very heavy. And a lot of traffic coming in off the south side of Cape Town. M5, Prince George Drive. Big backlogs to Joe Marks. And then after that, big backlogs through to Duval Road. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
Zai Khan, good morning to you. So I know we're going to be talking about Siya Kolisi, but let's just touch on SAFA and the presidential race for SAFA. You heard Sandile Zungu just moments ago. What do you think?
I must admit I was not inspired. As much as I have reservations about the SAFA management, I felt, where's the plan? Where's the action attached to that? I didn't feel that. Maybe he's just keeping his cards close to his chest.
Yeah.
But we'll have to wait and see.
You need to hear more.
I feel I need to to be told women's sport needs to be grown. What does that even mean? Let's attach some goals to it.
Okay, all right, okay. Siya Kolisi, he's back as the competition is heating up in the Springboks.
Yes, Kathy. There's only one Siya Kolisi. There may be a youngster, Paul de Villiers, who's putting his hands up. But you know what? Good luck with that, because we've got the Bok back row with Rassie Erasmus giving his vote to the one and only Siya Kolisi now, the captain in contention as competition intensifies for places ahead of the test against Argentina and New Zealand. Kolisi has returned to Rassie Erasmus's 43-man group after missing the Nations Championship through injury. In his absence, though, the young flanker Paul de Villiers impressed on debut against England and also had a strong performance against Scotland and Wales. The Boks assemble in Johannesburg on Sunday, with the coach Erasmus set to select 26 players for the test against Argentina in Buenos Aires on the 8th of August. The match will also form part of preparations for the 4-test rugby's greatest rivalry series against the All Blacks. On to soccer, with uncertainty now continuing over the future of Bafana coach Hugo Broos, despite the national team returning from its best ever FIFA World Cup campaign. Broos has indicated his time as head coach is over, while SAFA maintains he remains in charge amid conflicting reports over a possible contract extension. At the same time, former Bafana coach Pitso Mosimane confirming he's been approached as possible successor.
But I know that the Federation has spoken to a lot of us about somebody to come in succession plan. What do you want? What are you going to do? What's your plan? How do we take Bafana to a better level? I always say that it's important to leave the jersey at a better place. There's room, right? There's room for improvement.
On to swimming South Africa, they say securing more funding is critical if the country is to remain competitive on the world stage. The Federation held talks with Sports Minister Gator McKenzie after reapplying for government funding following recent budget cuts. Swimming SA President Alan Fritz.
Well, we did, and we did it physically in meetings. And we said, look, these are the athletes that we are looking at 2028, 2032, 2036, and we need funding behind it. Well, we haven't received the funding. The minister was quite adamant that government, and it's true what he's saying, it's not incorrect, that government will never be able to fund sport fully. But what we are asking for, prioritize sport that performs, because that's what the country wants.
And finally, South Africa's men's and women's teams will be fully funded for next month's FIH World Cup following a 3 million rand government intervention. Sports Minister Gator McKenzie approved the emergency funding after SA Hockey faced a shortfall that could have left players paying towards their own World Cup participation. Now, both teams, men and women, head to Belgium and the Netherlands as reigning African champions, with McKenzie saying representing South Africa should never become a personal financial burden for athletes. The Hockey World Cup gets underway on the 14th of August. That's your sport. We'll be back swinging it at the top of the hour. I am Zai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAfm.
It's 7:38. Let's get into our market update. Ndauleng, good morning. So, the Reserve Bank yesterday defying market expectations and leaving the repo rate unchanged, albeit with lots of warnings.
That's right, Kathy. In a shock decision for many economists and markets, the SARB kept the repo rate unchanged at 7%, leaving the prime lending rate at 10.5%. Now, the hold comes despite inflation accelerating to 5% in June and oil prices climbing above $100 a barrel. Now, developments had strengthened the case for another rate hike, but of course, the MPC defying that. While Governor Lesetja Kganyago said current policy remains sufficiently restrictive, he acknowledged that risks to inflation, the inflation outlook in particular, are still skewed to the upside. He also warned that persistently higher inflation expectations and elevated oil prices could require tighter monetary policy, leaving the door open for further rate hikes. Essentially, the same sort of tone we are hearing across the globe as well, with the ECB having the same tone, leaving the door open for rate hikes in the near term. Moving over to other news, the governance crisis at the Public Investment Corporation has deepened after Chair David Masondo resigned, adding to a string of board departures at the 3.6 trillion rand asset manager. The PIC manages the pensions of millions of South African public servants and is one of the JSE's largest investors, making stable leadership critical for market confidence. Now, the resignation leaves the institution without a permanent chief executive or chief investment officer, further raising fresh concerns about governance and decision making. Pressure is now mounting on Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana to restore some sort of stability and reassure investors over the stewardship of state pension assets. Checking in on markets, sentiment remains downbeat ahead of the JSE Open. Oil continues to climb while trade tensions are back in focus after President Donald Trump imposed new tariffs on 60 trading partners. South Africa not spared, hit with a 12.5% tariff, with the White House citing forced labor concerns. Against that backdrop, the JSE expected to open softer at 9 a.m. The rand also under pressure this morning, trading at 16.81 to the dollar, 22.38 to the pound, and 19.13 to the euro. Globally, US futures little changed, while Asian markets trade lower as investors weigh geopolitical risks. And that's where I leave things with you. Catch you bright and early on Monday morning. I'm Ntawleng Lechela for the National Briefing.
Some of South Africa's best wines have one thing in common. They're loved here, made here. Join SAfm and Proudly South African at the local Wine Expo, taking place from the 24th to the 26th of July at Prison Break Market in Johannesburg. Taste your way through 29 proudly local wine brands, meet the makers, and celebrate the people behind South African wine. Entry is free. Tune in to the National Pulse, the soundtrack of your life, the Classical Fix, and Spotlight, coming to you live from Prison Break Market.
You may not be able to drop the price of your child's school fees, but switch to Outsurance and you could drop your car insurance premium. You could save big, like 36-year-old Jill, who saves a jaw-dropping 471 Rand a month on her 2025 Hyundai i20. Don't pay more than you need to. Get a quote from Outsurance to switch and save today. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance, licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
Reality check on the National Briefing.
It's 7:42. You're still tuned into the National Briefing. So our reality check for today, it's the final segment, at least final contribution that we're getting from our guest for the week. It has been Moeletsi Mbeki walking us through the question, what should be done to overcome South Africa's perennial unemployment and poverty levels. And he's been unpacking right from Monday his own analysis in terms of where he believes the problem started, what we have inherited as a country, tracking it back all the way to 1924, but also asking then, what must we do today? What's the low-hanging fruit? What are the solutions that we can be implementing to overcome some of these economic and social development challenges? So, Mr. Mbeki, let me thank you firstly for the contributions and insights that you've shared with us this week. You've certainly gotten our listeners and all of us thinking and debating some of your ideas. And today you're going to wrap things up again on the solutions end of things to say, what is it that we can be practically doing to overcome these challenges?
Yes, Kathy, thank you very much. Yes, today I'm going to be giving a 10-point plan I hope I will cover it all in the time we have as to what needs to be done now to sort out our country's problems, to sort out all our country's problems. Point number one, we have a very unaccountable politicians under the proportional representation system. So our politicians don't account to each other. They don't account to the people of South Africa. They don't account to the voters. This explains why we have uncontrolled corruption in South Africa. So item number one is we have to strengthen democracy by introduction of constituency elections of national and provincial members of parliament and direct elections of the president and premiers. Point number two, we have the highest paid politicians and civil service in the world in South Africa compared to any other country. 16% of our gross domestic product goes to the salaries of politicians and the civil service. In the meantime, half of our population goes to bed hungry every night. So item number two, we have to restructure the public service remuneration from the current 16% of GDP to 6% of GDP and introduce civil service entry examinations to ensure a competent civil service. Item number three, we have a 30% of our population is living in the former Bantustan. This population, for reasons we all know, is not productive and it lives on social grants and on remittances. We cannot expect this population to live on social grant in perpetuity. So item number three, we have to promote the urbanization of the population of the former Bantustans. Item number three, we have to contribute to drive the industrialization of Southern and Eastern Africa under the AU Africa Agenda 2063 and African Continental Free Trade Area protocols. South Africa is the largest trading nation in Africa, and that creates jobs for us, our trade with the rest of Africa. So we need to help the countries in our region to develop so that they are good trading partners. Item number five, we have to revamp our national defense force by raising defense spending to 2% of gross domestic product. These are the recommendations of the World Bank. And we have to reintroduce national service for young people so we have a world-class army, not what has been described as a welfare army in South Africa. Number six, we have to update our healthcare and education systems to meet the needs of a modern economy and to drive entrepreneurship. Number seven, we have to promote quality and affordable urban mass public housing. It is a disgrace that a country like South Africa, with its wealth, it has millions of people living out in the open felt in these mkukus. We have to house in mkukus and these shocking RDP houses. We have to house our population in a healthy way in high-rise apartments that are weatherproof and that are healthy. Point number eight, we have to promote the beneficiation of minerals in Southern and Eastern Africa and advanced metal fabrication industries. These are engineering industries. We have the richest deposits of metals in Southern Africa and in Eastern Africa, but we export this raw. We have to change that. Number nine, we have to provide reliable and affordable electricity. I don't think this needs any more to be said. We have enough experience of expensive electricity and the consequences it is having on the economy of South Africa. It is driving deindustrialization of our economy. Our minerals are being beneficiated in China and in Malaysia. We're losing thousands, hundreds of thousands of jobs as a result of that. And then number 10, we have to provide reliable and affordable transport for passengers and freight. Again, this has been said many times, but you cannot develop if you don't have a transport system that efficiently, safely, and cheaply gets your people to work and gets your goods moving up and down the country and to the ports. So those are the 10 primary plans that need to be implemented in South Africa to drive our economy forward and to address our huge problems of poverty and unemployment. Over to you, Kathy.
I'm just going to pick on the first one, and this is really around strengthening our democracy and bringing in direct election of the president and premiers. That court case by New Nation Africa, for all intents and purposes, was supposed to lead us to something closer to that. Of course, what subsequently happened through Parliament made sure that we stay closer to what we have. Do you foresee a situation where South Africa actually gets to changing the electoral system to the point where electoral reform does include direct election of the president and even of premiers, for those who believes we should even have premiers in the first place?
Yes, I think this is doable, and I think it is going to happen. If you remember, this was agreed at the CODESA that after the first election and after we have had our first population census, a constituency system should be introduced in partnership with a proportional representation system. But the ANC has been opposing the introduction of this constituency system, and it has been using its majority in parliament to oppose the introduction of constituencies. Well, as it now happens, the ANC has lost its majority in parliament. So I see the day when the parliament will hopefully vote and introduce a constituency system. And the ANC has no powers to veto that anymore.
Moeletsi Mbeki, let me thank you so much for your time and all the insights that you've shared with us this week. We truly appreciate it. And that is Moeletsi Mbeki, is the chairperson of the South African Institute of International Affairs. So you heard the 10-point plan that he is proposing as a solution. How much of that resonates with you? What do you agree with? What don't you agree with? Let's have part of that conversation too. The numbers to use for our studio line this morning, 086 000 2032, and those voice notes you can send them through on 0614 104 107. Of course, already lots of your reaction to some of our big stories this morning, including that interview with Sandile Zungu.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. We start with a reminder of crash delays on the M1 South coming out of Pretoria and out of Joburg. It's a crash just by the Brakfontein Road near Old Joburg Road. So from Brakfontein interchange, traffic flow gets heavy. N1 North into William Mandela has been bad this week. It is again this morning. And some roadworks on the N3 North between Limbro Park and Buccleuch holding things up. N3 North at Sprayview still busy. And the breakdown on the M1 North at Golden Highway coming through from Eldo is very slow. If you're Durban bound around in Changa down to Clifton and Key Ridge, 2 breakdowns this morning. quite a sizable backlog. The N3 inbound, more complicated than last time. A crash at Paradise Valley, and then a new lane layout going into Spaghetti Junction from Pinetown. The N3 backed up quite badly. M4 over Blue Lagoon towards Mswanga, pretty much delays all the way through on that run this morning. And Cape Town, if you've got to get into the Philippi Park area, here's an important update. Protesting has erupted there this morning. New Eisleben near Govan and Becky. That section of New Eisleben effectively between Sheffield and Govan and Becky is closed, but there'll just be some general disruption in that area. Crash on Racecourse Road at the M5 heading from Lansdowne through towards Kenilworth. That is quite heavy. And the Coburg Road backlogging through Brooklyn. Heavy traffic in towards Coburg at a change. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Durban, the promenade is calling and the purple wave is taking over the East Coast. It's time for the Hollywood Bets Durban 10-kilometer road race on Sunday, 30th of August. Whether you're chasing a personal best or walking for the vibe, let's turn the city purple along our beautiful coastline. Entries are filling fast. Visit hollywoodathleticsclub.co.za and secure your spot today. If you can't make it to the start line, catch all the action live on SABC2 and SABC Plus from 7 a.m. Brought to you by SABC Sports.
Do good while having fun at Jazz for Young People, brought to you by the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz. Bring your family and friends to this exciting family-friendly concert curated by the young for the young. Enjoy live performances curated by Msaki, the NSA band featuring Msaki. Join us on the 25th of July 2026 at the National School of the Arts in Braamfontein. Tickets are selling fast on Quicket with prices starting from just 50 Rand for children. Standard Bank Joy of Jazz. Jazz for young people. Be there.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
Good morning, Kathy. Yes, I think SAFA needs a new person, needs a rehabilitation. SAFA is falling apart, and Danny Jordan has overstayed. And when you also know that players, Bafana players, played some other games and never got paid, till today. So I think we need a new person with fresh mind and will rehabilitate SAFA.
Good morning, Sis Kathy and the listeners of SAFM. Yes, I support Zongo for the president of SAFA. Danny Jordan must step aside. They must give others chance. They want to be the president of life. Tony Machab, Utokwamukomen.
All right, yeah. So let's stay then with that reaction to the SAFA story. Tembela, you're in the Eastern Cape. Good morning.
Good morning, Sis Katie. I really support Babu Zongo because he's just touched on the point development, like schools development. It's high time because when you watch rugby, when you watch like rugby, there's about the next 7 week tournaments. Then our football would be up. And lastly, I'd like to touch about lento yosisi kakhulu ukhulumile ngeva and then SAFA has to change technically.
Okay, all right. Tembela, let's leave it there. You've made the point. Let me go to, is it Mongana in Cape Town? Good morning.
Good morning, Sis Katie. Thank you for taking my call. I just want to comment on Mwele Zimbegi's analysis. I am not a good fan of Mwele, but this time I really give him a salute. Two things I just want to raise about what he has just said this morning. While I understand and I appreciate electing directly the president, the premiers, but I think our people should be on board, because if we are not able to hold accountable the councillors who are elected directly, and some of them are even independent, but I don't think as a community we are doing enough to hold them accountable. How on earth will we be able to hold the premiers and the president directly accountable as a nation?
All right. So secondly, we need to... Okay.
Yeah. Secondly, the issue, I understand that people need houses, electricity must be cheap. But really, if we don't deal with this culture of entitlement of free, because even some of the people who can afford hide behind this free. And we must really go back to that slogan. I think it was during Thobela FM, they used to have this advert which says, Susulu Lesona must be paid for, which means even if it is something very simple, it needs to be paid for.
All right, Mongana, we're going to have to leave it there. I think the point has been made. And yeah, if I remember correctly, he said affordable urban mass public housing, right? Not free, but affordable. David, you're in Pietermaritzburg. Good morning.
Thanks, Katie. The revelations in Matlanga regarding ITEC, the conduct of the head of ITEC, made me think about the interview that was conducted by your former colleague, Stephen Hodges, wherein he was interviewing the leader of Minority Front. He asked as to what is the solution regarding the problems and the challenges that are faced in South Africa. And her reckless response was that it should be the removal of black people from governing the country and allow Indians, colored and white to govern. So now, Katie, I'm asking you, can you kindly retrieve that interview? Because I wonder what is she's saying now, since her fellow Indians are found wanting. You have Johnson there making a mockery of the critical department, as well as the former public protector, Ushamila Patoy. Because, Katie, I think you also know there are a lot of black people who have integrity and can do better when given a chance. But for her to paint us with the same brush and say the removal of black people will be the solution in the problems that are facing the country was very wrong and reckless. So
okay.
Can you retrieve
David,
that
we're going to have to call Stephen and find out when exactly that interview was done. It's obviously years back, right? Because he hasn't been on the platform in a while. But I guess the point is that the evidence coming out of the Matlanga Commission, at least in as far as Advocate Andrea Johnson is concerned, has been nothing short of shocking. I think she's probably one of the witnesses whose evidence has collapsed almost nearly completely under cross-examination. Let's take you to the news desk, and Musa has your 8 o'clock news update.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
In our top stories, court to deliver judgment in Ramaphosa's impeachment halt bid, and public interest essay calls for Advocate Johnson's suspension. Good morning. The Western Cape High Court is expected to deliver judgment today on President Cyril Ramaphosa's urgent application to stop Parliament's impeachment process. Ramaphosa is seeking an order to suspend the work of Parliament's Section 89 Impeachment Committee for at least 3 months in anticipation of his application to review the Section 89 independent panel report, which found he had a case to answer in the theft of his Palapala farm. The matter was heard over 2 days by a full bench of the Western Cape Division last week. Political analyst Professor Zulinzi Mandevu says the judgment will bring clarity to all parties involved.
The judgment from the Western Cape High Court is very important in clarifying as to whether the president is within his right to approach this particular court and ask it to review certain parts of this particular judgment. It is also very important for the committee itself to clarify its mandate to ensure that as it proceeds with this work, it is confident that it is on the right track, is doing what is expected of them.
Public interest essay has called for the immediate suspension of the head of the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, Advocate Andrea Johnson, saying her continued leadership of the unit poses a risk to the integrity of the criminal justice system. The organisation has also lodged a formal complaint with the Legal Practice Council. It's seeking a disciplinary investigation into Johnson's conduct following her testimony before the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry. Public Interest SA says concessions made by Johnson during her testimony before the Matlanga Commission raise serious concerns about her fitness to continue serving as both a legal practitioner and head of IDAC. National Correctional Services Commissioner Tito Bachale says there are over 28,500 undocumented foreign nationals in correctional facilities in the country awaiting deportation. Tobachale was speaking during an unannounced raid at Westville Prison where contraband including drugs, cash and cell phones were confiscated. He says there is an ongoing effort to deport undocumented foreign nationals who are in the system and have served their sentences.
At least last week Friday, we had a tally of around 28,500, just above that. And it's a split between those that are in the remand section, meaning those that are going to courts, and those that are sentenced. For this type of a facility that has more than 10,000 inmates, the number is around just below 2,000.
Murder accused Alita Rose is back in the dock at the Bellville Magistrates Court today. Rose faces charges of murder after killing and dismembering her 80-year-old sister in a home in Bellville South in Cape Town in March. Power utility Eskom in Gauteng has rejected claims by Sebokeng residents in the Vaal that its technicians deliberately prolong power outages to claim overtime pay. The utility says the outages were caused by infrastructure faults, including a transformer damaged by fire and faulty cables. Residents have accused Eskom technicians of sabotaging the electricity supply. Gauteng Eskom spokesperson Amanda Ngiti says the allegations are unfounded.
So I think what customers don't understand, this was not just a normal outage where it's a cable fault or a mini sub, which is a smaller unit than a transformer. This was a transformer that went beyond repairs. And we needed to dismantle that transformer, which takes time. And after the transformer has been, before we even dismantle it, we needed to drain the oil that's inside the transformer. That on its own takes time. And then after that, we start dismantling the old transformer.
And finally, Iran's state broadcaster says there have been explosions from U.S. missile strikes in multiple locations along the Gulf Coast, including Qashm Island. There are reports of blasts in west and central Iran and of air defenses activated over the capital. It comes after the U.S. President Donald Trump threatened major punishment for Iran and its Houthi allies in Yemen over Houthi attacks on Saudi oil tankers in the Red Sea. The instability has sent oil prices surging to $100 a barrel. Recapping the top story, the Western Cape High Court is expected to deliver judgment today on President Cyril Ramaphosa's urgent application to stop Parliament's impeachment process. For SAFM News, I am Ann Musa.
OUTsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
This winter, the price to refill your gas heater may have gone up, along with everything else. But switch to OUTsurance, and you could actually drop your car insurance premium. You could save big, like 58-year-old Loretta, who saves a whopping 79 Rand a month, on her 2017 BMW 320. Don't pay more than you need to. Get a quote to switch and save with OUTsurance today. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. OUTsurance, licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
Very good morning to you. In your SAfm sports headlines, soccer, tempers flare at SAFA as Danny Jordan dismisses reports of a new Hugo Broos deal. And we also bring you news from soccer. Orlando Pirates head coach Abdusalam Wadu has made it clear he wants to end the Spanish tour on a high. We'll have details at around 8:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
the southern side of Joburg, coming in from Phosphorus or Sprayview. That N3 still solidly jammed up towards the Heidelberg Road off-ramp. Breakdown on the N1 North just before Deepcliff interchange. So the run-up from Eldos into Devlin slow. Roadworks on the N3 North after Limbro Park. That's heavy from Alex, and the usual backlogs these days on the N1 North Ramberg through to William Mandela. That's been heavy this week. It is again this morning. N1 South, a crash after the Brockfontein interchange towards Old Joburg Road. That's slow. No lights coming in from Laudium to Pretoria, R55 at Transorania. Quite a big backlog of traffic there as well today. Durban, the N3. Now, if you're leaving Pietermaritzburg, you'll get to Inchanga and then you'll sit down to Key Ridge. There are 2 breakdowns on that N3 towards Durban. Heavy pressure on the N3 from Paradise Valley through Pavilion Mall into Spaghetti Junction. It's the new lane layouts that are causing those problems, and it probably will be busy all day today. The M4 from Blue Lagoon through to Umhlanga looking jam-packed. Cape Town this morning, crash on the M1 outbound at Yiptiaga, top of Plattekloof Hill, if you like, so quite a queue to work through on your way through to Belleville. And a reminder of heavy pressure on the M5. No traffic lights, Joe Marks Boulevard. That run up from Muizenberg into Retreat, very heavy today. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 10 after 8 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing. A very good morning to you and welcome if you've just tuned in. For those of you that have been listening since 6 o'clock, thanks for staying with us. Coming up in the final hour of the show this morning. Firstly, we'll get into this 18 billion rand price tag, or what's now being called the 18 billion rand lie. It's the estimated annual cost of fake sick notes to the economy. This is a story we started unpacking at the beginning of the week. Now, after the Matlanga Commission's medical certificate saga, the question of who's policing the medical profession has grown even sharper. The chairperson of the South African Medical Association is standing by. He'll be joining us shortly. And as always, we'll make more time to bring in your contributions and calls. I see lots of you weighing in on different conversations that we've had today, but also throughout the week. So we'll certainly try to create a chance for us to have more of a conversation. The numbers to use 086 000 2032 on the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107. We'll then also touch on this weekend's local wine expo with which is unfolding with Proudly South Africa, and then we'll wrap it up with Built in Mzansi.
Unleash your inner chef with Spar. Get up to 80% off on NutriFresh kitchen essentials when you buy products like 400-gram Coup baked beans and tomato sauce, excluding light and variants. Buy 2 for 30. Or 2-liter Sunfoil sunflower oil for 69.99. Save 15 rand. Price is valid from 22 July till 10 August, while stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
Move with purpose from the first to the final job in a Hino 700 truck tractor. Available in either 410 or 450 horsepower. It gives you the flexibility to choose the right amount of power to suit your unique fleet and logistical needs. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and 6-year service plan from as little as 1.9 million rand excluding VAT. Contact your nearest Hino dealer today to keep you moving. Offer available while stocks last. T's and C's apply. Hino, all the way.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
13 after 8 o'clock. Let's get into this story now. So, fake sick notes and the cost to the economy, that figure estimated at 18 billion rand a year. And earlier on this week, we opened the lines on this very question, and you flooded us with stories of medical certificates that are sold from car boots, practitioners signing notes without even looking at or examining a patient. And of course, those queues that you told us about on Monday morning, the queue for sick notes and the queue for those patients who actually want to get consultation with the doctor. These are real life experiences. Dr. Mvuyisi Mzukwa is the chairperson of the South African Medical Association. Dr. Mzukwa, good morning to you. Thanks for your time. There's no denying that there is a culture based on the kind of responses and the stories we've heard from our listeners this week of doctors. Yes, it may not be all doctors, but certainly a number of doctors who have no problem issuing medical certificates, even where the patient does not deserve one.
Good morning to you, Kathy, and to your listeners, and thanks for inviting us. Now, Kathy, like you said in your opening statement, yes, it is true there are some practitioners who may be engaging on these, should I say, unethical conducts, where you find that a medical certificate is issued, willy-nilly, and at times people have not been examining, patients. But again, like you said in your statement, we've got overwhelming majority of professionals who at times even refuse to give medical certificates because a patient cannot, there's no justifiable reason, clinical reason as to why this patient should be given a medical certificate. And at times you find practitioners losing such patients to other practitioners who may be doing that. So there are a couple of those who are still sticking to the ethics of the profession.
How difficult is this for you to police as the Medical Association?
Well, as the medical as the South African Medical Association, we have zero tolerance to fraud, as you can imagine. Now, we believe that any doctor who knowingly issue a false medical certificate is acting really unethically. And we believe that they should be facing an investigation by the HPCSA. But obviously, depending on the circumstances. And, there are sanctions that are issued out by the HPCSA, such as fines, suspensions, even removal from the register at times. And I think, at times there may be criminal consequences at that point.
How can employers verify the legitimacy of a sick note? And I think this is the very issue that the Madlanga Commission has been grappling with, because whatever is written there is at the discretion of the doctor at the particular time that they are said to have seen the patient.
Well, a legitimate medical certificate, Kathy, should identify the practitioner who issued it. Also reflect an appropriate clinical assessment that took place. Obviously, it can't specify the condition unless there's a consent from the patient. But also, it must specify the period of incapacity, and it must be properly signed. Now, if you've got employers who want to verify or they are concerned about whether this is genuine or not, they can verify that whether the practitioner is registered with the HPCSA. There's what we call I-register at the HPCSA. But also they can call the practice, confirm with the practice whether the certificate was issued. But we always believe that there's also issues that needs to be balanced out, like the patient confidentiality. It must be respected, Kathy. I think that's important.
But do you think that you're doing enough to deal with the problem? So, are there operations that SAMA conducts, unannounced visits that you do to offices? Is there a hotline that you're using to get these complaints? Because I must say, the responses that we received to this conversation on Monday, it was overwhelming to say the least. And people were talking about addresses. They know exactly where they need to go. They know exactly who these doctors are.
You know, Kathy, the fraud relating to medical certificate is a serious concern for the South African Medical Association. But you must remember, Kathy, we are a voluntary medical association. We are not a regulatory body. The regulatory body is HPCSA, and they've got a unit called the Inspectorate, which should be doing what you are suggesting now. Should be going out. But on our side, what we do, we promote professionalism, we promote ethical conduct through our webinars, through our continuing professional development. But we cannot enforce the law because we are not empowered or authorized to do so.
Dr. Mvuyisi Mzukwa, chairperson of the South African Medical Association.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
Well, this interview has been brought to you by Proudly South Africa. Our next guest is South Africa's first black female winemaker. She's been recognized locally as the Woman Winemaker of the Year 2009 and internationally being named on a Fortune Top 10 Most Innovative Women in Food and Drink. And she'll be exhibiting at the Proudly South African Local Wine Expo this weekend. Ntsiki Biela, good morning to you. Thanks for your time. So being a first is never easy, Ntsiki, and you are recognized as South Africa's first black female winemaker. What does that come with?
Good morning, Kathy, and good morning to the listeners. Thank you for having me here. I think at the beginning, as a young person, it came with pressure because I didn't know what to expect. What does that mean? But as I grew, and I remember my boss then at Stedekai was like, no, it just means you need to be yourself and do the job that you want to do. And so basically, as I grew, I got to realize that it's actually just me doing what I need to do, but also understanding that some people are looking at what I do and they're learning. And they're going to ask how to do it, and I need to give guidance where I can.
It's a beautiful story that you have because your wines are named after your grandmother.
Yes. So I decided to name the company after my grandmother. This was because I was raised by my grandmother. And for me to pay tribute to the woman who have taught me and raised me and taught me who to be. And she taught me that through love. And as she was a disciplinarian, but at the same time, I knew that love was in the center of all of it. So, yeah, I decided to name the company after her.
Yeah, and it's called Aslina Wines. So let's talk about your being able to break through in the industry. We know it's quite a difficult industry. What did you find to be some of your biggest challenges?
I think when I started, let's start when I was studying at Stellenbosch University. Stellenbosch University then was just Afrikaans University. And so coming from KwaZulu-Natal to get to a university that teaches in Afrikaans, being in a culture that was completely different from my culture, that was tough. And I had to try to navigate that. And so, but what helped me to navigate also was the fact that I was like, I don't have another option. I need to make this work because I'm not going to go back home and do nothing. I need to make this work. So I had to find ways and means within the university of actually making sure that at some point I graduate. So I was going through student counseling and I was getting tutors so that I could get to my Afrikaans class and get out and have somebody who's going to teach me in English to understand what was said in class. And also while I was studying, I made sure, because I understood nothing about wine. I knew nothing. And I got a job at one of the wineries at Delheim Wines. So I was working there just to learn about wine and understand what wine was. So it was that whole part that basically, and I remember working with some of the winemaker I was working with at Delheim. I was like, I want to be like this guy because he was so passionate about winemaking. He was, as much as there was a language barrier between me and him, but you could see how much he wanted to teach me. He was deep Afrikaans, literally struggling with English, but he wanted to teach me something. And I was like, I want to be like this guy. The passion was just oozing in him in terms of winemaking.
Sure.
And I was like, yeah, so I was like, I want to be like this. But when I finished my studies, luckily I got a job at Stelekaya Wines. I worked there as a winemaker. And I knew also that I wanted to start my own business at some point. So I made sure that I learned all the ropes and I made relationship and built relationship within the industry. So my background of basically, because I was the girl who was basically taking the cows to the grazeland and milking the cows, and mostly with the boys. So being in the place where it was mostly known to be male dominated was not an issue for me. It was like, well, I'm used to this, but the culture is different. So the biggest part was the culture. And so I built friendships and relationships within the industry while I was working.
So this year's local wine expo will be taking place at Prison Break Market this weekend. When you think about where the industry was when you first broke out versus where it is today, what's your hope for the next generation of South African winemakers?
I just hope that they do understand that it is a long journey. It doesn't matter which industry you're getting into. It is a long journey. You getting in, you're just going to need to walk at your own pace, but at the same time, learn as much as you can from your surrounding, from the people who are in it, so that you can do the best that you can. But it cannot be something that you like, it's going to be fast paced and I'm going to be in, I'm going to get the rewards now. It's not going to happen like that. It just needs patience. And I think that's in every business. You need to be patient with yourself, with the environment, and be just concise and be persistent in what you are doing.
So the business of wine very much following in the pattern of wine development itself. That is a journey of waiting. Patience is the game, right?
Yes, absolutely. Patience is a game. Patience is a game.
Ntsiki Biela, let me thank you for your time. She is the founder of Aslina Wines, and that interview was brought to you by Proudly South Africa.
Add to cart. Love it.
Let's clear your cart when I get.
For real?
Yeah, bo. With my cashback from My Way, I will be getting 10% of my premiums back for staying claim-free for 2 years. So I'll have some extra cash to spoil you and let you live your way.
Dad, you're the best.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSB. T's and C's apply. My Way. Live your way.
This is what progress sounds like. At South African Airways, we've added more aircraft to the runway, increased our flights from just over 1,000 in 2021 to over 24,000 last year. And we continue to add more destinations and routes. It's steady progress over time. We know there's still work to do, but every day we're building something stronger. An airline that shares the resilience of the country it carries. South African Airways. Book your next flight at flysaa.com today.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
Good morning, Sis Kathy and SAFM listeners. Dr. Yeni Jordan is like the ANC of SAF. He has managed to capture the delegates and regions across 9 provinces. So it's going to be difficult for Ubab Zungu to dethrone him if he's going to focus merely on administrative issues. How many people complain of the ANC and its governance, and yet when it comes to elections, they rather vote for the very same party that they are displeased with? This is Sapan from Butabelo.
Good morning, SAFM listeners. You know, can Mr. Zungu be given an opportunity to run SAFA? I believe Danny Jordan has been in the field for some time and there is no progress. And here is Mr. Zungu coming up with the suggestions to bring the investors. And SAFA has been going through a lot. Danny Jordan has been going to courts, accused of so many things. So can we bring in fresh blood? PS from Matlasana.
Good morning, Kathy. We need new, fresh ideas at SAFA. I think Mr. Sandile Zungu is the right person to take SAFA forward. I think he's going to bring stability in the association. So Tisignolo in Mafefele Limpopo. Thank you, Kathy.
All right, those are just some of the voice notes you've sent through responding to the candidacy of Sandile Zungu for SAFA president. Let me go to Edson. You're in Toyando. Good morning, Edson.
Hi, good morning, Kathy and the listeners.
Yes, sir.
I would just like to make a comment on what Uba Wimbeki said. I think he mentioned a couple of points, but there's one point in particular that I took note of. Which is the industrialization. And the reason why that I took point of is it touches on other points. It touches on the cost of electricity. It touches on the efficiency of transportation and all that. But then one of the things that it does is if we look at how South Africans flood, not Cape Town, but Gauteng, the reason is that rural areas are not yet very well industrialized. And the same way that without integrating industrialization in the broader country or the broader region, rather, because this is not just a problem that's confined within South African borders, but it's a regional problem. Foreigners flood South Africa the same way that South Africans flood Gauteng, because this is in search of opportunity. So industrialization does, in actual fact, address these issues, because if we were to now look at our trading partners of those countries that should be our biggest trading partners, which are our neighbors, which are Zimbabwe, which are Mozambique, which are Botswana, and so on and so forth. Our standing point gives us the opportunity to impact their economies, and by so doing, then we resolve our other issues indirectly. So in all the points that we mentioned, we do need to pay more attention to the industrialization, because that also resolves overcrowding in Gauteng, overcrowding in our main cities.
All right, Edson, let's leave it there. Yeah, people are going where the opportunities are. So how do we unlock industrialization in the region holistically? It's 8:30 and Musa has your headlines.
Good morning. Thanks, Kathy. In the headlines, the High Court in Cape Town has found the Cape Organisation for the Democratic Taxi Association, the Khayelitsha Somerset West Local Taxi Association, and 23 individuals guilty of contempt of court. The ruling follows an interim order granted by the court last year. The Western Cape High Court is expected to deliver judgment today on President Cyril Ramaphosa's urgent application to stop Parliament's impeachment process on the Phala Phala matter, and the two men accused of the murder of media personality Warwick DJ Wara's Stock are expected to appear at the Johannesburg High Court for a pre-trial hearing this morning. I'll have details on these and other stories at 9.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Joburg's N3 North stays under pressure from Alex up to Limbro Park. It's some overnight roadworks which are still in place, so you're down a couple of lanes there, and the backlog almost back towards Modderfontein this morning, so that's heavy. The rest of Joburg's highways easing up pretty nicely. The N1 South coming out of Pretoria to Joburg still slow with a crash at Brockfontein Road. There's a queue back through Brockfontein interchange, and the N14 North at Eufys on your way to Pretoria queuing up as well. Durban, we've been warning about this, a bit of chaos between Paradise Valley and Spaghetti Junction. There's new lane layouts on the N3 going inbound. It seems to have an impact on the outbound side as well. It's jam-packed both ways between Pinetown and Durban in around that run through Pavilion Spaghetti Junction. It's so bad that the N2 North from Booth Road Bridge queues up just to get into the N3, and the closer you get to Spaghetti Junction on the N2 South for ramps onto the N3 outbound, the heavier that gets as well. So delays both ways through there. Truck congestion on the M7 towards the Bluff at Roxburgh. M4 North up to Virginia Airport, slow go on your way towards Mhlanga this morning. Cape Town, the N1 inbound, not looking too bad if that's your destination. Just a sluggish slowdown from Woodmead over the elevated freeway, and the rest of Cape Town easing up pretty nicely as well, with the exception of the M5 Prince George Drive, lights around Joe Marks Boulevard at Retreat with some heavy queues, particularly northbound. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Zai Khan, good morning again. So we were talking about SAFA presidency, and the president of SAFA, Danny Jordan, certainly was not happy yesterday, especially at the repeated questions over Bafana and who the coach and what the conversation around the coach is.
Kathy, that's the frustration for South Africans. It's a very simple question. Do we have a coach? And this is where I think Danny Jordan seems to be missing a step, because he's hit back now at reports that coach Hugo Broos has been offered another year in charge of Bafana. Broos' current deal is nearing its end, but conflicting reports over whether the Belgian will stay through next year's AFCON have created growing uncertainty around the national team. This comes despite Bafana returning from the most successful FIFA World Cup campaign, reaching the knockout stages for the first time. Jordan insists there's no one-year extension and says SAFA is following a process.
Yeah, we have a coach.
Who's the coach?
No, we will deal with it. There is a process. The technical team makes a recommendation to the national executive. The national executive finally decides on the coach.
There we go. Let's move on from there to more action, where Orlando Pirates are looking to finish their Spanish pre-season tour on a high. They face Saudi Pro League side Neom SC today. Coach Abdusalam Wadu says the Buccaneers won victory in their final warm-up after beating Las Palmas 1-0 and having earlier gone down to Al Ittihad. Pirates return home after today's encounter, with the tension turning to their Betway Premiership title defence beginning against newly promoted Milford FC. Now, South Africa's men and women's hockey teams have received a major financial boost ahead of next month's World Cup in Belgium and the Netherlands. Sports Minister Gaeta McKenzie has approved 3 million rand in emergency funding after players face the prospect of funding their own participation. Both national teams head to the tournament as reigning African champions. And cycling, Richard Carapaz conquered the Alps to claim stage 18 of the Tour de France, while Tadej Pogačar retained the yellow jersey and his 4.5-minute advantage over Remco Evenepoel. And finally, golf. Bryson DeChambeau carded an opening round of 8 under 64 in the Live Golf United Kingdom, held at the JCP Golf and Country Club in England. DeChambeau finished in second place, 3 shots behind leader Lucas Herbert, who fired with a sub-60 round, finishing with an 11 under 61. Harold Varner, the third, and Terrell Hatton shared third place at 6 under. This is what DeChambeau had to say.
I played great today. Birdied the first 3 holes. Almost got to 4 under through 3 the first 3 holes, and then made a couple bogeys out there, 16 and 4, which were kind of frustrating to me because I felt like I had hit good shots on those holes and just didn't get rewarded and got into some funky places, and all in all, though, I mean, I played great. I had an unbelievable eagle on 6, great birdie on 8, great birdie on 12, 13, 14, 15, so I played well today.
And that's me off the tee. John Kerricker will take the next swing with more sport at around 12:30 for the national briefing. I'm Zai Khan.
Do you ever call you like to sell? But don't trust your uncle or your pal. Then we buy cars, it's just for you. Buying cars is what we do. We offer service with a smile. We always go the extra mile. Use a place that you trust and sell your car to us.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
This Sunday evening at 7 on the Tastemaster Professional, it's time for our chefs to dig deep. Tasked with creating a dish inspired by their own journey, they'll need to balance emotion with exceptional cooking. Featuring guest judge Chef Peter Duncan from the renowned La Petite Colombe, who will tell a story worth remembering. Find out on the Tastemaster Professional. Sunday at 7, repeat Saturday at 4:30 and Sunday at 3:30, only on SABC2.
This is what progress sounds like. At South African Airways, we've added more aircraft to the runway, increased our flights from just over 1,000 in 2021 to over 24,000 last year. And we continue to add more destinations and routes. It's steady progress over time. We know there's still work to do, but every day we're building something stronger. An airline that shares the resilience of the country it carries. South African Airways. Book your next flight at flysaa.com today.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
It's 8:38. You're still tuned in to the national briefing. All right, so I'm going to go straight to the phone lines. We're rounding off the week, so I'm also more than happy to bring in some of your calls, reflecting just on the conversations that we've had throughout the week. And don't forget, right, today, an important day, 10 o'clock, the Western Cape High Court issues its judgment in the President's Phala matter. This is to pause the work of the Section 89 Impeachment Committee in Parliament while he takes that case on review. So let me start in Durban. Xolani, good morning to you.
Morning, Njani.
Ngiyaphila, Xolani, go for it.
No, man, you know what, Sisi, I'm concerned about Advocate Johnson's ability or capability to analyze minimum requirement. You know why I'm concerned? Last year alone, I made around about 3 applications for the position of a senior financial investigator, where in all 3 applications, the minimum requirement was a degree of NQF level 7 or a national diploma NQF level 6. Currently, I have level 8 and NQRF level 8, which is an honors. And when the revelation on Mukwele matter and when now I say that in all those instances, not even a regret message, not that I claim that one should be sent, but not even a regret message was sent. And to an extent that at a later stage, I even contacted one lady from NPA. I think it's Lindy Swanepoel, who was a contact person in all these adverts, where I asked as to what did I do wrong on my application, because I met all the minimum requirements. But today I think I'm vindicated. But now I know the caliber of people whom we are dealing with. We are dealing with people who do not even care to interpret. It's just an entry, like a level 1 selection criteria that the person meet a minimum requirement.
Yeah, look, you know, Xolani, the most disturbing part of that evidence yesterday for me was the fact that it seemed Advocate Andrea Johnson had not given herself time to actually look at Brigadier Mukwele's credentials before she wrote what she did in her affidavit.
Then if they can do that to Brigadier Mukwele, who I am.
Yeah. Okay. All right, Xolani. All the best with the job hunt. Sorry to hear it hasn't gone well for you. But really, the head of an institution like Andrea Johnson, how do you make these accusations against an individual, and yet you have not actually taken the time to satisfy yourself that what you're saying is factual, not subjective, but that it is factual, that you're basing it on fact. Yeah, very, very serious concerns it's raised. Let me go to Richards Bay. Benny, good morning.
Yeah, morning to listeners across the South Africa and the world. Yeah, man, actually I wanted to talk about impeachment, but since I heard Mr. Zungu, I have to swim and switch, Here is it, I heard you saying that Danny Jordan has been the best. Best from what? We cannot say A is the best if there is no B and C and D and comparison.
Who said Danny Jordan has been the best?
No, I heard something that, or maybe people are saying that, not specifically a specific person.
Okay.
But so we cannot, when we need to compare, we have to have 2 elements. We cannot compare one item when there is no any other item. And for the poor, like maybe you find that the big games like Sundowns, Pirates and Kaizer are playing during the week. That's one of the things that is a poor management. Mr. Zungu may not be saying this, but there's some other good things that we know about him. For an instance, a player that is playing for Amazon, there is a session, workshops that you are being taught how to manage your monies, how to run your finances, so that even when you retire after soccer, but you can still be surviving. So imagine if we can have that kind of a caliber into the SAFA, there will be a lot of things that can be managed, you know.
Okay.
So
Benny, you're definitely saying that Sandile Zungu must be given the chance. Mpho, you're in Skukune. Good morning.
How are you?
Good, Mpho, go for it.
All right, let me go for it. No, the Babumbeki earlier on, I think he listed something like 10 points that can take our country forward, which are generally I'm agreeable to them. But there is one point which he make a reference to, which I think the facts are not consistent with what he said. It's about the electoral system, where he is proposing that we should consider constituency-based kind of electoral system. And he went further to say the ANC voted against that proposal of constituency-based system. But let me tell you what I know. What I know is that the New Nation movement took the Electoral Act to court, to constitutional court. And the court declared that act was unconstitutional insofar as it does not allow independent candidates to contest for elections. Now, that led to the amendment of that act before the elections of 2024. In 2024, the elections included independent candidates and the political parties. It's unfortunate that independent candidates didn't make it. But also in that act, there is a provision that says the Minister of Home Affairs should establish an electoral panel that will investigate, analyze, and make recommendations to the minister and to Parliament on the kind of electoral system that South Africa should undertake. That panel was established. It brought its report to Parliament earlier this year, and they brought it in two versions. They say there's a minority report and majority report, and Parliament sent them back to say we want one consolidated report. It came back with more than 10 options of the kind of electoral system that South Africa has. That report is...
Okay, Mpho, I'm going to ask you to please speed it up. Hello, Mpho? All right, let's see if we can get Mpho back on the line. I mean, he's talked us through a bit of that history, given the context of where we've come from with the reform. But Mpho, remember that part of the criticism was that there wasn't enough openness, even within Parliament, to explore the idea of direct election of a president, and that is beyond the independent candidates being able to stand. Mpho, you're back up?
Yes, I'm back. So I was saying that report of that panel is before the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs. It is waiting to be deliberated. Deliberation means they will consider those options. After considering those options, Parliament has to make its own decision. And that may require some form of studies, analysis, invitation of experts, and so on. So that is where the story is. But you know, this is an election year, local government election year. And one of the critical role players in the process of determining electoral system is the IEC. And the IEC at the moment is preoccupied with the organization management of the coming local government election. The same applies to political parties very soon.
Okay, all right.
Mpho,
I'm going to have to leave it there. Yeah, you're taking forever to make the point. We're going to have to leave it there. Peter, you're in Soweto. Good morning.
Hello, Katie and SAfmRadio listeners. Katie, on TRC, there are people who already got cases submitted to TRC a long time ago in 1990, and who also have names of the lawyers who were in charge, but they couldn't able to reach them. So right now, as it still go on at Newtown, it's obvious that if I go there and try to gain entry, they're going to stop me because I'm not accredited, because I'm one of those people. So I'm just appealing to anyone, especially our SAfmRadio listeners family, who had information with the people who are in front at the TRC, so that they can able to help us with maybe the desk telephone, anything that and also represent our cases. Our cases are also almost there. Actually, they're already there.
Okay, so but you're saying that you haven't been able to get in touch with anybody from the commission?
Since 1996 till to date, and people who I was involved with, some of them are already reparated, even bird houses. Because I was young, Katie, I wouldn't expect to be given money by them, but I heard that I was needed by those years, but I didn't take it seriously.
Okay. Peter, I'm going to put you back through to our producers. Maybe they can link you up with the officials that are responsible for the TRC process and see how they can take your matter up. Let me go to Ali. You're in Tsakani. Good morning, Ali.
Good morning, Sis Katie.
Yes, sir.
Let me say thank you very much. 2 weeks ago, you brought in Anele Koya from PSC to talk about the unpaid service providers by government, which now amounts to more than 15 billion. And our case, we have not been paid for 22 years, and the president is aware of that. It's said that this is a very same government that is talking about job creation and empowering people. We have to lay off 48 breadwinners. And I was hoping to be your guest someday, because this is not a story of just not being unpaid. There are a lot of other sad stories, people losing their houses, losing their cars, and some people have lost their lives as well.
And Ali, which industry are you in?
We were contracted by the Department of Rural and Land Affairs to build consolidated RDPs, not the one that is built as conducted by municipalities. It's for the people who have been forcefully removed from their land. When they opt for houses, then it's called consolidated. You build houses in large quantities, and in our case, it happened in Springs. They are aware. We've got paper trail, and Anele tried to assist us as well.
Sure, Ali. 20 years.
At some stage, yes, SABC at some stage, they add our stories in a show called Lehlola Chaba. It's been going on. They acknowledge that they owe us, but we still don't get paid.
Oh, Ali, sure. What a devastating story. Thanks for calling in and sharing that with us. Imagine that 20 years of lost opportunity, being able to build a business, scale up a business. Look at what has happened instead, having to let go of people simply because the money is not getting to where it needs to be. Pule, you're in Matlosana. Good morning.
Morning, Kathy. Mine is simple, man. It's a constitutional right of every citizen of South Africa. You know, when you are faced by legal issues, you must exercise your constitutional rights, irrespective of who you are. The president is a citizen of this country before he becomes the president. Then he has all legal remedy and legal rights to challenge anything that he feels might be, I don't know how can I put it, putting him under the bus, lack of a better word. Now, I hear the public court of opinion saying the president, he's dodging the accountability, he doesn't want to account. This man, before he became the president, you remember the Marikana issue. He went there and participated in that commission. And he has been available to assist the country in anything that is legal. So the president is not wasting time. He's exercising his legal rights. Okay. The parliament voted, then there was no need for him for a review. Now, when the matter was opened up, now he's challenging for a review, then people are saying the president is wasting time. People were sentenced. Malema was sentenced, and he appealed, exercising his legal rights. Okay. Nobody had a problem with that. Last week, Kathy, it's an impeachment committee represented by it's a committee of political parties who are having interest. We know the MK party were understanding. They're not going to be subjective but objective.
Okay, Pule, we're
You know-
going to have to leave it there. Look, there are many inquiries that are being held in Parliament. And I think the debate has somewhat evolved about, the president's position. It's common cause that the president has the legal right to do what he's doing. I don't think there are many people that are challenging that. But, of course, attention will turn to the Western Cape High Court in just over an hour's time to see what that court finds in that matter. Let's get your latest traffic update from Rob.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Biggest hold up on Joburg's highways is the N3 North. Some overnight roadwork still in place there between Limbro Park and Buccleuch interchange. So you get to about London Road at Alex and you'll join quite a heavy backlog of traffic into that one. The rest of Joburg looking generally okay. The R24 a bit slow and sluggish as you come in to Galooly. So R24 from Edenvale, just passing that N12 merge and into Galooly is slow. Durban, a reminder about the new lane configuration on the N3. That is between Pavilion Mall and Spaghetti Junction. Now, it's on the inbound track, but there's also some delays going outbound, and there are some crash scenes there as well. So you've got a big queue coming inbound because of the roadworks. You've got a big queue going outbound towards Pavilion because of a crash, and you've got some pretty heavy traffic on the N2 South as well, from Inanda Road down to a breakdown at Spaghetti Junction, then problems getting into that N3 outbound. It's all heavily backed up through there. In fact, there are two crashes, one at Pavilion Mall and one just after, before Paradise Valley. So that section of Durban all heavily backed up. Crash on the M4 leaving Durban at Congella, so that's slow. M4 Southern Freeway inbound at Merebank, that's a bit slow and sluggish as well. Cape Town easing up pretty nicely. The earlier crash on the M1 out of town has been cleared. That was at the Durban Road, or going up to Durban Road. Marine Drive at Milnerton slow, and the M5 still clogged from Rondebosch through to the N2 highway. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Built in Mzansi on the National Briefing.
Well, let's get into our final segment of the morning, Built in Mzansi, where, of course, we track the stories of South Africans that are making an impact, right? Whether in our communities, whether it's in business and innovation, it's in community projects. Today, we're interviewing Teboho Twala, who is the founder of Zaka Pay. Now, Zaka Pay is the first contactless payment wearable device. Teboho, good morning. Thanks for your time.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
All right, so Teboho walked into studio and handed me this orange little bracelet type thing. Tell me about this device that you've given me, Teboho.
Yeah, this device is it practically works like, it's almost like your POS, a point of sale device. I built this for the gig economy. Just a quick brief. Zaka Pay is an award-winning fintech startup. We were awarded by Visa and Absa Bank last year for being the most disruptive fintech in the informal economy. So we build payment solutions, and predominantly for underserved and underbanked markets.
Tell me about how it works. So I just put it on my wrist.
Put it on your wrist.
And then?
Take your phone and tap, maybe use mine because I programmed it.
Oh, okay. And I'm just able to tap on the phone.
So I'll make an example. I mean, a lot of times I drive into being a shopping mall or just a center, and there's a car guard. That car guard, when I drive in, is smiley. But when I leave, they probably hate me.
Because you don't have...
Because I don't have cash to pay them. So that's one of the reasons why we built this. So now with this, we just onboard the car. They actually self-onboard. They download the Zaka Pay app on their phone. A lot of people, smartphone penetration in South Africa is sitting at anything between 85 and 95%. So a lot of people have smartphones. They can download this app on Google Pay, Apple Pay, and so on and so forth. Sign up, quick sign up, and they have a wallet which is active, works exactly like a bank account.
Okay.
And then one of us, if they purchased it, we send them this. They just self-onboard. So practically take their phone, NFC, with the wallet. NFC is programmed So all their money will come through this. This is now theirs. It's married to that wallet.
Oh, wow. So that means that anybody with this
Can be paid.
orange wristband will be able
To be paid.
To be paid.
Yes. So how many people use Apple Pay, Google Pay, and so on, banks and stuff? So you just tap this thing, and it pops. You see, you tap, gives you a link, it pops.
What an innovation!
Then you can just pay.
But let's talk about its functionality, because even with a POS, a point of sale device, sometimes there are connectivity issues. You know, I mean, I'm sure many of us have seen when you're trying to pay, and you know the poor, the cashier is holding it as high as she can or as high as he can, trying to get the connectivity. So, what is the connectivity like on a device like this?
This device does not need any connectivity, no network needed, no battery needed.
Wow.
You don't have to charge it. So it's as
So
you
how
see
does it stay awake?
It stays awake. It's technology. It's technology.
This is really fantastic. Let's talk about how the industry has responded to this.
Look, we've seen a lot of excitement, and now we are like ready to really roll out and scale the business. And I think, last week we were at the Sofeng with your sister station, Radio 2000.
Yeah.
A lot of the waiters there, the Sofeng took up the product, are now going to use.
And they can get their tips.
They get their tips.
They can get their tips directly onto the wallet.
Directly onto the wallet.
Wow.
And the most important thing is that instead of waiting 2-3 days or a day later before they get the money, all the payments are instant. So when someone pays you a tip now, the money is instant in your wallet, and there's options. Later on, or when you finish your shift, you can then create a cash send and go withdraw that money if you so wish, and then be able to take a taxi and go home. And if you don't want to withdraw the money, the ZakaPay app is accepted in over 700,000 stores in South Africa. So you can scan and pay anywhere, being it ShopRite, Pick n Pay, and so on and so forth. So you don't necessarily have to withdraw the money. If you want, you can also send someone into a bank account that money, and it's all instant and costs only 5 rands.
Deborah, we've got to get out of here. I always say, you can't tell me South Africa does not have the right minds, the right solutions to the problems that we face. Deborah Twala, founder of ZakaPay. So yeah, I'm keeping this one. This one's mine. We're getting out of here. Up next, the Daily Discourse with Joanne Joseph.
In our top stories, Cape Taxi Associations found guilty of contempt and DJ Warras murder accused back in court. Good morning. The High Court in Cape Town has found the Cape Organisation for the Democratic Taxi Association, the Khayelitsha Somerset West Local Taxi Association, and 23 individuals guilty of contempt of court. The ruling stems from an interim order issued last year. The order prohibited the taxi associations and their members from interfering with public transport services. The court committed the respondents to 90 days imprisonment, suspended for 3 years, on condition they comply with the existing court order during that period. Western Cape Minister of Mobility Isaac Seleku has welcomed the court's ruling.
We welcome this court ruling. It sends a clear message that violence, intimidation, and lawlessness will not be tolerated in our public transport system. We are a government that cares about commuters, and their safety will always come first. They deserve to travel safely, and operators should be able to work without fear.
The Western Cape High Court is expected to deliver judgment today on President Cyril Ramaphosa's urgent application to stop Parliament's impeachment process. Ramaphosa is seeking an order to suspend the work of Parliament's Section 89 Impeachment Committee for at least 3 months in anticipation of his application to review the Section 89 Independent Panel report, which found he had a case to answer in the theft on his Palapala farm. The matter was heard over 2 days by a full bench of the Western Cape Division last week. Political analyst Professor Zulinzima Ndevu says the judgment will bring clarity to all parties involved.
The judgment from the Western Cape High Court is very important in clarifying as to whether the president is within his right to approach this particular court and ask it to review certain parts of this particular judgment. It is also very important for the committee itself to clarify its mandate to ensure that as it proceeds with this work, it has confidence that it is on the right track, is doing what is expected of them.
The two men accused of the murder of media personality Warwick DJ Wara's Stock are expected to appear at the Johannesburg High Court for a pre-trial hearing this morning. The alleged shooter, Amendo Pakula, and the alleged orchestrator of the killing, Victor Majola, face charges of premeditated murder and conspiracy to commit murder. Lerato Makula reports.
Warwick Stock, known as DJ Waras, was shot and killed in December 2025 outside the Zambezi building in the Joburg CBD. Stock was gunned down while carrying out work related to the building security systems on behalf of his security company, which had been contracted to provide security services at the property.
Stellenbosch University law professor Tsepo Madlingozi has called for stronger action to address the deep inequalities that continue to shape South African society. Madlingozi, who is also a commissioner of the South African Human Rights Commission, made the remarks while delivering the university's annual Nelson Mandela lecture last night. In his address, he urged South Africans to confront persistent social and economic injustices. He says more needs to be done to achieve true social justice in South Africa.
Therefore, I call for a more radical understanding of social justice. Radical social justice is not satisfied with expanding access to existing structures. It asks where those structures themselves are just. It demands the transformation of the political economy, education, land ownership, knowledge production, and the institutional culture.
And finally, the Spanish government has declared a national emergency in the Madrid region and the neighboring province of Avila as rapidly spreading wildfires continue to threaten communities. The fires have forced the evacuation of 10,000 people around the capital. The emergency declaration will mobilize extra resources to tackle the fires and centralize control of the response. France and Italy are also battling major wildfires. Recapping the top story, the High Court in Cape Town has found the Cape Organisation for the Democratic Taxi Association, the Khayelitsha Somerset West Local Taxi Association, and 23 individuals guilty of contempt of court. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musam.
The Daily Discourse on SAfm with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
It has just gone 7 minutes past 9 here on the Daily Discourse. Good morning and welcome. Lovely to be with you. Yay, it is Friday. I feel that we've been waiting for this day all week, and it's come very quickly actually, because we've had a very, very busy week in terms of the discussions we've had. Great to be with you this Friday. I'm Joanne Joseph, and the team is with you as always. Melissa and Guinea, we're producing the show, taking your calls. We've got Mark on sound. We've got Tabo behind the camera today. And remember, apart from listening to us on the radio, you can also listen live on DSTV channel 814, or you can go to our website and listen there. If you're on the move, the SABC Plus app is a very good way of listening to us. We're also video streaming our broadcast, so you can watch us from anywhere in the world on YouTube, Facebook and X. If you're joining us from overseas, good morning and welcome. And don't forget that if you haven't managed to catch the show in its entirety, our digital team loads all the podcasts onto our website, so you can catch up on our interviews on demand there. And remember, remember our contact details as well. We always start the program with an open line. Our studio line number 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. And just make sure those voice notes are clear. Sometimes I hear some of you walking while sending a voice note or driving, and that background noise is more audible than your actual voice in the voice note. Send us a short, sharp, clear voice note, please. All right, let me tell you what we are looking at in the next few minutes on the program. In fact, I'll go through what we're looking at. I'll give you an overview of the program today. Of course, the repo rate, it was announced, will remain unchanged. It's a temporary relief measure, but 7% is what we're looking at. We're going to have an interesting discussion, I hope, with the Institute for Economic Justice. And they're talking about the fact that, yes, the repo rate has been kept where it is, but what about just the general nature of the high interest rates? What do they mean for a society where people are really struggling financially right now? And then, of course, the big story of the day is Phala Phala. And without a doubt, you'll have been watching the build-up to that, and we're going to continue with that build-up this morning. The case itself is supposed to start at 10 o'clock in the Western Cape High Court, but we're going to do a build-up to that. We're going to be bringing onto the program Dr. Shadi Magano. She's a constitutional law expert at Wits University, and she's going to talk us through exactly what needs to be taken into account as the judges deliver their ruling this morning, and what we should be looking out for as the citizens of South Africa. So we're actually hoping to take that live from round about 10 o'clock when it starts. And then hopefully, I mean, depending on how that judgment pans out, this is the tentative plan for the rest of the show. We are hoping to speak to Dr. Padi Lehotla, the former statistician general. He said some really amusing things about getting a consensus of the idiots in power. Getting a census done of the idiots in power. And essentially he's pointing at poor leadership in the country. He was busy talking about at an Independent Electoral Commission seminar. He had some very pointed things to say about the Gini coefficient, the inequality that exists in our country, and about how that can actually be changed, how we change the picture, and what sort of will be required to actually to make that reach fruition. And then a little bit later on, we're talking to Section 27 about a health budget, right? It's a health budget in particular regard to women. And they've reiterated, I know it makes some of you very mad when I say that black women are the most disadvantaged in the country, but here we have yet another piece of research that says exactly that. They are saying that the health budget fails women, and in particular, it fails the climate vulnerable communities. So they're talking about climate disasters, natural disasters that we experience. These could be floods, tornadoes, all sorts of other things, droughts and things. And essentially, the people who suffer the most from a socioeconomic point of view appear to be women, and they're women in rural areas, notably. There's no surprise there, but we're going to ask them for more details about that. And of course, we'll also be speaking about the PIC. I mean, David Masondo, the chair, resigning. That is the latest resignation. Can you believe 8 non-executive directors have resigned in 10 days? What a week and a bit for the PIC. So we're going to get a bit of analysis there from Kaya Sitole. He's the director of Kariska Consulting, and he's going to essentially break that down for us, explain to us exactly what's going on there. I'm very interested in the power struggle that appears to be taking place between the finance minister Enoch Godongwana and his deputy David Masondo, and let's see how this relationship is influencing what is going on there. As I said, I'll be taking your calls. So give us a call on our studio line 086 000 2032. And of course, we are also going to look at this issue. This is an important one because some of you have called for this, and I myself thought this analysis was really important yesterday. We've been watching Andrea Johnson, the IDAC head, on the stand at the Madlanga Commission over the last few days. And frankly, I mean, I don't know if you were as irritated as I was by what was being said on the stand. I'm astonished that somebody who's been in the business of prosecution for this number of years could have conducted herself so poorly on the stand. I'm appalled at the kind of things that were said. But you know, Melissa was also mentioning this morning the extent of what was done to Dineo Mokwele was just awful. It was so horrible, and I just can't understand that a leader would simply take somebody's word for it. Just say, well, my team is dealing with it, and I trust my team, and I don't kind of poke my nose into their affairs. I don't micromanage. I mean, it's clear when there is a problem, when there's a very serious problem. As a leader, do you not step into that role where you say, if there's a very serious problem affecting the team, I need to address this at a higher level? It amazed me how she just washed her hands off that Dineo Mokwele affair, and how much the woman suffered as a consequence of what was being done to her there. So we're going to speak to Teboho Kas, the chairperson of Public Interest SA, about this call for the LPC to investigate Andrea Johnson. I think quite a number of people in the justice cluster, or the, shall we say, the NPA and IDAC and that particular area, that umbrella, I feel like a lot of investigations need to happen there, and an audit needs to be done of people's skill sets, of what they are, whether they are executing their duties or not as they should be. I think it's going to be a very important thing to actually do in that area. All right, we are taking some of your calls at this hour, and our first call is from Shoti in Limpopo. You want to talk about Madlanga. Good morning.
Good morning, JJ. How are you?
I'm so well, thank you. I'm glad it's Friday. I have to admit, it's been a very hectic week.
Yeah, very hectic. JJ, I really want to commend and applaud the work of Madlanga Commission, but I'm also want to appeal to our President Cyril Ramaphosa, because we are suffering on the ground, especially in rural areas, because of corruption in our local municipalities. The road is deeper in our local municipalities, because remember the municipalities is the spheres of government that is close to the people on the ground. But the level of corruption in our municipality is disgusting. So I want Madlanga to not only look on the allegations made by Nhlanhla Mukhwanazi, but it must also escalate to our municipalities to try to investigate the corruption there and tender irregularities, because this corruption in our municipalities deprived us of our basic service delivery. The road is deeper in our local municipalities. I just wish that Madlanga Commission must not only look only on the allegations made by Nhlanhla Mukhwanazi. If I may make an example, JJ, that if I have an evidence or serious allegations of corruption in our local municipality or department in Limpopo, I can submit it to Madlanga, so Madlanga can investigate. So I think it's going to help this country to move forward and this country to become a better country. JJ.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for that, Shoti. I think we're at that point now where, and it need not be the Madlanga Commission. You could have different evidence leaders. You could have a different, perhaps retired judge overseeing a process like that. But I feel like the work that the Madlanga Commission has done, rooting out the corruption so far, and I mean it's taken significant steps. We've seen a number of arrests. We're seeing people being held to account, and we're seeing people expose themselves on their own, on the stand there. I think we do need something like that at municipal level, but I think there are other spheres of government that also need to be examined, so that what is being done at the Madlanga Commission can be replicated in other areas of government. I think it would make a difference to our citizens' lives. And I know that it's expensive. It's never cheap to do a commission of this kind. I mean, look at what the Zondo Commission, look at the work that went into it, what came out of it, and it's very unfortunate indeed that that very little has been done with all the evidence that was gathered there, which is such a great pity. I still say it's never too late, but if you imagine even that expenditure on these commissions is actually, in the long run, I think will yield more money for the fiscus, because less will be stolen if you can root out the dishonest elements. Ngonde in Cape Town is on the line to us. Ngonde, good morning. You want to talk about the loan from the World Bank?
Yes, JJ, good morning.
Hi.
And congratulations to you for bringing Padle Hota here. Thank you very much.
Pleasure, Ngonde.
Yes. JJ, on the surface, it would appear to be a welcome move, that World Bank loan. I think 1.5 billion, if I calculate correctly with my head, I think it's 2.5 trillion rands. It's a lot of money. It shows that when you're in power, you can have all these loans coming in, but the private sector get involved. My worry is, as you know, once that 1.5 billion rands, actually $1 billion, is available, I'm seeing a wide cash hike, right? I see political connected individuals, companies whatsoever, having a lion's share of that 1.5 trillion, whatever.
Yes, 25 billion, that's what they're putting it at.
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes, my problem is the future generations are supposed to pay that money. Nothing is for free. I hope that the nuns from convents, because those people appear to be ethical, moral, even during the time of Oral Tambo. So if the nuns in convents can be called, not all of them, can be called upon to manage those funds. Joseph, good morning.
Good morning, Monday. Sometimes you come from left field. Nuns in convents, I'm not sure they have the skill set, nor would many of them be interested in managing the 25 billion that we've been given by the World Bank. But on a serious note, I wonder exactly whether this money is actually going to be used for what they say it's going to be used for. They say it's going to create hundreds of thousands of jobs. I think they're estimating around 600,000 jobs. How? How will they do that? What's the plan? I mean, presumably you had to present some kind of plan to the World Bank to qualify for the money, even if it is a broad plan. It's just not clear to me how that's going to be implemented in a way that job creation hasn't been implemented before. We've had the money to do it. We've had the policies to do it, but we haven't been able to implement that with our own money from the fiscus. And now we've gone to the World Bank to get more money to do the job that we weren't able to do with our own money. So to me, I don't know, not everything adds up here. And I'm not convinced that the money will go where it needs to go. JCK in Musina is on the line to us. JCK, good morning. You want to talk about the NPA?
Thanks, Joey. Are you well?
I'm so well, thank you.
Thanks, Joey. I would like to talk about NPA, Batoi in particular.
Yes.
That is what we call cadre deployment went wrong. So deployment of Batoi to NPA didn't yield any results, any positive results. You understand? She was like a double agent, protecting other people from accountability. Since she was there in her tenure, she never prosecuted anyone. But she was always promising us, hey, time, hey, let's wait, time. And 7 years go.
Yeah.
She was so incompetent. And she was implicating that boss of NPA in Gauteng, Mr. Chauke.
Yes.
If Mr. Chauke, he is so more qualified and can do job more than Batoi. So that place of Batoi, the person who was supposed to be there was Mr. Chauke. You understand?
Yeah.
So that's why she was not feeling comfortable and be jealous of Mr. Chauke. With Batoi, people like Batoi, they're like those people who, when they're in a class, if they write exam, they excel by what? By copying. But when it comes to job, to action, nothing. Such people who copy, they've got 80% in English, 80% in mathematics, but they were copying. When it comes to reality, Jololo, that is what happened with Batoi. Let me rest my case for now. Or do you have something to say, First Joey?
No, thank you for that, JCK. I mean, I don't think we can accuse her of copying in exams. We don't have any proof of that, right?
People are copying.
No, I know, but you can't say that without evidence, JCK. I mean, you're entitled to your opinion. I can understand why you may have that suspicion, but I just think, I mean, she's been completely ineffective for 7 years. And I must tell you, from a media point of view, we really tried very hard to get her to communicate with us, right? Because we've had lots of people in the NPA and in other government organs, who are working towards justice, who actually did communicate with us. They would do interviews with us. They would hold media briefings. They would inform the public of what was going on. Sharmila Batoy resisted that at all costs. At all costs. And then at the end, when she realized the tide was turning against her, I'm told by insiders that there was some sort of effort to court the media. And by then it was too late. No one in the media actually cared, because we had given her the opportunity to speak to us so many times, and she just refused consistently to speak to us. So now, when you are holding a public office of that kind in a country where crime rates are so high and where people are looking to the National Prosecuting Authority for some kind of hope, you'd hope you have someone in that position who can actually talk to you, communicate with you, tell you and convince you that even if their organization is extremely stretched from all sorts of points of view, resources and facilities and all that kind of thing, that they're still trying their best under the circumstances to do what they can. But she just went underground and she refused to speak to us. And by extension, she refused to speak to the public, right? Because we offered her that forum so the public could find out what was going on. And maybe it's because people had things to hide that they did not want to come out into the public domain. Benny in Richards Bay is on the line to us. Morning, Benny. You want to talk about the impeachment hearing happening in the impeachment court ruling that's happening later today.
Yes, morning and morning to listeners. Yeah, okay. My input is this is what I want to say. If a president is crying foul that, okay, his integrity, first and foremost, you should have thought about this before doing anything, Before you act, you must think first that, okay, if I do this, what will be the end product? If we say we're going to run our country based on sympathy, especially for the people who are not in a wrongdoing, who think we are not doing things properly, what kind of a country it be? The law, it should be equal for each and every person, regardless of the position what you are. And if it says that to protect his integrity, how do you know how will the outcome be? In other words, that is a premature judgment. It means he's judging himself that to see himself as in a wrong side of the law, so that, okay, when these things finding come will not be in favor of him. I think, he must be accountable, regardless of his position, so that we should be able to run a country that has integrity. To protect your integrity, it should start within yourself.
Yes,
and then how you conduct yourself, how you do things a proper way. You cannot come and say, no, we wait for you to do wrong and then you come. No, those are the things that, because you need to lead by the example. What
Absolutely.
about just ordinary people that are there? Yeah.
Spot
on. So that's my input that I have.
Lovely, Benny. Thank you so much for that. Sure. I'll listen to some of your voice notes now. But one of you saying Cyril Ramaphosa has something to hide.
Good morning, Joanne. Vincent Risumati here in Midrand. Joanne, I am convinced that the president has something to hide, because he wouldn't go to such lengths as to preventing the work of Parliament from impeaching him if he had nothing to hide. Because impeachment will be like an open court where you ventilate all your issues in the open and everybody will be listening, and then there will be a balanced judgment at the end. But the efforts that he's taking to prevent Parliament from doing its work, you can see that no. There's something fishy here. There's no smoke without fire. Thank you, Joanne. Vincent here.
Good morning, Joanne. I don't know if I heard you correctly. Did you say 8 directors resigning in 10 days? If so, I smell a rat. Andre from Cape Town.
Yeah, it's quite a number. What a week and a half it's been at the PIC. But we'll bring you all the analysis on that, Andre. Saki in Randfontein is on the line to us. Saki, good morning. You want to talk about Madlanga as well?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Can you hear me? Please?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Go for it.
Okay. Joanne, ma'am, I want to just maybe bring commissions all together in Madlanga, Zondo, and all of that, all right? But also I want to bring a spotlight to the media. The media is, my view, is failing us in terms of following up or maybe putting things on the spotlight. What triggered my call today is the call yesterday from one of the listeners who mentioned that when the phone is stolen, it's taken to the foreigners and then it gets changed ownership. Ma'am, that is true. That is so true and prevalent. There was even a story some years back whereby an iPhone was stolen and it was found in Pakistan by tracing the iPhone with
Saki,
the technology.
sorry, I must just stop you there. You told my producers you wanted to speak about Madlanga. Are you on the line just to speak about Madlanga or not?
Yes, ma'am.
And the reason I'm asking this is because people have been doing this. They are manipulating our producers into believing they're going to talk about one thing. They come on and they speak about another thing. So are you going to speak to us about Madlanga or not?
I am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
About
Madlanga. So please go ahead and speak about Madlanga if that's what you called in to speak about.
But it's about the corruption that is happening, ma'am. That's why I approach it like that. But I apologize for that. But the point that I was going to is that the corruption that is so pandemic that is happening is that from an IDEC point of view, whereby it is a corruption body that is supposed to protect us, and it's not necessarily leading towards that. And hence we are seeing we are seeing now. Now, the point that I'm trying to get to is that the lack of spotlight that gets shown onto those things, because these bodies like IDEC, it's meant to become a serious corruption fighting body in our agencies. Mm-hmm. There was a case in the Zondo Commission whereby Bosasa Bosasa installed cameras and security features in one of our ministers. Mm-hmm. Ma'am, that is serious corruption in my view, because when that gentleman detailed that they went to Tala and installed those security features, no one knows that place. I know, I've been there. He cannot detail that if he was not taken there. So what I'm trying to bring to you, ma'am, that whatever is being told in Madlanga is really, really true. It's what is happening in terms of the corruption. So I am hugely supportive of Madlanga to have a body, well, once the commission is closed, a body that will really investigate our departments, to your education, to your traffic department, like across the municipalities, because the corruption is so pandemic. The lady in Vanderbilt Park was shot because of such, and it's happening daily, ma'am.
Yeah,
so,
I think
I started off in that sense, yeah. But I just wanted to show you that even that phone, it was taken through corruption as well. That's how I wanted to phrase it. But okay. My apologies.
No, not a problem. Okay, thank you very much for that, Saki, and I do agree with you. I think this type of commission needs to be extended across the board to many other government departments. All right, 9:31 on the Daily Discourse. Let's catch up with Anne Musa for your latest headlines.
Good morning. Thanks, Joanne. In the headlines, proceedings at the Madlanga Commission will resume at 2 o'clock this afternoon with a postponement application of the Northwest businessman Suleiman Karim. Karim, who was expected to return to the Commission after his testimony in April, has been unable to do so due to ill health after suffering a heart attack. The High Court in Cape Town has found the Cape Organisation for the Democratic Taxi Association, the Kailicha Somerset West Local Taxi Association, and 23 individuals guilty of contempt of court. And the Cuban Foreign Minister has condemned new U.S. sanctions targeting Cuba's international medical missions, saying the move was an attack on the right to health care of hundreds of thousands of people around the world. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
9:32 on the Daily Discourse. One of you commenting on the president exercising his rights in court.
Jambo Africa! JJ, good morning to you. Good morning to your team. Great show always. I like your motivation. It's Uncle JJ, the truck driver, Boda Botswana. What's on my take this morning? JJ, help me here. isn't it that Ramaphosa is exercising his rights? Because we have ex-president Jacob Zuma. He's even refusing to pay his legal fees. So I don't know if I compare, isn't that he's exercising his rights? Can someone help me? Danko.
JJ, always full of the joys of spring, even when it's winter. Thank you very much for that. You're quite right. The president is exercising his rights indeed. Let's listen to one more on the World Bank.
Good morning, JJ, and all the SAFM listeners out there. JJ, the acquisition of the billions of dollars from the World Bank by the SA government is just one classical example of what we always talk about, diversion. The government completely diverted our attention to foreign nationals, Mabahambe, March to March, and all of those things. Yet at the background, they were busy working out on this, something that you and I and our children will be held accountable for the longest of time. It's Noah here in Cape Town.
Thanks very much for that, Noah. I'm not sure the government was involved in getting March and March going. I think March and March started as a civil movement, right? And it's worked its way up. And I do think it is connected to particular political groups now. But I don't think that was the idea at the beginning. But I think government, you're quite right, may have taken the gap and said, let's get busy with some other stuff while they're busy watching this. Let's take a call from Neil in the Eastern Cape on IDAC. Morning, Neil.
Morning, Joanne. How are you?
I'm really well, thanks, Neil.
Good. Joanne, two things. The president, I just wanted to say that I think he is exercising his right, but at the same time, as the president of the country, if you know, the person that bought those bulls was a Sudan businessman, and the Reserve Bank said because the sale has not been finalized, they could not act further, and the sale is still not finalized, so really there's something fishy there. However, on IDAC, if you look at Andrea Johnson's behavior, and the lies, she's clearly been exposed for lies, not just to the IDAC and not just to the Madlanga, but to Parliament. She admitted by her own saying, I did not really take it serious yesterday. And she said, I didn't really give them a full story. And so there's enough evidence to charge her for perjury, but that same behavior of hers permeates through IDAC. If you listen to what they said about Perumal, and also, Pariachi and Belochan. But I think the important problem is, I think the bottom line is that we cannot run away from it. There was a clear agenda from Johnson with the collusion of her husband. I suspect that the husband fed a lot of information to her regarding Kumalo.
Yeah.
And that is the big thing, and obviously the issue around Feroz Khan. So there's a lot of evidence that you could really, deal with, Andrea. But it permeates through the organization. That's all I want to say today.
It seems so, Neil. Thank you very much for that
Thanks,
call.
Jen.
Thank you so much. All right, we'll take a short break now. When we come back, we're going to be talking about what's going on at the PIC.
Some voices fill a room. Others echo across generations.
So I was one of quite a large group of, of police officers, men and women, black and white, who were assigned to protect Madiba, and that's what we did. And I think one of the members of that unit loved him and would have done anything for him, and we took our job and our responsibility very seriously.
Through the voices, moments, and conversations that help shape our democracy, reflect, remember, and continue the conversation. Only on SAfm.
The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
9:37 on the Daily Discourse, and all is not well at the Public Investment Corporation. Deputy Finance Minister David Masondo, chair of the PIC, has just quit. 8 non-executive directors have reportedly quit in 10 days. This follows the exodus of the CEO just some time ago. Or the exit, I should say. Let's get some analysis from Kaya Sitole. He is Director of Cariska Consulting. Good morning to you, Mr. Sitole. Thank you so much for your time on the Daily Discourse. What is going on at the PIC?
Good morning, and good morning to the listeners. I think the simple answer is that the PIC has got a leadership and a governance crisis that is perhaps the biggest it has had since the party commission the party commission and its recommendations, and it's simply reflective of the fact that despite those recommendations having been implemented in some parts, and despite a new board having been put in, there are still far too many structural issues in the governance architecture of the PIC that lead to it being vaulted back into a crisis of this nature.
I mean, I'm really interested to know how useful the board has been in trying to solve the existing problems at the PIC and carrying out the Party Commission's recommendations. Do you believe that they were a board that actually did its work in the most honest way possible, as David Masondo claims?
Well, I think the first problem that we have to deal with is what exactly were the essence, the most essential aspect of the party recommendations. And there were two parts in particular. There was one in relation to the operational architecture. In other words, the split between the chief executive and the chief investment officer role. That was an important recommendation that was indeed carried out. On the governance side, the party commission took exception to the simple question of how the board is constituted. So essentially, what the PIC board is really made up of individuals that are deployed as representatives of key stakeholders like National Treasury and the Government Employees Pension Fund and the unions whose money the PIC manages. So already you're starting off with the canvas of limited, reach, in the sense that you do not have an open process that says who are the best skills available in the market to manage an entity of this scale and size. You really end up limiting yourself firstly to the question of, well, the chairperson must be whoever has been appointed as a deputy minister of finance or a deputy minister in the economic cluster, for example. So you're starting off with a limited canvas, which means that you could have the best minds available simply not being part of the governance structures. That is paralyzing in the sense that even if the board itself looked around and said, we probably are missing some core skills, if there isn't any capacity left in the board, in other words, none of these other institutions say, fine, we'll withdraw that candidate in order to put that skill, then you do have a particular limitation. So those things collectively do not help when an institution is in crisis and you look around and it turns out that maybe none of the existing board members know how to really navigate through a crisis of this nature, and that's where we find ourselves now.
I mean, it's interesting that David Masondo says they began this important work, but there's a lot of unfinished business as he leaves. What unfinished business is he talking about?
I think part of the problem that emerged is that they did indeed initiate a split of the roles between the chief investment officer and the chief executive officer. Well, actually, it actually even predated their time. What then happened is that the CEO, who's on suspension now, has then decided that actually that chief investment officer role is far too complicated for one person to hold. So there was a process of then splitting it into three. And that seems to have been part of the origins of the divergences across the board. So, of course, the question of whether that is the right model or whether that is not the right model is one of the issues that remains unresolved at the PIC. A secondary issue is simply the quality of the investment decision or the investment decisions that the PIC takes, particularly in the unlisted investment space. And the important distinction there is that if it's a listed investment, it's quite easy for you and I to say, wait, hold on, the price of that investment is 10 Rand, why is the PIC paying 20 Rand? So you could easily ask them a question and then have to defend it. In the unlisted investment space, there are many judgment calls that only people within the PIC or their advisors can make. And of course, when those investment decisions turn out to be wrong, in the sense that the investments underperform, the questions then get asked. How robust were the processes? Can the processes be improved? And how do you future-proof investment decisions from such catastrophic fallouts? So that's clearly a process that the PIC has not perfected, and that would be one of the things that the Deputy Minister refers to as one of those pending issues that the PIC must resolve.
You know, we're being told by experts that the unlisted investments only account for a small proportion of what the PIC has actually invested, and the vast majority of investments are with listed companies, and those are actually performing quite well on the whole. I mean, should we be giving them a free pass by saying we're not going to look in detail at what is happening in terms of their investments with unlisted entities?
No, you cannot. And firstly, there is indeed an implicit irony in that it may well turn out that we say it's a small fraction of the bigger picture simply because whatever's been invested there is underperforming. So obviously when somebody says it's a small fraction, they're taking a snapshot at any point in time and saying, well, compared to the listed investments, the unlisted investments, their value is much smaller. Then the question is, well, are they small because you've invested a fraction, or are they small because you've invested in underperforming companies? So that's the first point of deliberation that one needs to have. But also, quite importantly, what tends to happen with those investments in the unlisted space is that the PIC is allowed to consider more than just the question of economic returns. So what that means is that the PIC may take a view that, look, that listed investment is going to give us a return of, let's say, 10%. An equal listed investment could give us a 12% stake, but we do think that there is an important need for us to invest in that 10% investment, either because, for example, it facilitates the building of social housing or student accommodation, so they can make that judgment call to say, look, we could have got 12% on another investment, but this one does actually enable us to get an economic return. 10% is still a good number, but also enable us to advance the social policy objectives of the country. So those are the judgment calls that you do want the PICs to still be able to make, but obviously they have to be backed by very good decision-making that they can defend when questions get asked.
I want to, for a moment, draw attention to these tensions that are being spoken about between Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana and his deputy. What does that originate from? And has, as some people have implied, has Enoch Godongwana tried to throw his weight around too much in the instance of the PIC?
So the problem is the architecture, the governance architecture of the PIC, which is too complex in the sense that every other institution, you could have a linear explanation of where the lines of authority start and where they end. You will have a shareholder, you'll have a board, and then you'll have an executive team. In the case of the PIC, you actually have 4 centers of authority. You've got the CEO, who is supposed to run the operations, and then that CEO would then say, this is the chief investment officer that I think will be able to help me execute on this mandate. Except, of course, he doesn't have the intellectual ability to make that appointment. He then has to get the concurrence of the GEPF in particular, which is the biggest and the primary client of the PIC. So you can imagine what happens if the CEO says, this is the person that I think is the best person to do this job, and the GPF doesn't think so. So you already have a problem there. And then there's obviously the question of, well, does the board understand where the lines of authority exist between it and the executive team and the shareholder minister? And in instances where there is a divergence or a difference of opinion across those 3, what are the mechanisms of breaking that deadlock? And the PIC quite simply does not seem to know where those lines ought to start and where they end. So you end up with these constant accusations that these ones overstepped their line, or these ones did not get my permission or my concurrence to take a particular decision, which is collectively quite paralyzing.
What happens now that the board is no longer quorate, Mr. Sithole?
Well, I think the honest answer is that there simply isn't any board at this point in time, because you have to remember that for the PIC, the numbers or the numbers of board members are indeed prescribed. You have to have 3 executive directors and you have to have 10 non-executive directors. And at this stage, of the 3 executive directors that ought to be there, the chief executive officer has been suspended. There is no chief investment officer, and you only have the chief financial officer who is now acting as a CEO. So already there you have 1 out of 3 in relation to the executives. When it comes to the non-executives, you've seen the exodus over the past couple of weeks, and we now don't even have a chair. I don't think anyone's going to pretend that there's a board that exists anymore. You simply have a couple of people who only have not submitted their resignations because they're either waiting for their own constituencies to give them permission to do so, or they're hoping that the ministers' meeting next week is going to give them some direction.
Thank you so much for your insight into that. Much appreciated. Kaya Sithole, the director of Karuska Consulting. We'll take a short break now.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. SAfm.
Cape Verde, West Africa. An island nation in the Atlantic Ocean, located off the western coast of Africa near Senegal and Mauritania. A country shaped by the sea, volcanic islands, ocean winds, and a culture carried through music. Portuguese is the official language. Cape Verdean Creole gives rhythm to everyday life.
More than likely, Tsetse, that you're being described up and down the country at the moment as a communist.
There is no truth in that as far as I'm concerned. It is just that in South Africa, if you're not doing what the government expects you to do, then you are a communist, of course.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAfm.
Right, we are heading towards 10 minutes to 10 on the Daily Discourse, and President Cyril Ramaphosa is going to find out this morning if the Western Cape High Court will grant his interdict to pause the work of Parliament's impeachment committee looking into the Phala forex theft. Committee Chair Makashule Ghana, the MK Party, the EFF and the ATM are opposing his application. Wits University constitutional law academic Dr. Shadi Makanu is on the line to prep us for what is going to unfold in the next few minutes. Dr. Makanu, good morning and thank you for your time on the Daily Discourse. There are so many legs to this legal action, but just to be clear, this is specifically about the President wanting to halt the impeachment committee's work for now. Is that correct?
Morning, Joanne, and yes, that is correct. And I think what we can take from today, I think this judgment is mostly about constitutional timing and not necessarily constitutional accountability. Why do I say that? No one is disputing that Parliament has the power to conduct that impeachment inquiry, but the question now is whether that power should be exercised now while the President is trying to challenge that Section 89 panel report, or whether the interests of justice require Parliament to wait. So whatever outcome the judgment will shape, that judgment will shape not only the next chapter of the Phala matter, but also the constitutional relationship between Parliament and the judiciary. So that's very important today.
You know, what I think is interesting is something that the advocate Anton Katz put forward in court last week. He said the horse is bolted, right? You can't. The impeachment inquiry, in a manner of speaking, in Parliament is already underway. They've chosen their committee members. They're looking at the terms of reference. They're already refining those, looking at a possible evidence leader. You can't stop this process once it is already underway. Is that true?
Exactly. So if you look at what was going on this week, they were trying to conduct a list of evidence leaders. They couldn't decide on that because there were issues of challenges that some of the evidence leaders that were on the list may be biased. Because remember, one of the reasons why the President is asking or has applied for an interdict is because he's worried that he will suffer irreparable harm. So in order for Parliament to ensure that there is some form of doubt in that whole process, they have started looking for evidence leaders. They've started working on their terms of reference because constitutionally speaking, they are well within their rights. There's no interdict. So until the High Court decides on whether to grant that interdict or not, Parliament has continued with its work.
I don't really see the point of the President bringing this interdict at this time when things are only going to kick off his review, I should say, in the courts only kicks off in the first week of September. I mean, could irreparable harm really be done by the impeachment committee in a period of 2 months?
I'm not quite sure what the irreparable harm would be, because if you look at the justification that comes from the President is that if he's subjected to leading or providing evidence in an impeachment inquiry, he could be subjected to answering certain questions that I don't know what the questions would be, but basically his argument was that his reputation would also be harmed in that sense. So I'm not sure whether he was able to convince the court, because one of the requirements from the outer test is that issue of a balance of convenience. So the court has to decide which one is basically more important. Is it more important to protect the rights of the President, which is his reputation, as he said when he said he will suffer irreparable harm, or is it the interest of Parliament in holding the executive accountable? So it doesn't necessarily only speak to the interest of the parties involved in this litigation. It also speaks to the issue of separation of powers, because the court must balance the rights of an individual who is asking for Parliament to put a pause on its constitutional duty to hold the executive accountable, and then the court must also decide whether it's justified in terms of that balance of convenience. So I think it's going to be quite a challenge. I don't know if the president has convinced the court that this is an exceptional circumstance and Parliament needs to pause its work, or whether we are going to see Parliament having to continue with its work after the judgment today.
So apart from this irreparable harm argument, what else has the president's lawyer put forward as an argument in favor of halting this impeachment committee's work?
So when we look at an application for an interdict, I think we heard Setlogelo being mentioned and then later Outer being mentioned. So it's those four requirements. Whether he was able to convince the court that he has a prima facie right to appear before the High Court to apply for that interdict, and also that he doesn't have any other alternative remedy. That is why he's applying for that interdict. So whether he was able to convince the court or not, I'm not quite sure, because I think for the most part, his legal team, I don't want to say they dwelled on it, but they relied mostly on that irreparable harm requirement. But the test from Outer and Setlogelo has four requirements. So whether they were able to convince the court, I'm not quite sure. We will have to wait. But it also, in the same instance, from those four requirements, Outer also said the court should be very wary, or they should be slow to interdict or pause the work of another branch of government, because it speaks to the issue of the separation of powers. So courts are going to have to face a bigger question as to whether it is justified or whether this is an exceptional circumstance where the work of Parliament needs to be paused. Because remember, in as much as this process was triggered by the Constitutional Court order, it's still a constitutional power that is conferred on Parliament. So the courts would have to basically justify why the work of Parliament needs to be paused. Whether the president was able to convince the court, I don't know. I think we have to wait.
How strongly did the opposition parties and the impeachment committee chair counter this?
Sorry, Joanne?
How strongly did the opposition parties and the impeachment committee chair counter this in terms of their arguments, Dr. Magano?
I think what we should find interesting in the closing argument of the opposition or the chair of that impeachment committee was when they used Section 89. Remember, the president's legal team said Section 89 protects the president. And then the respondents came back and said Section 89 does not only protect the president, it also protects the people. So it's an accountability mechanism that allows Parliament to hold a president who may have violated the president to account. So that argument, I think, was very important, and I think it may have put the opposition or the respondents in a better position when justifying why the president should not be given that interdict. So I think it's going to be quite interesting to hear how the court reasons or justifies why it makes the decision that it makes today. But also then I think what we need to consider is the fact that either one of them could basically appeal. So the general rule is that an interim interdict is not appealable. But because of the constitutional stakes that are in this matter, we may see another appeal depending on whoever is successful with this application.
Oh, that's interesting, and that's really important to note. So this could be dragged out for some time. Several other parties that we've just spoken about have opposed the court application. Should we read anything into the fact that the parliamentary speaker, Togodidiza, decided not to?
I think when we think about what the speaker has decided to do, legally speaking, she was entitled. That filing of the affidavit with the notice to abide is one of her options, legally speaking, and she did nothing wrong in that sense. She had the option to abide by the court order, whatever the court order is. But from an accountability perspective, remember, in terms of the rules of Parliament, committees act through the speaker because the speaker is the head of Parliament. So what we were supposed to see was the speaker opposing this interdict, not the chair of the committee opposing. So from an accountability perspective, it I don't know, it creates some form of doubt as to whether Parliament is also now relying on the courts again to tell it what to do, as we saw in EFF 1, 2, and now currently EFF 3, where the courts have basically repeatedly said Parliament has failed to hold the executive accountable and then refer the matter back to Parliament. So in this instance, it's kind of looking like the speaker is waiting for the courts to tell her this is what you must do, and then she will abide because she filed a notice to abide. From a legal perspective, she did nothing wrong. She was well within her legal rights. From an accountability perspective, it seems as though Parliament is basically waiting for the courts to tell it what to do when it comes to holding the executive accountable.
I mean, it's an interesting. It sets up an interesting dynamic because many people watching all of this are conscious that you've got a Speaker of Parliament who is a very powerful ANC member. All the people of whom the impeachment committee comprises are actually political party members, and of course this might at the very tail end still go down to a vote amongst parties in Parliament as to whether the president ought to stay or ought to go. One wants to look at this entirely as a legal matter, but as a legal mind, are you conscious of the political elements that are brought to bear in a case like this?
And I think that's the one of the issues or one of the challenges that you have when it comes to a democracy, right? I think what I normally say is we are still far from the actual impeachment. The impeachment committee is only going to inquire. It's going to investigate. Then it's going to draft a report. The report goes to the National Assembly. The National Assembly is going to debate. Once the debate is done, then they will vote on whether to continue the impeachment or not. And because it requires a two-thirds majority, looking at the dynamics of Parliament right now, I'm not sure if we will get the two-thirds majority. Whether the president is going to be impeached or not, we're still far from that. And I think it's because of the nature of our constitution. We are a democracy, yes. We voted specific political parties to represent us in Parliament. And unfortunately, we have to wait for them to act in our best interest. And I think that's I don't know whether to call it the downside of democracy because we can't decide. We have to wait for our representatives to decide on our behalf.
Yeah.
But yes, because of that, we are so far from that impeachment itself. And we may never see that impeachment because we need a two-thirds majority.
Very interesting indeed. Thank you so much for throwing forward to this important court matter that is going to start round about 10 o'clock in the courts, in fact, as we speak. Dr. Shari Magano, the constitutional law expert at WITS, painting the picture for us of what's at stake there. And we're going to watch this court action. We're going to try and take as much of it live for you as possible. Following that, once we have a ruling, we're going to hopefully bring Dr. Magano back for a bit of analysis on that. Right now it is 10 o'clock. Let's cross to Anne Musa for your latest news bulletin.
In our top stories, Madlanga Commission to hear Karim's postponement application and Cape Taxi Associations found guilty of contempt. Good morning. Proceedings at the Madlanga Commission will resume at 2 o'clock this afternoon with a postponement application of Northwest businessman Suleiman Karim. Karim, who was expected to return to the Commission after his testimony in April, has been unable to do so due to ill health after suffering a heart attack. He has been implicated in the Medicare 24 Tshwane District Police Service multi-million rand tender. Sibahle Mota reports.
Suleiman Karim's application for a postponement will be heard in an open session at the Bridget Mabandla Justice College this afternoon. The Commission has ruled that during the hearing, Karim's legal team and the evidence leaders may not disclose his medical condition, the nature of the treatment he is receiving, or the identity and field of practice of the healthcare professionals treating him. They are also prohibited from revealing the residential or business addresses of Karim's family members.
The High Court in Cape Town has found the Cape Organisation for the Democratic Taxi Association, the Khayelitsha Somerset West Local Taxi Association, and 23 individuals guilty of contempt of court. The ruling stems from an interim court order issued last year. It prohibited the taxi associations and their members from interfering with public transport services. Western Cape Minister of Mobility Isaac Seleku has welcomed the court's ruling.
We welcome this court ruling. It sends a clear message that violence, intimidation, and lawlessness will not be tolerated in our public transport system. We are a government that cares about commuters, and their safety will always come first. they deserve to travel safely, and operators should be able to work without fear.
Civil society group WaterCan has expressed concern over the private sector's involvement in the National Water Plan unveiled by President Cyril Ramaphosa yesterday. In a statement, the presidency stated the plan offered short, medium and long-term interventions to address the water crisis. This includes initiatives for increasing infrastructure investment, such as private sector investment, among others. Executive Director of WaterCan, Dr. Farrell Adam, says the constitutional right to water must not be forgotten despite private sector involvement.
The bottom line is, if you're having private sector involved, they should not replace the state's responsibility to ensure equitable supply of water. And that is the one thing we're saying must be there. The second thing is we have to have transparency. We have to know how the tender is being issued, the decisions being made, the companies that are decided, and that needs to be made public. Because it's when things are public that we can effect change and we can guard against the corruption that has been there for so long.
The UN Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed has welcomed a decision by ECOWAS to refer issues around undocumented migration in South Africa to the African Union Assembly of Heads of State and Government. Speaking exclusively to SABC News, Mohammed called the developments around migration on the continent and in South Africa in particular as emotional and painful.
This is very emotional. It's full of a lot of pain. It is, to many, forgetting that as brothers and sisters, we leaned in to the fight against apartheid. So people thought of the solidarity and you know, is this the dividend for that investment? And I think perhaps a lack of recognition that there's a lot of pain and emotion in this, and you've got to deal with that you can get to the table and you can begin to find a permanent solution to migration, to xenophobia, whatever we want to call it. It has to come to an end. We cannot treat each other that way in Africa, in the way that we have always projected Ubuntu, in the way that we have always projected that we are our brothers or our sisters' keeper.
And finally, the Cuban Foreign Minister Bruno Rodriguez has condemned new U.S. sanctions targeting Cuba's international medical missions. He says the move was an attack on the right to health care of hundreds of thousands of people around the world. The BBC's James Reid has the details.
For decades, Cuba has sent doctors and other health workers to poor countries, mostly in Latin America and Africa. The medical missions have eased the island's diplomatic isolation and brought in much-needed funds. But Washington argues that the programme amounts to forced labour. It says doctors are manipulated or compelled to join, and most of their wages are taken by the communist government. Human rights groups have made the same criticisms. Cuba insists the programme is motivated by humanitarian solidarity. The sanctions are the latest move in a US pressure campaign aimed at forcing political change.
Recapping the top story, proceedings at the Matlanga Commission will resume at 2 o'clock this afternoon with a postponement application of Northwest businessman Suleiman Karim. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Leading up to our 75th birthday in August, VW is giving you the chance to drive away in a new Polo Vivo. If you buy any new Volkswagen vehicle this month, you will automatically be entered into the competition, and South Africa's best-selling hatch could be yours. One car, one winner, one unforgettable moment. Will it be you? It's our birthday, but you get all the gifts. Visit your nearest dealer today. T's and C's apply.
Going live to the Western Cape High Court, where the President's judgment is now being handed down.
For the reasons set out in that judgment, it proposes that an interdict of a limited duration be granted. The third judgment concurs with the second judgment. The second judgment is the majority judgment. In the result, the following order is made. 1. Pending the determination by this court of the applicant's review under case number 2026, /119192, the first and second respondents are interdicted from proceeding with the public impeachment hearings in terms of Rule 129 capital M of the National Assembly Rules. 2, the cost of the application shall stand over for determination by the court which hears the review. The judgment will be made available on case lines and SAfmRadio shortly after we adjourn this court. That is our judgment, and we will then adjourn. The court adjourns.
Possibly one of the shortest judgments I've ever seen take place in a matter of this magnitude. But there we have it. The work of the impeachment committee in Parliament has been put on hold for now. And essentially the president has had his way in this regard. We've got Dr. Shadi Makhano on the line to us. She is the constitutional law expert we were speaking to just a moment ago as she threw forward to this. And Dr. Makhano, a very sharp judgment on the part of the Western Cape High Court.
They rule in favour of Parliament.
Dr. Makhano, are you with us at this hour?
How are you?
Yes, I'm here, and I'm with you. So, Dr. Makhano, a very short judgment there, very concise indeed. Tell us what you think about what has just happened in the Western Cape High Court.
Sorry, Joanne, I was watching and then I got a call, so I didn't quite get whether the judge ruled in favor of Parliament or whether they ruled in favor of the president. Can you please just clarify that for me?
So essentially, we understand that in the work of, in the words of the judge, the work of the impeachment committee has been impeded for now, and it looks as though this is going to go on hold.
So what it basically means is if the court ruled in favor of the president, then it basically means that the work of Parliament is now put to a pause, which would then mean the president was able to prove that this is one of those exceptional circumstances in terms of the outer judgment. So I don't know what's going to happen, but I think we may see an appeal in terms of that Section 18 of the Superior Courts Act.
So can you explain to us how that appeal would take place?
So in terms of the appeal, remember earlier I just said interim interdicts are normally not appealable because this is an interim interdict. It's only going to last until I think the end of September when the High Court rules on the review of that Section 89 panel report. So once that review process is done, then that interdict will fall away. However, because of the constitutional prescripts that come with this judgment, what we may see is the respondents basically appealing that interdict in terms of Section 18 of the Superior Courts Act. So because the judgment is an interim interdict, it may affect whether Parliament should continue or whether it shouldn't continue, depending on what the court says. So we are probably going to see an appeal in terms of that Section 18. So while we wait for whether the respondents are going to appeal or not, the work of Parliament will be paused, unfortunately.
All right. I'm just interested to know what form the appeal would take. I mean, are we going to see this continue in court today potentially, where if the respondents have decided those opposing it, the four entities opposing it, that is the MK Party, the chair of the impeachment committee, the ATM, for example, those parties that have brought this action in the first or have responded to the president's action in the first place. Are we likely to see them appeal that today or ask for permission to appeal that today? Because, of course, an appeal is not guaranteed in any case, is it? One has to actually ask for permission to appeal.
Exactly. So I think because of the urgency, or they may argue that this is an urgent matter, and they probably preempted this decision before the judgment was made this morning. So what would probably happen is if they came prepared that in case that this judgment doesn't rule in their favor, then they come prepared with their papers to file that immediate application on an urgent basis. So if they have their papers ready, chances are they are going to file that application immediately, which would then mean I'm not quite sure what it means, but what I know is what this basically means is Parliament cannot continue with its work because of this interdict order. But that appeal would also mean that in terms of Section 18, depending on what the High Court says, Parliament cannot do anything at this point except that appeal. So depending on whether they have their papers ready or not, they may do it today or they may do it on Monday.
All right. I want to, for the benefit of our listeners who missed it, because literally, if you blinked, you would have missed it. It was a very, very quick judgment indeed. So I want to play that again for the benefit of our listeners.
Argued before us last week over a period of 2 days, and we reserved a judgment until today. This court has carefully considered the weighty arguments advanced by the parties in the limited time available given the urgency of the matter. There are 3 judgments. The first judgment concludes, for reasons set out therein, that the President has not made out a case for an interim interdict. It proposes that the application be dismissed. The second judgment concludes that the President has made out a case for an interim interdict for the reasons set out in that judgment. It proposes that an interdict of limited duration be granted. The third judgment concurs with the second judgment. The second judgment is the majority judgment. In the result, the following order is made. 1. Pending the determination by this court of the applicant's review under case number 2026/119192, the first and second respondents are interdicted from proceeding with the public impeachment hearings in terms of Rule 129 M of the National Assembly Rules. 2. The cost of the application shall stand over for determination by the court which hears the review. The judgment will be made available on case lines and SAfmRadio shortly after we adjourn this court. That is our judgment, and we will then adjourn.
All right, so that was what happened. If you missed it a little bit earlier on, that happened round about just after 10 o'clock, actually, that judgment handed down in the Western Cape High Court. And if you've just tuned in, what we are looking at is the outcome of that court judgment. First of all, President Cyril Ramaphosa going to court, saying he wanted to temporarily halt the work of the impeachment committee that has been formed in Parliament and is getting going with that process. And of course, he had 4 respondents or 4 opposing parties saying, no, we actually do want to proceed with this because it is really important that we do this. The Speaker of Parliament declined to oppose the application, but it looks as though the opposing parties have lost that first leg in court today because we understand that the Western Cape High Court has come out to say that the work of the impeachment committee is going to be impeded. We've got with us at this hour Dr. Shadi Makhano. She's a constitutional law expert at Wits University, and I think Dr. Makhano, now having heard that judgment in its entirety, I think it would be clearer exactly how this is proceeding. But firstly, I think we must take note of the fact that it wasn't an unanimous judgment. We had 2 out of 3 judges deciding that the president's lawyer had actually made a strong enough case for the work of the committee to be halted for now.
Exactly. So, and that comes from that outer decision, right? Because apart from the 4 requirements that the president had to prove, they had to also determine, or they had to decide whether to put a pause on the exercise of public power that comes from another branch of government. So what the court has basically said with the 2 out of 3 decision is basically that the president has put a case before it to convince them that this is one of those exceptional circumstances where one of the branches of government work must be paused in order for that review process to go through. So I think the real challenge here may not end with this court decision or with the judgment, right? So if leave to appeal is sought by the respondents, which is probably something that we should expect to see, there may be further litigation about the appeal itself. And if necessary, applications concerning the practical effect of the order again. So today may have resolved an immediate question as to whether Parliament should continue with its work or not, but not necessarily the entire procedural dispute. This is going to question, or it's going to put questions when it comes to the separation of powers. We are going to see a lot of questions from probably political parties basically opposing this decision, because remember, ATM and EFF are one of those parties that were basically at the forefront of that interdict, opposing that interdict. So what this basically speaks to, apart from just answering that immediate question whether the president has convinced the court or not, it speaks to the issue of accountability, and it also speaks to the relationship between the court and Parliament. Because remember, the courts have consistently maintained in certain instances that the Parliament has failed to hold the executive accountable. And now in this instance, when Parliament is trying to hold the executive accountable, it's saying, let's put a pause while we look at the review of the foundation of the reason why you are holding the president accountable. From a legal perspective, I think it's fair, because if you look at the reason why the impeachment committee was formed, it's based on that Section 89 panel report. So if the Section 89 panel report is being reviewed, I think perhaps it would be better to allow the High Court to decide on the merits of that report, and then decide on whether, then Parliament would then decide on whether to continue with the impeachment process or not, because the foundation of that impeachment process is basically under review.
So I'm interested in this word impeded as well, because I mean clearly we understand that to mean halted. We understand that the work of the impeachment committee in Parliament has been temporarily stopped. It doesn't give much detail, the ruling itself, on until when. Are we to assume that the impeachment committee's work will stop until the president's review into the actual Section 89 report begins in the first week of September?
Exactly. So what this basically means, or what this interdict means, is that, remember, it's a temporary interdict. So the president only asked for the work of Parliament to be paused until the High Court makes a decision on that Section 89 panel report. So once the court makes its decision on the review process, then the interdict will fall away, which means Parliament can then resume its work. So depending on how long it takes, I think we were given until the end of September or mid-September. So that is when the interdict will fall away. So once the interdict falls away, then Parliament can continue with its work. So remember, Parliament had to give a list of the evidence leaders, or the members of that impeachment committee had to give a list of evidence leaders by, I think, 6 p.m. today.
Yes,
correct. So that won't happen because of the interdict order. Because what the order basically says is that you cannot continue with your work until that review process is done. So until the review process is done, Parliament can no longer do anything when it comes to the impeachment process.
So let me ask you this question. I mean, from a practical point of view, if the next leg of Cyril Ramaphosa's litigation begins in the first week of September, I think it's set down for between the 2nd and 4th of September, if I remember correctly. Does the impeachment committee's work begin immediately again once that review gets going?
Exactly. So once that timeline comes, it means all bets are off. Parliament can now start with its review process, because remember, it's an interim interdict. It's not permanent. It's not final. So as soon as the time comes, then Parliament will start its work. So I don't know if whether Parliament is going to wait it out or whether they're going to continue with the appeal for this interdict. It's going to be quite interesting, because I think we are now in July. It's almost the end of July.
Yes.
Do we wait until September, or do we start with that appeal process, because we think that we have a prima facie right as Parliament to continue with our work and hold the executive accountable? I think Parliament and the opposition parties have a very difficult question to answer to themselves, whether to wait it out because it's an interim decision, it's not final, or whether to continue with the appeal. I don't know how they're going to decide on this one, but because of the stakes in this instance, we are probably going to see an appeal.
Right. I mean, the president, presuming this ruling today stands and there isn't an appeal or a successful appeal on the part of opposition parties, the president appears to have bought himself a reasonable amount of time here, Dr. Magano, because, of course, if this takes us up to the point of the start of the judicial review of the Section 89 report, we don't know for how long that issue itself is going to be in court. That certainly helps the president to postpone the work of the impeachment committee for quite a while, doesn't it?
Exactly. So if we look back at when this started, most of the opposition parties were arguing that this is a delaying tactic. The president is trying to buy himself more time. And one could argue that he now has that time to review that report and then decide on whether, based on whatever outcome comes from the High Court, on what to do next. So what this basically means is that the president has more time to look at that report and put his argument before the court as to why that report must be set aside. Because remember, that report is the foundation of the reason why he's going through an impeachment process in the first place. And I think it's also important to note that whatever decision comes from that review report, chances are it's going to go all the way to the Constitutional Court. So if the High Court rules in favor of the president, we are going to see the opposition appealing that decision. And remember, because it started with the High Court, it can go all the way to the Constitutional Court, because the Constitutional Court only ruled, or it made a finding or a ruling on Rule 129I of the National Assembly rules. It did not look at the merits of that Section 89 panel report. So it still has to go back and look at the merits of that report. And because it's still with the High Court, we have a long way to go before we see any form of impeachment process in Parliament.
All right. So I want to ask you about this as well. If indeed the opposition parties agree to take this on appeal, where will it be appealed? Will it be appealed in the Western Cape High Court, or will it go through to the Supreme Court for appeal?
So what would happen in this instance is the oppositions would file an application with the High Court to say we would like to appeal, and then in that application, the High Court can decide whether they are convinced that a different court would reach a different decision or not. So it starts with the High Court to say we want to appeal, and then it can grant that appeal, which would then mean the oppositions then go to the SCA to appeal. So if it says, if the High Court says it doesn't think that a different court would reach a different decision, then they go directly to the SCA and ask for direct appearance in that sense.
All right. Dr. Shadi Magano, thank you for unpacking that so well for us. We are, of course, we're going to touch base with you as required today, if you don't mind, because I think the story is unfolding very, very quickly, and we might actually see an appeal today yet, if the opposition parties are ready to proceed with that, and if they feel it's in their interest to do so. That was Dr. Shadi Magano, constitutional law expert at Wits University. On standby for us, Mabine Siabe. He is the Rise Mzansi spokesperson. Good morning to you, Mr. Siabe, and thank you for joining us at this hour. Your response to the Western Cape High Court ruling allowing the president to impede the work of the impeachment committee.
Good morning to you and the listeners. Ms. Rise Mzansi, we note the judgment handed down by the Western Cape High Court, and we fully abide by it. We must, of course, study the judgment in full to understand the wisdom of the court in granting this interim interdict. But ultimately, I think this is a lesson in our democracy, that our democracy is evolving, our constitution is evolving. But at the end of the day, Parliament must continue its work in ensuring its oversight over the executive and holding that executive to account, whilst the committee has been halted in doing its work. Parliament, as an institution that holds the president and the entire executive and all organs of state accountable, must continue with its work.
So we know that your representative, Makashule Ghana, is the chairperson of this impeachment committee. And what do you know about the stance on whether there is going to be an appeal or not?
I cannot speak on behalf of the impeachment committee.
Right, but have you, as a party, discussed this, and have you weighed in on whether you would want to see an appeal in a matter like this or not?
Well, ultimately, the powers that be in Parliament as well as the impeachment committee must do what they need to do to ensure that the rights of Parliament are protected. and will, as we stated before, that Parliament is the arm of government that must hold the President and the Executive to account, and they must do so as they see fit.
But do you not have an opinion on this as a party? Should the parties that have taken this to the Western Cape High Court or have opposed it in the Western Cape High Court, should they, in your opinion, appeal or not?
That is well within their rights to appeal. Those are the mechanisms of our democracy that allow them to appeal. So if they feel fit that this matter is something that must be appealed, then they should absolutely do so.
Does Rise Mzansi not have an opinion on this as a party?
That is our opinion, that those who feel fit, to those who feel that this matter must be appealed, should do so. It's their right within the law to do so.
Mr. Siabe, there was a bit of opposition to one of your members, Makashule Ghana, taking over as the chair of this committee at the beginning, and it's because many observers said that your party or your chairperson in this party will be used as a tool by the ANC, possibly the DA, to do their bidding. And the fact that you offer no Rise Mzansi a clear opinion on whether this matter should be appealed or taken further, I don't know if it plays into that or not, but are you aware of that, and are you concerned about that perception?
This is a political terrain. Of course, there will be those who have their views on how we conduct our politics, but there's no proof to the claim that will be used to do the bidding of anyone. We were nominated by the ANC. We were seconded by the Democratic Alliance and supported by other parties in the National Assembly. We're doing the work within the work that is guided by the Constitution and the rules of the National Assembly, and that mandate is given to us by the people of South Africa, no one else.
And it's interesting to me that the three parties that have taken this on review are the EFF, the MK and the ATM. Did Rise Mzansi not consider opposing the President's bid in court to halt the work of the committee temporarily?
No, we did not consider doing so.
Why not?
Because we believe that the work of Parliament must continue, and also the President is well within his rights to take this matter to court.
All right, we'll leave it there. Thank you so much for speaking to us today, Mabine Siabe. He's the Rise Mzansi spokesperson. 10:30 on the dot, connecting with Anne Musa for your latest headlines.
Good morning. Thanks, Joanne. In the headlines, the Western Cape High Court has interdicted Parliament's impeachment committee from continuing with its public proceedings. President Cyril Ramaphosa approached the court to halt the impeachment process, pending his application to review the Section 89 independent panel report, which found he had a case to answer in the theft on his Palapala farm. Proceedings at the Matlanga Commission will resume at 2 o'clock this afternoon with a postponement application of Northwest businessman Suleiman Karim. And taxi operators in Gauteng have committed to working with the Provincial Transport and Roads MEC, Kiribone Diale Tlabela, to resolve the issue of operating licenses. I'll have details on these and other stories at 11.
The pain of losing a loved one is never easy. At Clientele, we understand that burying loved ones with dignity truly matters. Our funeral plans pay out cash within just 24 hours, and you receive 200 Rand airtime when you claim. Plus, we cover up to 13 people on one plan. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Head to Dis-Chem for your best winter buys. Look out for the yellow label to enjoy bulk savings on Better Rewards brands. Swipe your Better Rewards card when you buy 2 packs of Grandpa Headache Powders 38 sticks. Now only 159 Rand 98. Save 62 Rand. Plus double up on your savings when you buy 2 packs of Rehydrate 6 sachets. Now only 169 Rand 98. Save 70 Rand. Valid until 9 August at Dis-Chem. Better health starts here.
Attention all shoppers.
Our supermarket shelves are full of unhealthy food. It's often hard for me to know which foods are good for my family. The information on packaged food is complicated and hard to understand. I wish we had easy-to-understand warning labels on foods high in salt, sugar, and saturated fat. We have the right to know what's in our food. Support front of package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods. Sign the petition on heala.org. That's HEALA.org.
Do you know what our problem is?
We have a problem?
You're a little clingy.
Clingy?
Every time I start getting somewhere, you want me.
But I need you.
You can't have all of me. I need a little room to grow.
So what are you saying?
Put me in a Nedbank 32-day notice account. Give me some time. I'll come back better. Open a Nedbank 32-day notice account on the Money app and bank your money this July savings month. Go to nedbank.co.za. See money differently. Nedbank. We're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
Some of South Africa's best wines have one thing in common. They're loved here, made here. Join SAfm and Proudly South African at the local Wine Expo, taking place from the 24th to the 26th of July at Prison Break Market in Johannesburg. Taste your way through 29 proudly local wine brands, meet the makers, and celebrate the people behind South African wine. Entry is free. Tune in to the National Pulse, the soundtrack of your life, the Classical Fix, and Spotlight, coming to you live from Prison Break Market. The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
10:33 on the Daily Discourse, and of course we are watching this breaking story for you at this hour. The Western Cape High Court has just ruled after 10 o'clock that President Cyril Ramaphosa's attempt to halt the work of the impeachment committee in Parliament temporarily is actually acceptable to them. They've decided that that will go ahead, and so they are putting the committee's work on hold until, as the President has requested, his judicial review of the Section 89 report, that was produced by Justice Sandile Ngcobo and his team, actually is taken on review. The President will take that on review in September, so the work of the impeachment committee has been halted until September. I'm going to very shortly play that judgment for you again in case you missed it. It just went so quickly. It was literally a judgment of a minute or so, and consequently many of you missed it. But I'd love to take your calls on this issue from you on our WhatsApp line, 086, actually our studio line, 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line is 0614 104 107. I'm going to take a quick call from Lowered in Alberton on this impeachment ruling. Lowered, what's your take on what you saw in court earlier today?
Yeah, it was a very brief decision by the High Court in the Western Cape. You know, Advocate Venton Gov, SC, he has never lost a legal contestation, especially when he's representing President Ramaphosa. And he even made a jest or a remark regarding that fact. I think it was last week. You know, my observation, Joel, is that during all these legal arguments by the senior counsel, Gov, he never attempts to be dramatic or even theatrical when he is arguing his cases. But he remains rooted to the facts and the law at all times. That's why, for me, he's always emerging during his legal argument. So the Western High Court judges have ruled that this impeachment committee, for now, they have to put their work in abeyance until that Section 89 review process has been completed. I appreciate and welcome this judgment, because my last point is this one, because the Section 89 report by the former Chief Justice, Sandile Ngcobo, used a verb saying the President may have a prima facie case. That verb, it has to be interpreted to the latter, because that's why the President has taken this thing into review, because he's arguing that there are flaws in that report. So me, on my side, I welcome this judgment from the Western Cape High Court.
All right. Thank you very much for that, Lowered.
Yes,
we're taking some feedback on our WhatsApp line as well. Let's listen into that.
Good morning, SAfm listener, and good morning to you, Joy and Joseph. Thank you very much for this program today. you did what you have long been looking for, that you go to where we are interested to listen so that we can hear what is happening. Thank you very much for this today. Thank you, Mtetwa speaking in Port Shepstone.
Mtetwa, you're more than welcome. We have to keep you updated on what is going on in the country, particularly breaking news. One of you feeling the president is vindicated.
Morning, JJ. I'm Srido in Watema. The judgment is an indictment to the parliament and a vindication to the part of the president. That parliament is full of clueless political grandstanders, because even this impeachment process to them is all about grandstanding. Why would you have people such as John Hlophe in that committee while he was impeached himself? Thank you.
Good morning, Joanne, and SAFM listeners. Ipulemo Orange Farm. Tell me, Rowan, is the president not going to appeal the review in September? Because that review is not appealable. So if he appealed that review, then again, you see, so he's just gonna prolong the process. Thank you.
No, you are right. He is going to prolong the process because he is taking that Section 89 report on review in September. So that will certainly imagine if the opposition parties come back today or on Monday and say we would like to take this on appeal. They will apply for leave to appeal. They may or may not get leave to appeal. If they do, that will be another leg of the process. It will either go to the Western Cape High Court or stay there, I should say, or it'll go to the Supreme Court of Appeal. That will take a little bit of time. Then, of course, in September, the president's legal review will begin, and of course that might be a long review in itself, and there might be possible appeals there. So all of these legal processes, and of course we must say we must be very clear on the fact that the president is entitled to do all of these, to take all of these legal measures, as are the opposition parties who are opposing his efforts to keep this to put this constitutional, or rather this impeachment committee work in abeyance, right? So all of these are within the law, but all this appealing and all the different legs of these legal processes may actually, prolong the process a great number of months. Solomon in KwaZulu-Natal is on the line to us. Solomon, what do you think about this impeachment finding?
Joanne, good morning. I think justice has prevailed. Because some other quarters want to label this thing as being a Stalingrad of some kind, when there are other people who have engaged in such exercise for over 20 years. I want to note that Honorable Zungula, I don't know why, has got this peculiar intense hatred of President Ramaphosa, which I think they require a platform, both of them, to sort their matters out, rather than to pursue such a matter beyond their roles as public representative and the other being president.
But can I ask you a question, Solomon, before you get to your next point, and I might actually take a break in between because we're running out of time here. But why do you paint it as hatred for the president? I mean, surely that's a very emotional. What you believe is a very emotional response to what's going on here. Many people would objectively say this is a legal process. This is about having a president who is held accountable as any other citizen in the country would be held accountable.
Yeah, nobody is to holding public representative actions they take when they're in the public office. But I think the manner in which Honorable Zungula is tackling this issue, you can see the passion in him, that this thing is not only about being overboard, but that is not a point I want to advance.
Okay. Can I ask you to please do me a favor, Solomon? Please hold that thought. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, you and I can chat more about this.
Life is full of surprises, but your insurance premiums shouldn't be. Savings on your car insurance is a sure thing with MyWay, leaving your wallet smiling every month. Switch to MyWay and save up to 40% on your car insurance premiums today and live your way.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
Drivers,
That smoke ahead is not just smoke. It's a wall, thick, blinding, and deadly. Never drive into felt fire smoke crossing the highway. You won't see stopped vehicles until it's too late. Pull over, turn on your hazards, wait it out. One decision can save lives, including yours. See and be seen this winter. Brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
Business leaders like to talk about jobs and economic growth. They are parents too. Yet they often don't talk about children.
That's funny, because their future bottom line depends on how well we grow. Hold our hands. It's time to talk about real growth. Visit holdmyhand.org.za.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
Heading for 11:15 on the Daily Discourse, following the story of the President successfully putting on hold the work of the Parliament's impeachment committee into the Phala matter. We were having a conversation with Solomon just before the break. And Solomon, sorry about that interruption, but I want you to continue saying what you were saying, please. What was the main point you wanted to make?
I want to say democracy is not an end objective. However, it is a means. So I regard this as a technicality to ensure that the president is held accountable. But what I think we should treasure, all of us, is stability of the country. Post the Phala impeachment, whatever, we must be left with a country, a working country which can be bequeathed to the generations to come. The likes of John Hlophe and the Zungulas, all they want to see from where I'm standing, I think I should be pardoned for my view, they are hell-bent at seeing chaos in the country. Imagine in the middle of trying to steer the country away from the troubled waters of the state capture that we had. Even today, the Guptas are nowhere to be found. We are paying hefty cost in the form of ESCOM failing to provide services. The list is endless. Yeah. So I would want to say that the president, the court, has not put a permanent stop onto the issue. It only guided to say the president must be given a particular limited period of time to sort out his appeal against the report. Right. Then the parliament would have the right to do whatever it wants by the direction of impeachment of the president.
Okay, Solomon, thank you for putting that point forward so clearly. Bongani in Pietermaritzburg is on the line to us. What's your take on this, Bongani?
Yes, thank you so much, Yorena. I think the constitution of this impeachment committee was done in haste. Because if I remember very well, the report by Justice Ngobo was very clear. It said the direction of impeachment can only take place if the president is not taking the report into review.
Oh dear, I'm struggling to hear you, Bongani. Do you mind just repeating that quickly, the last bit, please?
I'm saying the 14th of this committee was done in haste.
Okay.
The reason being, the original report by Justice Ngobo was.
Oh, Bongani, I'm so sorry. I'm going to have to drop that call, Bongani, because it's just intermittently dropping, and we can't hear you there. I want to, for the benefit of our listeners who are not able to hear that judgment, to quickly play that again, so that you have an idea of exactly what was said.
This matter was argued before us last week over a period of 2 days, and we reserved a judgment until today. This court has carefully considered the weighty arguments advanced by the parties in the limited time available, given the urgency of the matter. There are 3 judgments. The first judgment concludes, for reasons set out therein, that the President has not made out a case for an interim interdict. It proposes that the application be dismissed. The second judgment concludes that the President has made out a case for an interim interdict for the reasons set out in that judgment. It proposes
that an interdict of limited duration be granted. The third judgment concurs with the second judgment. The second judgment is the majority judgment. In the result, the following order is made. 1. Pending the determination by this court of the applicant's review under case number 2026/119192, the first and second respondents are interdicted from proceeding with the public impeachment hearings in terms of Rule 129 capital M of the National Assembly Rules. 2. The cost of the application shall stand over for determination by the court which hears the review. The judgment will be made available on case lines and SAfmRadio shortly after we adjourn this court.
All right, so that was the judgment that was handed down this morning. I want to listen to some of your voice notes in response to this.
Good morning, Joanne. Good morning to the listeners. Owen Stouffer is here in Klerksdorp, Alabama, Northwest. Joanne, you know, man, this is very confusing. You know, for some of us, man, this legal processes and it's too much for us to absorb and to digest. It's very confusing, man. Half of the things we don't understand these things. But nevertheless, Joanne, this judgment of the Western Cape High Court once again shows us as South Africans that those in high and powerful and mighty positions and those with a financial muscle can execute and exhaust all legal processes because they are in a preferential position to do so.
Good morning, Sijete Mbongo Sondisa Mboisa here. You see, when they take these reports on review, it simply means the end of the road. You see, against Gwede Mandashe, there were findings that there was a security breach by Bosasa in his house. So he took the matter on review. When was that? I think 3 or 4 years ago. Up until now, the matter has not yet been settled, which means Ramaphosa will leave the office without, like, the impeachment committee having to sit. It's frozen until he leaves office. That's the end of it.
Good morning, Ceci Joanne. Indeed, the court is correct today to say, if you are saying you want to impeach a man because of a report that is going to be reviewed, what about if the review comes back and say the report is indeed wrong? People were just hungry, politically hungry.
I think that's a very interesting point indeed. If indeed that report is taken on review successfully, then of course it calls into question the entire process. I mean, that is not to say that the Constitutional Court's ruling means nothing. It still means that the impeachment process must go ahead because that instruction has come from a higher court that Parliament must actually deal with that issue. All right, let's take a short break now. We'll continue these conversations when we come back.
For 90 years, one voice has informed, challenged, and connected a nation. SAfM, South Africa's national English public radio station. Established in 1936 as the SABC's very first service, the A program, evolving through the English service, Radio South Africa, to SAfM in 1995, shaping thought and strengthening democracy. From a full-spectrum station to a trusted home of news and talk, SAfM continues to lead the conversations 90 years strong. SAfM, leading the conversations that move us.
The
greatest tribute to Nelson Mandela is not found only in monuments or memorials.
Our struggle for freedom and justice was a collective effort.
But in the choices we make every day.
Mandela Day will not be a holiday, but a day devoted to service.
This Mandela Month, join SAfm as we explore the work still to be done in building the South Africa he envisioned.
It is in your head.
The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
8 minutes to 11 on the Daily Discourse. We are following the story in regard to this Western Cape High Court ruling. It happened just after 10 this morning, and of course the President has had his way. He had taken the impeachment committee's work on essentially asked for a halt to that work that they have already begun. They were meant to have handed in a revised terms of reference by this evening, and those terms of reference are actually quite important, right? They would have determined what could have happened, what would have been within the committee's scope in terms of how they were going to look into this Phala Forex, stolen Forex matter. But they didn't even get that far, because that was supposed to have been handed in by 6 o'clock this evening, and their work by just after 10 o'clock this morning had been halted in the Western Cape High Court. What is not clear to us right now is whether the opposition parties that oppose the President in this earlier leg, are actually going to take this report and ask for it to be, or take this finding and ask for it to be appealed either in the Western Cape High Court or to go through to the Supreme Court of Appeal to appeal it. But what we do know is that their work has been put on hold for now until September, when the President's judicial review process looking into Justice Sandile Ngcobo's Section 89 report actually begins in full. Becky in Mbombela is on the line to us. Becky, hi there. What do you think of this judgment in the Western Cape High Court this morning?
Joanne, it is very much important and very critical. Before one make any submission to this judgment, to go through the judgment as it was said that it will be made available on the public domain. However, when you listen to the judge handing down the judgment, he made mention of the very important aspect that this was a full bench. And the full bench meaning that in essence, what is looked upon is the majority ruling. And the majority ruling did favor the President. Now the ball lies on the court of the opposition when they will be analyzing the judgment to check if ever there is any foul play or there is any shortfall, so that they can capitalize on that. But after listening to what has been delivered by the court today, one has to draw a line to say that law is vast and law needs a proper engagement before one can make a decision. I hope I make a proper submission.
Thank you very much for that, Becky. Let's listen to a couple of your voice notes on this.
Morning, man. This action by the President to halt the impeachment process shows us that he is guilty. If he's got nothing to hide, then why doesn't he just get this impeachment process over and done with? Why must he go and do a Zuma-style delay tactic? So that tells us he's just as guilty as Jacob Zuma is guilty. I, Ramaphosa, from Cape Town.
Good morning, Joanne and SAfm listeners at large. Maybe somebody needs to school me. So if I steal something and the NPA or the NPPTP or say the National Public Prosecutions wants to prosecute me for that, can I go to court and interdict them from me being prosecuted? Just for me to understand processes. Busy from Pretoria. Have a lovely morning.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that question. Look, I think it's more about the processes that were followed. It wasn't just strictly a court case where the president was charged with a crime and taken to court. This was done through parliamentary processes. And because it was done through parliamentary processes, the process that the president has followed has been to take those parliamentary processes on review. And essentially that is what he's engaged in right now. He's focusing on the parliamentary processes that sought to potentially hold him accountable for what may have happened at Phala. And that's why it's not just a simple court case that began in court. Because it began in Parliament, those processes are being taken on review. So I hope that's a clear answer to you. Sivuyile in Potch. Hi there, Sivuyile. What do you think about this?
Hello, Joanne. How are you this morning?
I'm well, thanks. What's your opinion on what happened this morning?
The only way that I can say to you this morning is I'm puzzled by this judgment. I believe and I think that the politicians have seen a hole on our judicial system, and for the fact that they have seen a hole on our judicial system, they will always make that. They will take advantage of the system that is being placed in terms of our judicial system. With regard to that one, you remember as well that our foreign policy is regarded as a flip-flop foreign policy. The same goes to our constitution. I think at some point our constitution needs to be amended in order for politicians not to take advantage of this system that they are making use of. As a matter of fact, I see Cyril Ramaphosa finishing his term successfully, because after he appeal, it will also reach the apex court. So that's my view. But on the last point, we'll thank them on the 4th of November. This government will thank them on the 4th of November as we exercise our right.
All right, thank you so much for that, Sivuyile. And I think you're actually right about the issue of the can being kicked down the road far enough for the president to actually see out his term.
Well. Good morning to you, JJ. It has happened exactly as I predicted it would happen. Ramaphosa has dodged the bullet again. This Phala thing has been swept under the table, not even under the table, under the concrete floor, so that no one knows what exactly is. We have been taken for a ride. It's going to happen time and time again. Ramaphosa must go. Makahambe. Forget illegal immigrants. Ramaphosa must go. Makahambe. We've had enough. I'm Soviet.
Hi, Kathy. It's so funny that the president can remember his dignity now and the irreparable harm that he's going to go through. They never considered that when President Zuma was going through all that he went through. And now we have to wait and see if the judgment is going to be fair. But at the end of the day, the impeachment has to continue, because there were findings that were there. If he is clean, let him undergo the impeachment without any problem. We will see if the judiciary is captured or not. Thank you. Franz from Newcastle.
Franz, thank you. And of course, you sent that in before the judgment, which is why you were not aware of that. But I think you've made other valid points there. Thank you for those communications in the last hour, tracking that breaking news story. I'm going to hand over right now to Anne Musa for your latest news bulletin.
In our top stories, court holds Ramaphosa's impeachment hearings and taxi operators pledge cooperation with Gauteng MEC. Good morning. President Cyril Ramaphosa has succeeded in his urgent application to interdict Parliament's Section 89 impeachment inquiry. The Western Cape High Court has ordered the impeachment committee's proceedings be halted pending the outcome of the President's review application challenging the Section 89 independent panel report. The report found he had a case to answer in the theft of $580,000 on his Phala farm in 2020. The ruling has temporarily halted the work of the committee. Judge Andre Lagranzi delivered the judgment.
The following order is made. 1. Pending the determination by this court of the applicant's review under case number 2026 119192, the first and second respondents are interdicted from proceeding with the public impeachment hearings in terms of Rule 129 capital M of the National Assembly Rules. 2. The cost of the application shall stand over for determination by the court which hears the review.
A 22-year-old woman has died and several other people have been injured in a multi-vehicle collision at Muganyaka village outside Marble Hall in Limpopo. Police say the crash involved a light delivery truck carrying passengers and a bakkie which collided head-on. 4 other vehicles then crashed into the wreckage. A total of 45 people were involved in the incident. 1 person sustained serious injuries. Traffic authorities suspect overspeeding as a possible cause of the collision. Proceedings at the Madlanga Commission will resume at 2 o'clock this afternoon with a postponement application of Northwest businessman Suleiman Karim. Karim, who was expected to return to the Commission after his testimony in April, has been unable to do so due to ill health after suffering a heart attack. He has been implicated in the Medicare 24 Tshwane District Police Service multi-million rand tender. Sibatle Mota reports.
Suleiman Karim's application for a postponement will be heard in an open session at the Bridget Mabandla Justice College this afternoon. The Commission has ruled that during the hearing, Karim's legal team and the evidence leaders may not disclose his medical condition, the nature of the treatment he is receiving, or the identity and field of practice of the healthcare professionals treating him. They are also prohibited from revealing the residential or business addresses of Karim's family members.
Taxi operators in Gauteng have committed to working with the Provincial Transport and Roads MEC, Kidibone Diale Tlabela, to resolve the issue of operating licenses. Diale Tlabela met with both Santaco and NTA in Pretoria yesterday, where the 2 associations withdrew threats to go on a province-wide strike. The meeting followed concerns raised by the taxi industry that their working relationship with the MEC had broken down. NTA Gauteng chairperson Mpho Musipe.
We found ourselves. We are going to work very hard. We are going to look into the schedules that went out, that operating licenses are issues are not yet collected. So at the moment, remember, we were not seeing eye to eye, but definitely we are going to sit around the table and check why other operating licenses are not collected. Then we come up with the resolutions to say we make sure all the applications that have produced operating licenses reach the rightful operators on the ground.
And finally, King Charles has officially opened the 23rd Commonwealth Games in the Scottish city of Glasgow. In his speech, he called the organisation a unique and extraordinary family of nations.
I extend my warmest gratitude to the city of Glasgow, to all the athletes, to the organisers, volunteers, and all those who have made this event possible. It is now my great pleasure to declare the 23rd Commonwealth Games open.
Recapping the top story, President Cyril Ramaphosa has succeeded in his urgent application to interdict Parliament's Section 89 impeachment inquiry. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
In case you missed it,
this has never happened in the entire history of the country, that a president is sitting with this impeachment. It's never happened during apartheid or post, the first time ever. That's why it's a very complex legal issue, because it's the first time. There's no precedent to it at all. But I can tell you massive political ramifications for the country, for the ANC. If you know, even if he resigns, it's a very difficult situation. If he resigns, do if you don't, do if you don't, you know.
Dr. Ibrahim Harvey.
That was National Briefing This Morning with Kathy Mutlatlana. Do good while having fun at Jazz for Young People, brought to you by the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz. Bring your family and friends to this exciting family-friendly concert curated by the young for the young. Enjoy live performances curated by Msaki, the NSA band featuring Msaki. Join us on the 25th of July 2026 at the National School of the Arts In Bromfontein, tickets are selling fast on Quicket with prices starting from just 50 Rand for children. Standard Bank Joy of Jazz. Jazz for young people. Be there. The Daily Discourse on SAfm. Weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
7 minutes past 11 on the Daily Discourse. Thank you for joining us in the third and final hour of what has been a very busy show indeed. You'll know that in the last hour we've been covering the breaking story that President Cyril Ramaphosa has had his way in the Western Cape High Court. He is indeed being given permission to halt the work of the impeachment committee in Parliament. And so until September, when his review of the Section 89 report begins, the impeachment committee may, as it stands, not continue with that work. We are yet to see whether the opposition parties that opposed him in the first place are going to bring this matter forward to the court and say we want to appeal it. That is going to be interesting to see. It might happen today if they go ahead with it. It might happen on Monday. Legal experts are telling us that it's uncertain if they do that whether the appeal will continue either in the Western Cape High Court or in the Supreme Court of Appeal. But either way, we are watching out to see what happens in terms of the opposition party's reaction to it. And you'll remember that the four opposition entities that actually opposed this were the impeachment committee chair, Makashule Ghana, the MK party, the EFF, and the ATM. So those were the individuals and parties who took that to court. And of course, the one who opposed that in court, I should say, of course, Tugudidise, who was the parliamentary speaker, who many legal analysts are telling us should have stood with the impeachment committee chair on this, declined to oppose this in court. So anyway, as it stands, that's been put on hold for a couple of months. And so we'll see how it continues to unfold in the next few days and weeks. All right, let me tell you about what we are handling in this hour. We're tackling the issue of the Section 27 report that was just released recently, finding that the health budget is failing women, and it's also failing climate vulnerable communities, but it's especially failing the women in those communities. And as you would suspect, it is women in the rural areas, women who are severely disenfranchised socioeconomically, and consequently, they are arguing that this needs to be reviewed. And so we're going to have a conversation with them in just a moment about that. A little bit later on in this hour, we're talking about this issue of the repo rate remaining unchanged as a temporary relief measure, but what it means to have that repo rate sitting at 7% when so many South Africans are really struggling to make ends meet in this climate. And then finally, we are going to respond by getting some analysis on your call, among other calls, for the LPC to investigate Andrea Johnson. She's been on the stand at the Madlanga Commission this week, and she has not in any way handled herself particularly well. And so we're going to ask the question about what one does when a member of a senior organization like the head of IDAC is exposed in that way, on the stand in such a public way. What does one do? What action does an organization like the LPC actually take in that regard, especially when you know that the basic procedures and the basic legal precepts have been flouted by the candidate's own or the witness's own admission. So we'll talk about that a little bit later on. There isn't a book reading today, so we'll go all the way up to 12 o'clock today. And I must also tell you that we were hoping to have the former statistician general, Dr. Padi Lehotla, on the program today. He was going to talk about parts of democracy that are failing, particularly in the run up to the election on the 4th of November. But what we're going to do is try and postpone that conversation with him. We could not do justice to it because of that breaking story, but we will have that conversation with him. Ngonde, if you are still listening, fear not. We will tackle that at length with Dr. Padi Lehotla in the days to come. Right now, let me take you to this issue that we have been speaking about about on the program. Section 27 saying that climate disasters in the country are proving to be devastating for women in particular. We don't often make that connection between natural disasters like floods, for example, and the suffering of women in particular, but there's been an important link that this report makes. Let's speak to Section 27's budget researcher Mduduzi Nkosi, who joins us on the line now. Thank you so much for your time on the Daily Discourse. Clearly, you're not saying other groups in the country are unaffected by climate disasters, but women appear to be experiencing the consequences of these on a different scale. Can you explain that to me?
Good morning, Trayan, and good morning to your listeners. So the main issue here is not that, like you have mentioned, that no one else is affected by the climate and inequality, but the fact that if you look at the numbers, a disproportionate burden of effect of both climate change on healthcare, for example, falls on women. So in many cases, when a clinic is damaged by flood or perhaps something else, the effect falls mostly on women. They are the biggest users of most public healthcare systems and education systems, especially in rural areas where you'd find that the burden of care mostly falls on them. So what we're saying is it affects everyone, but the impact on women is much more dire.
And of course, Mr. Nkosi, I see, according to the report, that under this broader heading of women, certain groups of women are worse affected than others. Yes, that's true. The fact of the matter is that in South Africa, people have different access to state differently and use state resources in varying degrees. So for women who mostly rely on public health care and public education, any impact on those systems, underfunding, climate disasters, or anything along those lines will undoubtedly affect their lives more than anyone, for example, who has access to the private healthcare system or private health education system. So there's that fact that a lot of people rely on the public for services, and any impact on them will undoubtedly affect their lives. And I understand your report also makes some important comments about women's labour, for which they often remain uncompensated.
Yes. Important to note is that the formal economy relies a lot on women doing the sorts of unrecognized and unpaid labour. So taking care and raising young children, taking care of the elderly, and taking care of perhaps sick relatives, and that allows everyone else to go on and participate in the economy. And it also excludes women, since they are responsible for a big part of the unpaid care work. So in that sense, we find that women are responsible for a lot of unpaid care work, and that in many cases tends to mean that they're excluded from taking part in other parts of the economy and so forth.
I mean, is South Africa spending enough in the right areas to protect communities from climate disasters?
The answer there is a definite no. I'll give an example, which is how much we're spending on healthcare infrastructure, for example. So what we work with in South Africa is that we ring fence money for different things when we do budgeting, and healthcare infrastructure is one of the areas where ring fence money gets spent. What we've seen in the past few years is that the money allocated specifically for healthcare infrastructure through something called the Healthcare Facilities Revitalization Grant has been falling in real terms. That is to mean that if you look at the amounts that Treasury has been allocating to the maintenance, building, and construction of healthcare facilities, has not kept up with inflation.
I was astounded to learn that there are cases in which people were only meant to be put up in temporary shelters for a few weeks or months after a natural disaster, but have ended up staying in those shelters for several years.
Yes, that is correct. In our work at Section 27 in the Eastern Cape, we found that in many cases there are people who were victims of climate disasters in years past, and there were plans and interventions by the state, mainly through the Department of Human Settlements, to assist them with temporary housing, to sort of take care of the immediate problem, and also to help them recover from said disasters. But what we've seen, that people tend to spend years in places that were meant to be temporary because they have no other means to sort of recover and get back to their normal lives.
But I mean, presumably those buildings are government shelters, right? They're things like community halls and that sort of thing. Surely government then says we cannot continue to house people in a facility that was not built for the reasons of habitation, right? How do we spend our budget so that as part of the relief budget, if needs be, we get them back into their homes?
The first thing that we need to do is to increase the quantum spend on these disasters and the recovery plans for that disasters. So in many cases, you find that there is money allocated to help people recover. That includes to sort of rebuild housing and so forth. But it's not nearly enough to cover the needs of everyone who's been affected by the disasters. So the first point of action then would be to ensure that the money allocated to the disaster recovery plans is adequate to cover the needs of everyone. And also, something that has been an issue in the public service in general is the quality of spend and how money is spent in public projects. The outcomes tend not to coincide with the amount that has been spent, so that's another issue that needs to be addressed.
How does the country begin to repair this situation, Mr. Nkosi?
In our report, we've called for government and treasury in particular to recognize the impact of climate and gender on many of these issues, and to plan the budget accordingly and make sure that the budget responds to the needs of women in rural areas and how they are affected by both climate and gender-related issues, and to ensure that the public purse of fiscal policy is used to sort of alleviate some of the problems that we see affecting people across South Africa.
Thank you so much for speaking to us today. The budget researcher at Section 27 there, Mduduzi Nkosi, talking us through that Section 27 report, linking climate disasters to the issue of how women are affected by them. And if you are living in an area where you've experienced this, where you've perhaps been the victim of a climate disaster, perhaps it's destroyed your dwellings or your possessions, and you've been put up in an area temporarily, and that's just never changed. You've never been able to claw your way back to a point where you are living in your home again, and life has changed for the better after that disaster. Give us a call on 086 000 2032 and tell us exactly what your experience has been. We'd love to hear from you.
Mavis, I wonder if I should sell my car. I'm not sure where to go.
Wanna sell your car, but don't know what to do. You don't have to go far, we come to you. If you're rolling on a 1.5 or a Lacquer 2.2, doesn't matter what you drive, we buy cars once you.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay.
Some songs take you back instantly to your first love, a road trip, or just simpler times. The soundtrack of your life with me, Ernest Pillay, is where timeless hits and forgotten favorites come together to tell your story. It's not just music, it's memories, moments, and the meaning behind this jam.
Don't you change someone by night.
Rediscover the songs that shaped your journey. Tune in to The Soundtrack of Your Life with me, Ernest Pillay, Saturdays and Sundays, 1 to 4 p.m., only on SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide.
Standing on his own.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
11:21 on the Daily Discourse. Many of your messages coming in about that earlier issue of Cyril Ramaphosa winning his bid in the Western Cape High Court to postpone the impeachment committee's work. Let's listen to your voice notes on this.
John, I am happy that the president managed to succeed in that court bid. However, though, I'm very worried about the parties that are always taking matters to court. I don't know who's advising them. They're wasting money. They should just wait until they get rid of this president. But if they are in a hurry as they are now, I must be honest with you, they won't get the president. Thank you. Butinkonke Bonafide, son of Indo in the Eastern Cape.
Good morning, Joan. It's Loisa here. Joan, I think we all know that some of the political parties, if not most of them, had already concluded what their position was going to be. So the impeachment committee on its own, it's already compromised. So I concur with the judgment because it will then allow President Ramaphosa to be treated fairly, to go to a fair court, because the impeachment committee really is political. We all know that. There are parties that they had already concluded, and they've been lobbying each other to make sure that President Ramaphosa must be impeached and he must go so that he can be embarrassed. So I agree with the judgment. Bye.
Thank you for that. One of you says people need to understand that courts make their decisions based on the evidence presented to it. These opposition parties were emotional about the matter instead of giving facts that support their case, says Zola Edwana from Duduza. Zola, I'm not so sure, there was also a dissenting judgment here. Remember, it ended up being the majority judgment that took precedence, obviously. But the fact that another High Court judge said that the opposition parties had made a strong enough case for the impeachment committee to go ahead with its work says to me that they did put up a fight. It may not have been as strong as the fight that Wim Trengove put up for the president, but if you look at the court papers, which I did in the course of the week in preparation for work, they certainly did put up a fight, doubtless.
Good morning. No, sorry, Stux Tumza here from Mujasat Robasdal. Ramaphosa must go. We are sick and tired. Always he's talking the same thing. When you're listening a speech, it's the same thing. Previous, nothing new, nothing else. And when you look the youth of South Africa, there is unemployment too much. There is nothing that Ramaphosa have do for us. So Ramaphosa must go.
Yeah, Joanne, on the third judgment, based on majority rule. So you can see that it's subjective exercise, you see. So if you love the president, then you would make it majority the number to be more, and then they win. So it's not a fair judgment. Thanks, William Puma.
So Willie, I think we need to think very carefully about assuming that they like the president, therefore they gave him a majority judgment, right? If there's no reason to suggest dishonesty, we can't really put out a statement like that, because we don't have any proof that the judges in question are compromised. So consequently, they will obviously, we don't have the judgment in its entirety, right? But clearly at some point that will be written up and then it will be made available. And I think he actually did say that the full judgment would be available on SAfmRadio. So I must actually go and look up that judgment on SAfmRadio and see how they came to it. But SAfmRadio is open to members of the public, by the way. You can do a simple search engine search on whatever you use, and you can look for SAfmRadio, and you will find that judgment on SAfmRadio if it's available there already. And read through the court papers as an informed citizen. Read through them and see whether whether the arguments made were cogent enough, and whether the ruling made based on the arguments that were given was cogent or not. We must actually involve ourselves as citizens in understanding the court processes. I'm not sure it's good enough to just say, well, they like him, therefore they gave him his way. It's not out of the realm of possibility, but you can't just say that in a judgment. You've got to present reasons for why you came to the conclusions that you did.
Johan and SAFM listeners. Johan, I think what President did, there's nothing wrong with that. If it is within his rights as a South African citizen, it's fine. Let's allow the processes to continue. Who are we to judge?
We're the electorate. So we do judge. We're encouraged to judge every few years at the ballot box, right? You're quite right in saying that it was within the president's right to take this to court, and he's entitled to these legal processes, absolutely. But we must be clear on the fact that we can't ask a question like, who are we to judge? There's a very clear answer to that. We are the electorate. We vote people, we vote parties into power, and those parties choose their leader. And so, yes, we do have a right to judge. We have a right to judge who is the best party to our liking, who meets the needs of the country in the best way that they can, and we judge when we vote for parties, right? That is a form of judgment. One of you commenting on there are many more voice notes on this judgment.
Joanne, I pity Mukwebane very much when realizing how incompetent this Batoi is. And she was protected by the president himself. The president is unethical and dishonest. He just picked and chose his own public protector, the present one, so that protector must protect him, the president himself. Thank you, William Kuma.
Morning, JJ. My daughter turned 21 last week. When she was born, Zuma had already started appealing the arms deal case. And he's still appealing up to today. She's 21 now. First things first, why can't MK members take Zuma to task? He must stop this appealing. And Julius Malema, he's talking too much, but he has got a prison sentence on pause. Why can't he do the right thing and go and get his orange overall and stop making a lot of noise? And it's still there, Madlanga there, Julius Malema, the Mr. Clean. He can't go there to testify. Anonymous.
I think you're fair enough in saying that a lot of politicians use these court processes to postpone what is sometimes the inevitable. Sometimes it's not, but a lot of them do. And you made me laugh when you spoke about this predating your daughter, or you were saying your daughter was little when the Zuma court processes began. Well, my daughter wasn't even born by then, so all she's ever known is this case being in court. But it's very true, and it came up in fact at that Wits University gathering a few weeks ago. You may remember Justice Maranga spoke about that. I think Justice Sutherland was another one who spoke about that. And they didn't call it vexatious litigation as such, but they did make a point that that judges need to clamp down on people who are clearly abusing their time in the courts, because there's reasonable litigation, and then you've got litigation that goes on for 20 years, as the Zuma case has done. And I mean, how can you possibly have that in a democracy? He may have the right to appeal, but whether he's been given too much leeway in the way he's gone about his appeals, that is a very valid question indeed. You cannot have a case in court for 20 years. It is just absolutely absurd. And whether the MK party will get him to do the right thing or not, well, I mean, you be the judge as to who comprises some of the top echelons of the leaders in the top echelons at the MK, and you tell me whether those individuals would be in favour of justice taking its course in that case. That brings us to 11:30 on the Daily Discourse. Let's catch up with Jelani for your latest news headlines.
Thanks, Joanne. Good morning. Making headlines. President Cyril Ramaphosa has succeeded in his urgent application to interdict Parliament's Section 89 impeachment inquiry. The Western Cape High Court has ordered that the impeachment committee's proceedings be halted, pending the outcome of the President's review application challenging the Section 89 independent panel report, which found that he had a case to answer in the theft of $580,000 on his Palapala farm in 2020. The pre-trial conference into the murder of Warwick DJ Warra Stock has been postponed to Monday, and taxi operators in Gauteng have committed to working with Provincial Transport and Roads MEC Kiriboni Diale Tlhabela to resolve the issue of operating licenses. I will have details on these and other stories at noon.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
Right, we are heading for 11:32 on the Daily Discourse. I want to get back to an issue that Zola, one of our listeners, Zola from Bloem, raised yesterday. He asked an important question. He said he went to a spaza shop and he bought electricity from that shop, and he found that it had been marked up. And he asked the question, are you allowed to put a markup on electricity that is being sold? So we went to Eskom, and Genewe very dutifully asked Daphne Mokoena, the Eskom spokesperson, to come back with an answer on that. I just want to play that answer for you. This is for you, Zola from Bloem.
Electricity must be sold strictly at the approved tariff. Any spaza shop or reseller that adds a markup is acting outside the rules. Eskom is committed to protecting the interests of paying customers, ensuring they are not unfairly charged. We urge the public to report such cases directly to Eskom on 80-600 37566 08600 37566 so that we can investigate and take corrective action. Safeguarding consumers and maintaining fair access remain Eskom's priority.
All right, 11:33 on the Daily Discourse. Zola, I hope that was clear, and I hope all of you who have had that experience are able to act now that you have that feedback from Daphne, because it's really important to know your rights in terms of this. So if you are buying this, and stand up to the person who's selling this and say to them legally, you are not allowed to do this, you are not allowed to put a markup on this, and because you've done that, I'm going to report you. And do that. If people are breaking the law, then report them. Report them. We need to start taking actions, maintaining our rights. We don't have to go about it violently. We don't have to go about it aggressively. But know your rights and exercise your rights in all these little matters, because everything that you're entitled to, you should be able to legally secure in terms of your rights in this country. All right, 11:34 on the Daily Discourse, and the Institute for Economic Justice says the Reserve Bank decision to hold the repo rate at 7% has avoided additional economic pain for the country, but it says interest rates are still too high for an economy that's facing weak growth, that's got a lot of unemployment, and is also suffering from severe investment deficits, where people are just not investing in the economy the way they should. Let's explore this further with the IEJ's Liso Mduchana, who joins us on the line now. Mr. Mduchana, and thank you so much for your time on the Daily Discourse today. The lending rate remains at 10.5% for now, but how tenable is that in the current economic climate in South Africa?
To the viewers, first of all, and thank you for having me. Actually, we don't think it's tenable at all. Firstly, I would even say it's quite a shock that the South African Reserve Bank did not increase interest rates. It's a positive shock in a way, because we have seen them react to inflationary pressures in very damaging ways, where they just simply increase the repo rate and basically strangle demand throughout the entire economy. But as we say, interest rates in South Africa still remain considerably higher even when you compare across peer countries. And what that means is that if businesses have a tough time accessing credit cheaply, which means also that businesses must be more profitable than would otherwise be normal. And then we also get into your households, which also need to access a credit for things like vehicles, to buy the household itself. And for some, it has to do with the rent. So for us, it's not really a tenable measure for interest rates to remain as high as they currently are. But we would still say it is good that the Reserve Bank did not opt to increase repo rates around this time.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we look at the issue of global oil prices, which have had knock-on effects in our country, although government tried to absorb some of those effects. There is higher unemployment. There is lower disposable income in households, consequently. How do you believe the MPC should navigate these factors?
Well, a lot of it actually, it doesn't have to do with just the MPC itself, but should be seen as a whole of government endeavor to combat inflation in a structural manner. So what that means is that we know that South Africa doesn't produce a lot of the oil that it uses. But what would be good is for South Africa to try and protect itself from future shocks in oil, because we don't know which other countries that are supplying us oil may go to war or may have other struggles. So the best thing to do for the government in this kind of situation is to have reserves of oil where South Africa can then deplete in the event of a shock in oil prices. And similarly with other items that are affected by the price of oil. So for example, we can think of fertilizers. A lot of them are produced, the key ingredients come from crude oil. And because of that, the oil shock doesn't just affect transportation and things like that, but it also affects the cost of our food. And in that sense, you also have the option of having food buffer stocks, which will protect South Africa in the event where there are global shocks that you really cannot predict. No one could have knew.
Mr. Mduchana, your line has suddenly become very muffled. I'm going to ask you to just move around a little bit or perhaps keep still in a corner where your reception is better, because I don't want to lose the gist of what you're saying. Yes, that sounds better already. Please continue with what you were saying.
Okay, yeah. So the general point I was trying to make is that in South Africa, there are unpredictable events that will happen throughout the world, which will affect South Africa because it's a small, open economy. So the best thing that can be done, which requires the whole of government, not just the South African Reserve Bank's MPC, is to shield itself by having buffer stocks, essentially, of key resources such as crude oil, fertilizers, and food.
You're making a very important point on the one hand, but it's also playing out at a municipal level, right? You're talking about in your response to this MPC announcement, you're talking about the issues of water, refuse, electricity becoming more expensive, but we're not getting the same quality of services for sure. How do we deal with municipalities that are unable to collect revenues, that are unable to ensure that the work of keeping and maintaining our infrastructure is done, and whatever households are paying for, they are actually getting?
So I think one of the kind of problems the government has had is a weak diagnosis of what is troubling municipalities. So the way they have approached it, it is almost as if municipalities are unable to collect enough revenues simply because they don't have the appropriate tools and things like that. When the reality is that most of the municipalities are in communities that are poor. So you have households that do not have sufficient income to even pay for these services. And where households are able to pay, they are often charged crazy, exorbitant rates on electricity, on sanitation, and on water for services that are not even delivered properly. So really, you need a fix on the municipal financing framework. So one option you have is to kind of expand what the national government gives to municipalities in terms of their equitable share. But of course, we know that the structure of municipalities not delivering the services well.
We're losing you again,
but
Mr. Mduchana. I'm going to ask you to just repeat what you were saying, please.
okay. So I will say, can you hear me well now?
Not terribly well, but please do continue, and we'll see how we manage this.
Okay. Oh, thank you. So I was saying the essential problem with municipalities is not simply an inability to collect, revenue. It's that these municipalities are in poor communities where households have too little disposable income to pay. And even in the event where they are able to pay, they are often receiving low quality services. And I'm saying part of the solution would be to reform the framework around the financing of municipalities. And one way of doing that is to expand the amount of money that the government gives to municipalities. But of course, this won't actually solve the problems of corruption and maladministration in the municipalities. There, you need, for example, to go harder in terms of the professionalization of the public service at the municipal level, as well as removing the systems that have been implicated in corruption, things like outsourcing or office basic services that should really be performed by the government. So that's really how you go about it. Simply throwing money at the problem will not solve, but certainly municipalities may be performing better if they had a larger share of money.
All right, let's leave it there. Thank you so much for speaking to us. On the line to us there, Liso Mduchana from the Institute for Economic Justice.
Catch the Mzansi's beautiful game sport documentary.
For me, literally, in the club football where I've played a lot of my football to the ladies, at times I would play as a striker.
From the 5th of July to the 23rd of August 2026.
Banyana governments is like Bafana governments right now at the moment. So we believe in them and we're proud of them. What they did, they did wonders to the country.
Brought to you by the SAfm's award-winning drama department. Ala Bafana. This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. Quantum on SAfm.
Step into the future with Quantum. The radio show that goes beyond the headlines to explore how you can evolve, adapt, and thrive in times of rapid change. We will explore cutting-edge thinking coupled with practical life design applications. I'm Angela Ludek, and I invite you to join this community where real progress begins with human capital development. Quantum, Monday to Friday, 3 to 5 a.m. on SAfm.
Cape Verde gained independence in 1975, a small nation that built stability through resilience and connection. Tourism, services, and remittances power the economy, one of West Africa's strongest democracies. But challenges remain: drought, limited natural resources, and economic dependence on imports. Still, Cape Verde continues to shine through creativity.
It was not a racial war at all. It was the black students against the system.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
11:45 on the Daily Discourse, and many of you have been severely offended by observing Andrea Johnson's conduct at the Madlanga Commission. She's been on the stand for the last few days, and her testimony has been nothing short of surprising. One wonders how someone like this, at the head of an organisation like IDAC, has managed to remain in control and direct investigations in the way they should be legally handled. Well, civil society organisation Public Interest SA is not taking this lying down. They've decided that they are going to refer Andrea Johnson to the Legal Practice Council. They're calling for her to be suspended. We're going to speak to the organisation now. Teboho Kas is chairperson of Public Interest SA. Teboho Kas, good morning to you, and thank you very much for your time on the Daily Discourse. For starters, tell me about how you perceived and received the testimony of Andrea Johnson before the Madlanga Commission this week.
Well, thank you, Joanne. You know, it is very heavy to even say the words that we have seen a display of incompetence of the highest order from a highest office of the anti-corruption unit in South Africa. And it is a very sad day and a sad indictment on our criminal justice system that we have a senior officer of the court admitting to having committed perjury, as well as for having no clue as to what conflict of interest entails, and when confronted with instances where she ought to act accordingly as expected of somebody in that profession, she failed to do so. And for us, it is even much more damning when you sit and listen to an experienced or supposedly experienced prosecutor fumbling and admitting to have not followed the prescripts of a prosecuting that was riddled or filled with malice. And it exposes you and I as taxpayers to potential damages, civil damages, by those people that they pursue wrongfully so, only for the advancement of personal interests or interests that only serve them.
Let me ask you about this issue of suspension, because that is, I understand, the first thing that you want to happen. Have you written to IDAC? How have you approached them to put in place some kind of suspension?
You know, John, I'm glad you're asking that question. And for us, what is unfolding now is a culmination of interventions that we've been pursuing for more than 8 months now. We first wrote to the National Prosecuting Authority in December, early December last year. In fact, it was in November, but we formally registered a complaint with the NPA Ethics Office of the Ethics and Accountability in December. Whereupon the process was just very slow in the sense that, save for the acknowledgement of receipt, we found that there was no movement insofar as that is concerned. However, with the new NDPP and the Mutibi coming on board, we reached out to him, and he didn't waste any minute ensuring that our complaint is actually attended to, which was very frustrating prior to his intervention. And after that, we saw in April and going forward that the complaint was investigated, and a report, which we don't have sight of, was apparently sent to the minister for a decision, which is where it is sitting now. So much as we have been frustrated, but we are satisfied with how the process has unfolded and with the turn of events. What we are waiting for is for the minister or the presidency to decide what action to take as provided for in law. So the suspension can only be made by the president, who has oversight or political accountability and administrative accountability of the director of IDAC, just as is the case with the NDPP. So we are hoping that the president will take action, one or the other, insofar as the complaint is concerned, because apparently a report has been furnished to him.
So this I find quite fascinating. So you complained in writing as far back as last year. Fortunately, your complaint was eventually taken seriously. When did the president receive that report, Mr. Kas?
I cannot say definitively when, but when we engaged with the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Development less than 2 weeks ago, they had indicated to us that they had received the final report and clarity on some of the issues that they had wanted further clarity on from the NPA 2 weeks ago, or at least 3 weeks ago. When we engaged them 2 weeks ago, that's when they informed us that everything is in order. They will just be now forwarding the their recommendations and report to the president. We don't know if that has happened already, and if so, if it has happened, when has that happened? So we are none the wiser now as to whether it has been received or not. Only the presidency can confirm that.
All right. You've now referred this to the LPC as well. What do you want them to do?
To the extent that we do understand that as an advocate of the higher court, Advocate Johnson is governed by the ethics, the professional ethics that every advocate or legal practitioners are subscribed to as part of their as part of their accreditation as lawyers. And some of those obviously talk about issues of ethics. When you have a prosecutor who cannot distinguish between conflict of interest, who cannot distinguish about probity and being able to discharge their responsibilities without fear, favor, or prejudice, who has found themselves conflicted and basically conducting themselves in a manner that leads to criminal conduct, as we have laid criminal charges under PRECA against her and her husband. You cannot have somebody like Andrea Johnson, who is alleged to have transgressed the Protected Disclosure Act by sharing information of a witness or a complainant in a matter with the target of an investigation over which she had control over, still sitting in that office, because just to think the potential of what further damage could be made by a prosecutor who sees nothing wrong with prosecuting, even using a crystal ball for future crimes that you and I might commit. It is worrisome to the extreme. Any day longer spent by her in office is a day that we put our criminal justice system in peril.
I want to just play one or two of the voice notes from our listeners actually at this point, and you might not actually be able to hear them. So let me just see if we can get those online. But one of our listeners is actually referring to Andrea and her team as a rogue team, and another person is speaking about this issue, which I think many of us found quite offensive. Her referring to Dineo Mokwele as a token appointment, essentially at the IDAC, which she later apologized for. But I think it's quite clear that that certainly many people were offended by what they saw on the stand.
Advocate Andrea Johnson, Shamila Badohi, what a shameful display of incompetency by these two heads of highly respected institutions. I think what I've noticed now, they both seem to be suffering from amnesia when it's convenient. They forgot or they forget most of the stuff when they asked about it. And then they seem to delegate duties when it suits them. I don't know. It's a mess. I think it's a shame to the president himself, because these are his appointees. I'm just not sure what he saw or what made him think they qualify or they appropriate for the responsibilities or for the roles that were given to them.
Joan Joseph, it's Mtuin Deben. A very quick one. For me, what Adrian Johnson did to Mokwele was racism. That was racist for me. There is no other definition. There is no other way. That was a pure racism, what she did to her. The woman was qualified for the position, and then she's denying. They can argue for all they want, but for me, that was a pure racism, and it really irritates me, I must say. Thanks, Mtuin Deben.
Mr. Kaus, I hope you were able to hear those voice notes from our listeners. But I was going to ask you. I mean, Andrea Johnson was one of those advocates who showed so much promise at the beginning when we saw her involved in various other cases, including the very high-profile Oscar Pistorius case where she assisted Gerry Nel. How is it that many of the star, shall I say, the star prosecutors and people who've come through the system and distinguished themselves, how have they ended up in situations where they have seemingly compromised themselves?
You know, Joanne, I've heard the clips that you've played from the listeners, and I agree with their sentiments. Sociologists will have a field day trying to study what went on in the mind of Andrea Johnson, coming from a respected prosecutor, as you rightly put, with those celebrated cases, including Oscar Pistorius prosecution, where we learn so much about, so many legal terms. So much so that we were very receptive, even of the outcome of the matter, and to now see Andrea Johnson having morphed to a shadow of herself, what in some instances even referred to as monstrous in terms of her heartless engagement or treatment of the matter involving Brigadier Mokwele, and recasting what ought to have been something that we are proud of as South Africans, to have a young, educated woman in the field of STEM, science, technology, and mathematics, with such huge qualifications. In some instances, we believe that she was actually even more qualified than the minimum that we asked is required for that job. Being ridiculed, to being reduced, even with some social media pundits even calling her a tea girl or a tea lady, something that is very reminiscent of how black women were treated during apartheid era. It is a sad day for South Africa. We must share the collective tear when we have somebody acting on our name. Remember, prosecutors act for the state, and the state is us, the people. So we, the people, are the one, through Andrea Johnson, said to Dineo Mukwele, you are a tea girl. You are not deserving of leading a team within crime intelligence filled with probably men, majority, and all that. Despite your qualifications or even overqualification, and you are even reportedly taking a salary knock in doing what we believe is a call of duty, we subjected you to this kind of not only workplace detriment, but embarrassment, where we shamed you, hold you before court, something that no applicant for a job ought to be subjected to, in circumstances where the legal prescripts of Section 27, 28, and any other related prescripts under law were not dispensed with. And thanks to the overzealous conduct of Andrea Johnson, whose interests we don't know yet she was serving in behaving in the manner that we do. But thanks to the Madlanga Commission, unlike what we saw unfold at the Parliamentary Committee, she couldn't be able to pull wool over the faces of the esteemed commissioners, and who are able to see through her pretenses as a prosecutor who's compromised. And for that, we are thankful for the commissioners. We are thankful also for the media, despite the fact that certain sections of the media wanted to protect her at all costs, despite the fact that of all the overwhelming evidence that shows that there is some wrongdoing on her part, and they went out to recast any criticism of Andrea Johnson as an attack on the institution of the NPA, of the institution of IDEC, when in fact that was not the case. And those shameless members of the media ought to also look themselves in the mirror and tell them, in the darkest hour of our democracy, what did they choose to do? To side with the truth, to side with the victims of overzealous prosecutors who do selective prosecution, or they sided with took a side of democracy.
All right, let's leave it there. Thank you so much for speaking to us, Tebogo Khas. He is chairperson of Public Interest South Africa. That is where we will wrap it up for today. Thank you so much for your discussions, your communications, and your contact over the week. Have a wonderful, safe, fabulous, relaxing weekend. I'm going to hand it over to the amazing Sakina Kamwendo for your latest update at noon, and we'll see you on Monday. Take care. Bye-bye.
Well, thanks so much, Joanne. Always love the Fridays because at least I get to say hi to Joanne, although she's already said bye. And as always, so insightful. Really enjoyed that. Well, 12 o'clock it is, Friday, the 24th of July, 2026. A very warm welcome to Updated Noon here on SAFM. Leading the conversation, I'm Sakina Kamwendo. Coming up in the next hour.
The cost of the application shall stand over for determination by the court, which hears the review. The judgment will be made available on case lines and SAfmRadio.
The Western Cape High Court has interdicted Parliament's impeachment committee from continuing with its public proceedings, and a new state witness, security officer Christian Shepherd, is expected to testify in the trial of the alleged criminal kingpin Vusumuzi Kat Matlala and his 4 co-accused. Coming up in sport,
swimmers in the pool at the Commonwealth Games. Not a great start for the South African women's swimmers. Details on that. And also Danny O'Dunn, not a happy man.
All right, and John Gericke will have more details for us. That's in the second half of this hour. But before then, please let us know what's on your mind as well. 41391, that's our SMS line number. You can also write to us via X, our handle at SABC News_radio, or you can send us a WhatsApp voice note on 082-692-3909. These and more stories coming up on this Friday edition of Update at Noon. First, though, here's the latest news with Jwalane Tulongwepe.
Thank you, Sakina. Top story is Asawa. The Western Cape High Court interdicts Parliament's impeachment committee and more than 100 undocumented migrants arrested in Limpopo. Good day. The Western Cape High Court has interdicted Parliament's impeachment committee from continuing with its public hearings into the Palapala matter. In a split judgment this morning, Judge Andre Lachransi stated that pending President Cyril Ramaphosa's review of the Section 89 independent panel report, the first and second respondents, National Assembly Speaker Togwe Didiza and Impeachment Committee Chairperson Makashule Kana, are barred from proceeding with the public impeachment hearings. Ramaphosa is contesting the Section 89 report, which found he may have a case to answer over the theft of foreign currency at his Palapala farm in 2020. Judge Lachransi delivered the split decision.
There are 3 judgments. The first judgment concludes, for reasons set out therein, that the President has not made out a case for an interim interdict. It proposes that the application be dismissed. The second judgment concludes that the President has made out a case for an interim interdict for the reasons set out in that judgment. It proposes that an interdict of limited duration be granted. The third judgment concurs with the second judgment. The second judgment is the majority judgment.
The pre-trial conference into the murder of Warwick DJ Wara Stock has been postponed to Monday. Only Waras's alleged shooter Amindo Pakula was present in court. His co-accused, the alleged orchestrator of the killing, Victor Majola, was not present due to admin issues in his transfer from prison. Waras was gunned down in the Johannesburg CBD in December 2025. Here is presiding Judge William Karam.
Noted further that on Monday, the 27th of July 2026, the matter then is to be postponed for a further 2 weeks, subject of course to what accused number 2 may say on Monday, in order to deal with the funding of private counsel.
The National Sea Rescue Institute, NSIR, says a Greek seafarer who was rescued in Table Bay in Cape Town after he fell overboard a bulk carrier on Wednesday. NSIR spokesperson Craig Lambinon says the crew on the vessel used a life ring and a rope to keep the man above water but could not recover him onto the ship. Lambinon says a local fishing vessel, the McDuck, heard the distress call and responded. The crew on the fishing vessel managed to pull the seafarer out of the water. Lambinon says the man was severely injured, suffering from hypothermia and lapsing in and out of consciousness. He says it is unknown at this stage how the man fell overboard.
Due to the serious medical condition of the man, the decision was taken to keep him on board the McDuck fishing vessel with medical treatment continuing while the NSI rescue craft escorted the fishing vessel towards the port of Table Bay. The patient was stabilized. He was transferred to an EMS ambulance and transported to hospital in a serious but stable condition. The skipper and crew of the McDuck fishing vessel, Good Samaritans, have been commended for their critical role in this rescue operation. The man is recovering in hospital in the care of doctors and nurses.
The Northwest Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Department has condemned the deaths of 6 initiates at initiation schools during the 2026 winter season across the province, calling them unacceptable. Speaking on the sidelines of the Muni MEC meeting in Rustenburg, MEC Khawahe Uacheng Molapisi has urged a stronger collaboration between government, traditional leaders, law enforcement and communities to ensure all schools comply with legal and safety standards. He says illegal initiation schools remain a serious threat to initiates' safety.
We have recently seen the loss of life in terms of the initiation schools, which require our decisive action. And I'm raising this point because these things are happening at the local level, where you have August initiation schools, and we need to implore cooperation of our municipalities together with the police and the health authorities to ensure that we do not experience this.
More than 100 undocumented migrants have been arrested in connection with the contravention of the immigration laws in Jane First in Limpopo. The migrants were arrested during a police operation conducted by police and the immigration officers to curb criminal activities. It was led by the acting police commissioner, Major General Jan Schippers, and Premier Poppy Ramatoba. Ramatoba says the operation has also led to the arrest of 28 wanted suspects.
We have a total of 128 illegal immigrants that have been arrested. But not only that, but we also had another 28, which includes some of South African nationals, wherein some of them are the members of society who were wanted by the police. There were those who were wanted for sexual assault, and those for theft, and quite a number of different crimes.
Recapping the top story this hour, the Western Cape High Court has interdicted Parliament's impeachment committee from continuing its public hearings into the Phala Phala matter. For SAfm News, I'm Jordani Tulo Wepe.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m. Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo.
Thanks so much, Jolani. Good afternoon, everyone. It's 8 minutes after 12. Welcome to Update at Noon, and I hope you'll stay with us for the better part of the next hour. Well, we will, of course, get into that judgment by the Western Cape High Court that has interdicted Parliament's impeachment committee from continuing with its public proceedings, and we'll get reaction from the ATM's Zungula and also from an analyst on this particular matter. And then some of the other stories that we'll also be following up on. Of course, the Deputy Finance Minister, David Masondo, who resigned yesterday from his position as chairperson of the Public Investment Corporation. And this story has, of course, been swirling around for a while now, but especially intensified over the past a couple of days. And in a statement, Masondo went on to say that his decision is in the interest of the country and continued stability of the PIC. Build One South Africa, they've terminated the the membership of Ayanda Ali. And Ayanda Ali, of course, was BOSA's sole representative in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. And they issued a statement yesterday in which the party announced that its board had resolved to terminate Ali's membership following the conclusion of an internal disciplinary process which began in July last year. So we'll see where that one goes. But of course, keeping an eye on all of these developments, the United States enacting Section 301 tariffs on Friday, that's today, July the 24th, and imposing a 10% to 12.5% tariffs on countries that it deems have committed forced labor violations, which includes us as South Africa. And those new measures come into effect today, the 24th of July, and it's going to be an interesting one. But of course, saw earlier yesterday there was some reaction from Canada's Mark Carney about these tariffs. So we seem to be in that sort of season again. And then the new state witness in the trial of Vusmuzi Kat Matlala is Security Officer Christian Shepherd, and that, of course, continuing in the Johannesburg High Court and also in the Joburg High Court, the trial date to be set for DJ Waras's murder. So those are some of the stories. It's a Friday. Martin Creamer, he'll step in with another update from the coalface.
Sakina Kamwendo on SAFM.
The Western Cape High Court has interdicted Parliament's impeachment committee from continuing with its public proceedings. Now, President Cyril Ramaphosa approached the court to halt the impeachment process pending his application to review the Section 89 independent panel report, which found that the president had a case to answer to in the theft at his Palapala farm. Judge Andries Legrandsie read the handing down of the judgment this morning.
This court has carefully considered the weighty arguments advanced by the parties in the limited time available given the urgency of the matter. There are three judgments. The first judgment concludes, for reasons set out therein, that the President has not made out a case for an interim interdict. It proposes that the application be dismissed. The second judgment concludes that the President has made out a case for an interim interdict for the reasons set out in that judgment. It proposes that an interdict of limited duration be granted. The third judgment concurs with the second judgment. The second judgment is the majority judgment. In the result, the following order is made. 1. Pending the determination by this court of the applicant's review under case number 2026/119192, the first and second respondents are interdicted from proceeding with the public impeachment hearings in terms of Rule 129 capital M of the National Assembly Rules. 2. The cost of the application shall stand over for determination by the court which hears the review. The judgment will be made available on case lines and SAfmRadio shortly after we adjourn this court.
And that was, of course, Judge Andre Legrandsie. And presidency spokesperson Vincent Magwenya says that President Ramaphosa has noted the court's decision.
President Ramaphosa notes the Western Cape High Court's granting today of his urgent application to temporarily interdict and pause Section 89 impeachment proceedings by Parliament. The President had asked the court that impeachment proceedings be paused until the court finalizes a separate application for a review of an independent panel's report following an incident at the President's game farm. President Ramaphosa reaffirms his respect of judicial independence and separation of powers enshrined in our Constitution. The President will continue to cooperate with and abide by processes of accountability.
That was Presidency spokesperson Vincent Magwenya. Meanwhile, this is what the DA leader Jordan Hill-Lewis had to say.
The Democratic Alliance notes and respects today's judgment pausing Parliament's impeachment inquiry until President Ramaphosa's review application has been decided. The judgment does not clear the President of any wrongdoing, nor does it determine whether the Phala allegations are true. It simply determines the order in which the legal and parliamentary processes must proceed. The President is entitled to exercise his legal rights, but South Africans are equally entitled to answers and accountability. We therefore call for the review application to be heard urgently and for Parliament to complete every preparatory step permitted by the court. No person, including the President, should be beyond scrutiny. South Africans deserve institutions they can trust and leaders who answer openly when serious questions arise.
And that was DA leader Jordan Hill-Lewis. Meanwhile, the MK party's Andile Mngxitama says that the ruling was expected, alleging that the judiciary continues to protect President Cyril Ramaphosa.
Committee's reaction to this?
No, we are very happy with the judgment. This is what precisely we have said to the committee, that let's abide and not oppose the interdict by the President, because we believe that the President, like anyone in the country, has got the right to sought relief where he feels that his rights are impeded upon. So we're very happy with the outcome of the judgment.
Surely some members of the committee had good reason to think to go ahead, given that at least one of the judges of the three on the bench believed that the President did not make out a case for it. Of course, the majority judgment rules on this instance, but the wording there was very specific, Mika. It very specifically said that it precludes the first and second respondents, Parliament and the impeachment committee, from going ahead with a public hearing of an impeachment process. It doesn't preclude it from doing any other work related to the impeachment process just yet.
Yes, and it covers a lot of things that the opposition parties were already going into, like calling for the President to be the first witness that they wanted to do, because they wanted to change this thing into a political football. And we have always said that this is the President of the country, this is number one office in the country. We've got to act in a manner that is fair and impartial. We don't need to have this as a political football, and this is where we are. Opposition parties have a responsibility to oppose what the ruling party is doing. We didn't expect less from them. That's what they did, and it's what they did. We can't do anything about that.
Well, my apologies. That was actually the ANC's Mikateko Matlaule saying that the party welcomes the judgment and adding that President Ramaphosa has the right to seek legal relief and that all political parties should respect the court's ruling. And then, of course, the MKP's Andile Mngxitama.
We note the decision of the Western Cape High Court to grant the interdict that was applied by President Ramaphosa to interdict the work of the impeachment committee. So from what we heard from the judge is that it's the public hearings that have been interdicted, but we are waiting to receive the full judgment so that we can see which aspect of the work that we can proceed with as a committee. We did have a meeting scheduled for next week, so once we have studied the full judgment, we will give further updates on this matter.
And once again, my apologies, that was actually Parliament Section 89 Impeachment Committee Chairperson Makashule Gana saying that the committee is studying the Western Cape High Court's judgment after it halted the public impeachment hearings. We will try one more time to see if we can get the right clip for Andile Mngxitama.
Well, we're disappointed, but it's not unexpected. The judiciary has consistently protected Mr. Ramaphosa. We all know about his 1 billion rand, which is undisclosed from his donors. Now, that theme continues as we see today. Remember, the argument that he's making is a very silly one, that his reputation will be harmed by appearing before the impeachment committee. Now, if he has nothing to hide, why should his reputation be affected? If he is not guilty for stuffing his finisher with dollars which have not been accounted for, why is he afraid to come before the impeachment committee? This is a delaying tactic, and it's highly disappointing that the judges would accept the argument that his reputation would be negatively affected, and therefore grant him his request for a stay of this matter.
And that, of course, is the MK parties, Andile Mngxitama, and those some of the reactions from some of the political parties represented in Parliament. And for some analysis, we joined on the line now by legal analyst Lufuno Nevondwe. Thanks so much for your time, Lufuno. Welcome to Update at Noon.
Good afternoon.
Lufuno, first off, what is the legal significance of this judgment, and how should the public understand the court's decision to intervene in an ongoing parliamentary process?
I think this judgment is very important because it affirms the independence of the judiciary, and also affirms also the principles of constitutional democracy, where all of us were subject to the Constitution and the rule of law. So this judgment holds Parliament impeachment public hearings to continue, while the President is going to challenge the Section 89 independent panel report, which the review application is going to be heard on the 2nd until the 4th of September 2026. So from now until the conclusion of the review process, Parliament cannot continue with its impeachment processes.
And that is the next question, of course, the immediate implications of this court order for Parliament Section 89 process, because does this mean that all of the work stops now, or are there parts of it that the impeachment committee can actually proceed with?
Yeah, maybe to summarize it, preparatory work can continue behind the scenes, not public hearings. So, which means that the impeachment committee cannot have a meeting where the public, remember, they cannot have formal meetings, because that will be the impeachment process. So, but preparatory work can still happen behind the scenes, not to have public hearings, because they are interdicted from holding public hearings or holding meetings where we know in their meetings the members of the public will have access to their meetings. That is halted until the review application is heard and concluded.
And just with regard to the actual legal principles that were relied on to arrive at this judgment, what do you think was overriding for the ultimate decision by the judge?
I think what we need to study from the judgment is that the president has made a case here that he will suffer the irreparable harm, and he will also be humiliated if the impeachment proceedings continue. So that was found to be convincing by the court. That's why the majority judgment ruled in his favor, halting the parliament impeachment process. And also the court, it was clear also to say that the principles of separation of powers has not been violated here. Because remember, the separation of powers is the foundational principles of a constitutional democracy, wherein you find that out of these branches of government, the parliament and the executive, they must also do their work in terms of that principle. And remember, the court only intervene when the two branches of government are not doing their work. So here you can see that the judiciary has intervened in terms of granting the president the interim temporary relief to halt the impeachment process until September. So that also affirms the role of the judiciary in a separation of powers doctrine, to say that the judiciary has the responsibility to always apply and interpret the law. And because, remember, there was an argument to say that the Western Cape High Court does not have a jurisdiction to hear a matter where decision of the Constitutional Court is being challenged. Remember, here we are not talking about a decision of the Constitutional Court here. Remember, the Constitutional Court, when they took their decision, they decide only on the procedural aspect of it. They didn't decide on the merits, on the report itself. So this process is starting afresh, is new, and the High Court has that jurisdiction. I think it has been confirmed by this judgment.
So still on a point of clarity to this last point that you make, Lufuno, the ruling, does it say anything about the merits of that Phala matter itself, or is it purely procedural?
Remember, the ruling here is about procedural, because the ruling is only halting the impeachment process, not to continue, while the full review application is still going to be heard by the same court on the 2nd until the 4th of September. So remember, the whole question of the substantive part of the president application is going to be heard in September. So the court only decided to grant the president the interim interdict, which this interim will apply from now until the conclusion of the review application.
Well, we'll leave it there. Thanks so much for that analysis. Legal analyst Lufuno Nevondwe giving us his perspective there. And of course, we'd love to hear yours as well. You can either write to us or send us a voice note.
Attention all shoppers.
Our supermarket shelves are full of unhealthy food. It's often hard for me to know which foods are good for my family. The information on packaged food is complicated and hard to understand. I wish we had easy-to-understand warning labels on foods high in salt, sugar, and saturated fat. We have the right to know what's in our food. Support front-of-package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
Do good while having fun at Jazz for Young People, brought to you by the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz. Bring your family and friends to this exciting family-friendly concert curated by the young for the young. Enjoy live performances curated by Msaki, the NSA band featuring Msaki. Join us on the 25th of July 2026 at the National School of the Arts in Braamfontein. Tickets are selling fast on Quicket, with prices starting from just 50 Rand for children. Standard Bank Joy of Jazz, jazz for young people. Be there.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
Well, thanks for being with us here on Update at Noon. And of course, still looking at the Western Cape High Court judgment that interdicted Parliament's impeachment committee from continuing with its public proceedings. And President Cyril Ramaphosa, of course, approaching the court to halt the impeachment process pending the application to review the Section 89 independent panel report. And we are joined now by Parliament spokesperson Moloto Mothapo to give us Parliament's response to this. Thanks so much for your time and welcome to Update at Noon, Moloto.
Hi, Zakin, and hi, good afternoon to the listeners.
First off, what are the immediate implications of this court order for Parliament's Section 89 process?
Yes, I think by just judging from the one-line summary of the decision of the bench, it tells us that we need to hold the proceedings of the impeachment committee. But the full extent of the implication of this judgment, we still don't know at the moment. Obviously, as the presiding judge indicated, the full judgment will be shared with all parties and probably publicly. Immediately after the proceedings. Probably it is out now, or we're still waiting, I'm not sure. But what will happen is that it does have, noting that it does have a serious implication on the work that the National Assembly had initiated since the outcome of the Constitutional Court. We will need to study it. The Speaker of the National Assembly will have to, together with the legal team in Parliament, go through the entire judgment thoroughly to fully understand its implication on the work that we had already started. So it does have a serious implication, but the extent of that
of that implication, we still need to properly determine.
And of course, for the public, seeking the assurance that Parliament can in fact give the public, accountability and make sure that those accountability mechanisms remain intact. This is perhaps an opportunity to just emphasize that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I look, it has never happened that the courts will frustrate the constitutional function of Parliament to hold the executive to account. So we do not even imagine that will happen. So that one, I don't think that the public should be worried about. In fact, what the court have done previously is to ensure that the constitutional role of Parliament, including to conduct oversight and to ensure that the laws that we make in Parliament are properly consulted and they are of the highest quality that meets the constitutional needs of the country and the provisions of the Constitution. So we don't worry about it. But I think it is important that we study the judgment. It is important that we are able to make a proper determination on how to proceed. And the Speaker will be seized with that task going forward.
And I suppose the other thing that the public may want to also know about is the delay that is now created and that will continue to be created by that review process on the work of the Section 89 impeachment committee, and the broader implications thereof.
Yeah, no. It's. I think the public. I don't think that the public should be concerned with that. Because there were still preliminary issues that are being looked at by the committee. And I know that the committee currently was looking at constituting the legal team that will, including getting the evidence leader that will lead that. And I know that there is still a process of considering the terms of references and so on and so forth. But so I don't foresee any unwarranted delay with regard to the work, but it is important that we don't put the cart before the horse and make assumptions that are not informed by facts. I think once we have the judgment, we will be able to know how do we proceed and to what extent does the decisions of the reason advanced by the court affect the work that we were busy with in terms of giving effect to the orders of the Constitutional Court. So once we know, we will be able to make pronouncement. The Speaker will be able then, based on the rules, the Constitution and the laws governing the parliamentary processes, be able to say how do we proceed from here. So for now, I think we can speculate, and it's not good to speculate without facts. Let's wait for the facts, and then we will be able to be sure as to how do we proceed.
Fair enough. Thanks so much. Parliament spokesperson Moloto Motapo there telling us that the National Assembly Speaker Togo Didiza will of course study the Western Cape High Court judgment with the parliamentary legal advisors before deciding on a way forward. With that, let's bring you up to speed with the latest news headlines. Apologies, Jolane, and what's happening at the moment.
Thank you, Sakina. Making headlines. The MK Party has expressed disappointment over the Western Cape High Court's decision to grant President Cyril Ramaphosa an interim interdict preventing Parliament's impeachment committee from proceeding with public hearings until Ramaphosa's review of the Section 89 panel report. The pre-trial conference into the murder of Warwick DJ Wara's stock has been postponed to Monday. And finally, more than 100 undocumented migrants have been arrested in connection with the contravention of the immigration laws in Jane First in Limpopo. The migrants were arrested during a police operation conducted by the police and immigration officers to curb criminal activities. I will have details on these and other stories at 1 o'clock.
And of course, it's a Friday, so Victor Mapunga is joining us. He's head of research at Old Mutual Wealth Private Clients to give us a wrap of the markets for the week. Good afternoon, Victor.
Good afternoon, Sakina. Yeah, so we've had a bit of a mixed week in the markets this week, even though we're closing on a bit of a positive note. So at the moment, the JSE is at 109,400 on the day. We're up about 1% or so. But for the week, we're down marginally about 0.2%. But if you look at the sectors within the JSE, there's a big divergence there. The resources have been the big winners, up about 6% for the week or so, and today up another 1.5% or so. But if you look at the financials and the industrials, they've been weak, very weak during the course of this week. If you look at the Rand, we're currently at 16.90, and it's been a tough week for the Rand this week. Earlier in the week, we were closer to about 16.30 or so, and now we're closer to the 17 level versus the US dollar. There've really been two main drivers in terms of this weakness that we've seen in the Rand and even what's driving our local markets. I think one is the surprise decision that we saw by the Reserve Bank yesterday to keep rates unchanged. While from a consumer perspective, I think many would have cheered it. The market had been pricing in a 25 basis points increase, and once that didn't materialize, I think from an investor point of view, at least those who view our local market, our local bonds as a source of high real yields, there might have been a surprise and perhaps some disappointment there, which is why we've seen the Rand weaken a little bit since then. And then the second development, which has also had an impact on our bond market and also the Rand, is the developments in the Middle East. That story seems to be never ending. We keep talking about it, and we've slowly seen the oil price creeping up back to almost $100. It's up over 30% month to date. And what we've seen globally is that bond markets across the world are rising, with yields rising, meaning bond prices coming off as inflation concerns re-emerge. And within that environment where bond yields globally are rising, that tends to be negative for our currency and our bond market as well. So a bit of a mixed picture in terms of markets this week, Sakina.
Victor, thanks so much for that wrap, and of course have yourself a fabulous weekend. Victor Mapunga is head of research at Old Mutual Wealth Private Clients.
SAfm Sport with John Gerika.
Well, hello to you.
How's it?
Did you watch the opening last night?
I watched some of it, yeah. It was fun.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought it was so
It was
good.
small, but that's what the Commonwealth Games is. Do you know that the Australian state of Victoria are paying for these Commonwealth Games? Because they didn't want to do it. They were going to host it, and then they cancelled. So they're spending $300 million or something. Glasgow only using 200 and something of that. But
so it's a win for them.
It's huge.
It's a win for them.
Right.
But of course, didn't it give you flashbacks to London 2012, was it? You remember
Which was
the
a
whole
little bit
storytelling, bigger, but in terms of the opening ceremony and the themes, I was like, oh, okay.
I just liked finding out new nations again. It's like the World Cup. We're finding out about new nations. I'm going to tell you about one of them now. Can I? Like a country called Norfolk Island. It's a place. I love this type of, because there's so much happening at the same time. So let's go through what I can so far this morning. There's bowls on the go. South African men's singles, Section B, round 2. Wayne Rutmuller is up against Norfolk Island's Mitchell Graham. No idea where Norfolk Island is. We'll have to find that. The para mixed pairs B2, B3 Section A is happening later on today. That's South Africa against Scotland. 3x3 basketball, 3x3 wheelchair basketball today. We'll see South Africa up against Canada. Starts at 5:10 today. That's the wheelchair women's Pool A. Not a great day so far in the pool. In the women's 400-meter freestyle heats, Hannah Robertson and Danae Kutsia both failed to advance to the final. That final, though, will have 3 New Zealanders and 3 Australians out of the 8 swimmers. The men's 200-meter individual medley, Chris Mayalov also missed out on qualifying. In the women's 100-meter freestyle S13, that's for visual impairment, Danica Vinker set a new Africa record, a time of 1 minute 5.13 seconds. She placed third. Alani Ferreira placed 8th. Both qualify for this evening's final. In the men's 100-meter freestyle S13, Nathan Hendricks qualified second, just 0.09 seconds behind the winner, Stephen Clegg from Scotland, so he goes through to the final. Women's 200-meter backstroke heats, Hannah Pearce placed third in her heat, but a time of 2:12:37 means she qualified 9th fastest. That puts her into one of 2 reserve spots for the final tonight. Still coming up, the big ones, 4x100 meter freestyle relays for the men and women. South Africa in Heat 2 with the favourites. South Africa are in Heat 1. Let's hear from swimmer Erin Gallagher.
This will be my 4th Commonwealth Games, and I can't even count how many times this would be to represent my country, but it's amazing because every time that I put the green and gold on and step out onto the stage for swimming, it's almost like the first time again. I love being at these events, seeing the new tracksuits and the new badges that we're going to be wearing, and I think for me it's just being able to represent my country is something that I dreamed of when I was 8 years old. So the fact that I'm privileged enough and blessed enough that I get to do this and I get to live out my childhood dream is honestly something I'll never take for granted and something that I always wear with pride. I love stepping out onto the stage, just representing South Africa.
There's also boxing today. The men's 65 kilo, round of 32. Ziggy Agate of Mauritius takes on Simamkele Damesi of South Africa. Now, SAFA boss Danny Jordan lashed out at journalists asking about the status of the Bafana coach. There were rumours that Hugo Broos has extended his contract for another year. Jordan has said that was nonsense. He was then asked if Bafana actually has a coach.
Yeah, we have a coach.
Well, who's the coach, sir?
No, we will deal with it. There is a process. You cannot stop me in the street and hijack a decision. It's not going to happen.
We're not hijacking a decision, Dr. Dan. I think South Africa deserves to know where we stand right now.
South Africa must wait.
Yes, we are waiting.
Must understand the World Cup ended just yesterday.
I think maybe there's confusion because we come back, then we're told, you said Bruce was still employed, then we heard that. Maybe it's the clarity that we're seeking, sir.
You have your answer then. Why are you asking me?
Just for clarity.
Don't interrupt when I'm talking.
Okay, apologies.
No, you're out of order. And you must behave yourself.
But we have to ask the question, sir, where do you stand?
You can ask your question, but I've just told you. We're having processes and things that must happen. So, you must wait.
Yeah. So
okay.
President, what is the timeline?
We are going to, I just told you, I arrived in the country yesterday from the World Cup. I did not even meet anybody from SAFA. But you want a timeline.
What about the elections, Mr. President? Can you convey your petition for the elections?
No. Ask those who are interested in the election. Ask them.
In case you missed that, ask somebody who's interested in the elections.
What does that mean?
Yeah, veteran coach Pitso Mosimane has confirmed that SAFA has had discussions with him as part of its succession plan for the head coach position.
But I know that the federation has spoken to a lot of us about somebody to come in succession plan. What do you want? What are you going to do? What's your plan? How do we take Bafana to a better level? I always say that it's important to leave the jersey at a better place.
Let's go to rugby. Currie Cup today. Cheetahs against the Sharks at 5 o'clock. Tomorrow the Lions host the Pumas and the Griquas take on the Bulls just after 5. Women's hockey tonight, or this afternoon, 2 o'clock, South Africa against Namibia. It's the final test of 4. The Proteas won 4-1 last night, 3-0 lead in the series. Le Tour today is the big day, Sakina. Just get ready. Just sit down and do nothing today. Stage 19, 127.9 kilometers. First of 2 days where the riders tackle the mighty Alpe d'Huez. The mountain comes at the end of a stage marked by 4 category climbs, accumulating 3,500 meters of elevation gain. The Col de Billard, the first alpine summit to the history of the Tour de France back in 1905, kicks off the action straight away. Then you got the Noya and the Ornon climbs, and then the final 13.8 kilometers, an average gradient of 8.1%. In normal English, that's very steep. And the Hungarian Grand Prix is this weekend as well. I'm going to be so busy. Qualifying is at 4 o'clock tomorrow. The race is at 3. Let's hear from Charlotte Claire, who was on pole last year.
I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, it's a track where I always tend to have to work a bit harder to have the flow that you need to have in order to be fast. But it's a cool track at the same time. Last year it went actually very well for me, so I'll try and just reproduce the type of performance of last year, bar the race that we had a bit of our struggles.
We'll see if I can squeeze this in quickly. The Big Easy still has it. 56-year-old Ernie Els is 2 strokes off the lead on day 2 of the Senior Open in Scotland. South African legend opened with a 5 under par 65 yesterday. He's got an afternoon tee off today.
But all in all, it was a solid round. I had a week off last week. I was down in London. So I played a bit of golf, but really nice to have a nice start today. Yeah, you got to keep your wits with you, You can be really aggressive. If you're on, you can really look spectacular, but it's really a course where you got to tack yourself around. The course is running a little bit, so you could hit kind of linksy shots and especially play the wind. And I think the greens are tricky to read and tricky to putt. I think that's why scoring is going to level out a little bit.
What are you saying? 56-year-old, still young, but?
After 50, you start feeling things. You're like,
back.
What is that? Like, is there something? Is there a muscle there? I was never aware. You start feeling things, man.
Have a lucky weekend.
You too.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m.
Kude Sakina Mbongo Sondisa Mbuyisa Saki, I totally agree with Norman from Brixton. You see, the MK must not even comment. This case has been dragging on, appeals after appeals. Hey, hi man, and then this now he does not want to pay 29 million rands back to the state for his scandals. Instead, he's appealing after appeal, so they must not comment at all. And as for Ramaphosa, I think he does not want the public to find out where did he get the money, the source. He's trying by all means to hide it, because why would we have so much money under the beds and carpets? Why not electrical transfers, EFT?
My princess Sakina, good afternoon to you, good afternoon to your team. Oh, you're still there, SK, Saki. It has been a long time, great show always. It's Uncle JJ, the truck driver, about to enter Botswana. Hey, what's on my take, Sakina? I'm wondering, Julius Mkwanaz and Witness K, they paid bail of 5,000 each. I'm wondering, how many other outstanding warrant of arrest from Julius Mkwanaz are on its way, and how many bail again? Saki?
Good afternoon, Sis Sakina and your team. Happy Friday. Others are angry, are drinking grandpa headache. Others are happy. Napesin matlosana nginandaba. Sis Sakina, please, can you invite the Minister of Labour to come to explain how far he is? President told us he's going to appoint 1,000 inspectors. Now is July. They didn't appoint even one so that they can account. We don't want to experience this thing of bullet train. It never happened. 100 days of social compact. Please invite him. It is where my interest it is. Please invite him.
Sakina, I don't normally comment on cases that involve Cyril Ramaphosa, our president. But today I must say this. Opposition parties mustn't waste money and take matters to court. They must work hard to dethrone the ANC, which is going to be a hill, a very long road to achieve. Taking these matters to court and losing them, just a waste of money that could have been used by these parties for something else. I'm tired, but I'm happy at the same time. Butinkongi Bonafide, son of Indo in the Eastern Cape.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAfm 104.3 FM in Rustenburg. Sakina Kamwendo on SAfm.
Thanks so much for those messages. Let's squeeze in this story now before we get to Martin Creamer. Deputy Finance Minister David Masondo has resigned as chairperson of the Public Investment Corporation, saying the decision is in the country's best interest and that it will help ensure the PIC's stability. Now, Masondo has urged thorough investigations into outstanding matters, including whistleblower allegations and the Acapulco case. Now, for reaction to these developments, we are now joined on the line by COSATU's Parliamentary Coordinator, Matthew Parks. Matthew, good to have you with us. Welcome to Update at Noon.
Good afternoon, Sakina. Thanks for having us. Hope you're well.
Certainly am. Matthew, COSATU's first reaction to the Deputy Finance Minister's resignation as PIC chairperson?
I think we must note it and thank him for his service, including the now outgoing board. Despite the negative headlines, there's actually been significant progress under their tenure in terms of dealing with some of the issues of state capture and corruption. It's a far cry from where we were 10 years ago when state capture and corruption was a greeting card of the PIC. But having said that, we must also be concerned because we do see headlines which worry us greatly. The Acapulco headlines doesn't give one comfort, and we believe there is issues of corruption in state capture beyond a single investment. And bear in mind, the PIC has about 3.6 trillion rand worth of investments, mostly on the listed stock exchange, but quite a significant amount on unlisted investments, which is like property, investments in shopping centers and hotels, fixed assets and so forth. And I think we must really be vigilant because these are workers' monies. 87% of the PIC is the government employee pension fund, so public servants' pensions. The balance is mostly from the Unemployment Insurance Fund and the Compensation of Occupational Injuries and Diseases Fund. And so given our legacy of state capture and corruption, we must be extremely vigilant. Having noted that the board has effectively resigned, there is a need for government, through cabinet, to appoint a new board, including a chair, and they need to be persons of integrity, persons of capacity. But we would also expect that government would abide by the PIC Act, which allows for workers to choose 3 reps of their own through the Public Service Bargaining Council. But a board needs to be appointed soon to provide stability, to reassure workers and pensioners that their monies are safe. And I think, as the Deputy Minister said quite correctly in his resignation letter, to continue the work of dealing with corruption, that the investigations into Acapulco must be referred to the SIU. And in fact, we would want to see the President actually extending the SIU mandate and to all investors of the PIC, listed and unlisted. We think there is more issues of corruption there. And to also enlist the support of the Hawks and the AG as well, just be given the size of the PIC. So concerning headlines, but I think also we need to continue to cleanse the PIC of any issues of corruption and state capture.
And considering the mandate of the PIC, as COSATU, I would imagine you are concerned, but to what degree about this potential impact of this ongoing instability, Matthew, given that these are government employees' pension funds that are at stake here? And also, do you believe that as a trade union organization, do you believe that yours and others have paid sufficient attention to what is actually going on at the PIC as far as those funds are concerned, how they are invested, and of course what the return on investment is for your members?
So in terms of the public servants and even other workers who depend upon UIF benefits or compensation benefits, they can rest assured because by law, the GPF, the UIF, and the compensation fund are defined defined benefit scheme. So what you get out as a pensioner from the GPF is based upon your years of service, what was your salary level, how much did you contribute, etc. So whether the PIC does well or whether it does badly, your benefits remain the same. Of course, the GPF does need to provide annual increases for pensioners, and that does mean you do need to have the PIC being on a sound footing. But despite all the negative headlines, in fact, the PIC has done well. As we dealt with COVID-19 in 2020, the start of it, it was at 2.1 trillion rand. After COVID, it took a hit, went to about 1.8 trillion. Today, the PIC has basically doubled its investment to 3.6. That's very, very good. So at a macro scale, they've done very well. They performed above what you'll find anywhere else in the market. They charge less fees to the depositors, that's the GPF, UIF, etc. So there has been progress. So public servants, pensioners, workers do not need to worry about that.
But to whose benefit is this money being invested?
Yeah, so that's the issue. Because what we've seen over time and again, before this board, during this board, is that we have a scary tendency of some officials in the PIC who are involved in corruption. We have a tendency of politicians across party lines, inside and outside government and parliament, interfering, putting their hands in the cookie jar. We've got entrepreneurs as well who view this as a feeding trough. And that's why we had pushed hard in the amendment to the PIC Act in 2019 that all listed and unlisted investments must be disclosed by the PIC, must be available on the website so the media can look at it. Then we know who is getting what money, who are the owners of the companies, what is the deal, etc., etc. And that's one area of the PIC we feel has fallen short. We've gone through the PIC documents. We struggle to find that information. You find it being 3 years out of date, not having much information. So I think for us, that's why we really need to have the Hawks, the AG, the SAU go from head to toe, make sure all investments are above board. And when those individuals, whether they're inside the PIC, in government, in the private sector, or in politics, wherever they might be, are held to account. Because we do fear there has been a tendency of the PIC that if some investments are considered small, below R1 billion, they don't really pay much attention to it. That has been our experience previously as well. But I don't want to say it's all doom and gloom. I do want to appreciate there has been progress under the outgoing board. It's far better than what we had seen 10 years ago, where it literally was a wild, wild west.
And of course, we have to unfortunately leave it there, Matthew. But I think that is definitely a conversation worth continuing, because these are government employees' pension funds. Those are the monies that are being used to invest by others into businesses that enrich them. But what about the people whose money it actually is? What is in it for them? What is the return on investment for them? And people may say, well, this is how it's set up. This is how it operates. But does that make it right? And does that mean that it's cast in stone? It can't be changed. But as I say, a conversation for another day. And that was COSATU's Matthew Parks, their parliamentary coordinator.
We're delving deeper into the world of mining and engineering. From the Coalface with Martin Creamer.
Well, it's that time again on a Friday when Update at Noon presents another update from the Coalface with Martin Creamer, publishing editor of Engineering News and Mining Weekly. Good afternoon, Martin.
Good afternoon, Sakina.
Martin, South Africa's platinum group metals are now poised to be boosted by China's 5-year plan.
This is the 15th 5-year plan of China, and it's near term because it ends in 2030. And what is so remarkable is that platinum group metals are fundamentally key to China's latest 5-year plan. And just looking at two aspects of it, starting off with AI, artificial intelligence. China is going to invest $300 billion in AI infrastructure expansion. Now you say, well, what is AI's link to platinum group metals? We've thought of data centers. Of course, that can happen. But there are so many other product lines that are linked to it. We're talking about silicone production, hard disk drives, thin film coatings on semiconductors, electronic grade sensors on printed circuit boards, and you can go on with crucibles and other things. So this is not expected that we would be so well linked to artificial intelligence. But then if we look at the thing that we've always been mentioning, the hydrogen side of it, platinum group metals and hydrogen, China is moving faster on hydrogen and fuel cells that are both directly linked to platinum group metals than anywhere else on the planet. And we are the biggest supplier of platinum group metals, and China is already the biggest consumer. So we can only see long-term good news there.
And then, Martin, artificial intelligence is uplifting South Africa's mines without causing any job losses. That's according to a CEO reporting this week.
Yes, it was amazing. There were two events this week. They're both mining events. And, those two letters, AI, popped up. And one would expect them to be linked to job losses. But on the contrary, all that AI seems to be doing is adding jobs because they use it, and it turns out that areas where they thought they would stop mining, they suddenly find no, they can continue mining there because of the information coming through with the AI, and that means, jobs are preserved, things go on. So the whole image of AI, I think, is changing, and you see it popping up a lot now.
And finally, Martin, a major gold recovery project is underway on Gauteng's West Rand.
Yes, we've got these gold dumps, and we've got the slimes dams, and we always hope that they can get every bit of gold out of it. And we see on the far West Rand now, amazing. I mean, this tailings dam that's being built is mammoth. It is huge. It's on 800 hectares. It's going to cost 3.5 billion, and it's being built at a perfect time because the gold price is high now. You couldn't actually invest like this at any better time than we've ever had. And this is going to mean that you have places like, the West Rand, where there is also gold mining, but there are dumps. There's gold in those dumps. And the way they recovering that has been very good, but they're also letting us into secrets that there's new technology coming up that'll make it even better. They don't want to spell that out too clearly until they've proved it. They've had pilot plants, but they want to see it in real time. And it could be a wonderful gold recovery from the West Rand.
Well, Martin, thanks so much. We'll do this again next week. Martin Creamer, publishing editor of Engineering News and Mining Weekly. He'll be back with another edition at the Coalface and same time next Friday. And that takes us up to 1 o'clock. Well, that's our time for this afternoon. Thanks so much for being with us. Thanks to the production team and everyone for listening in. Take care of yourself. Have a fabulous weekend. Here is Jolane Tulongwepe with your latest news at 1.
Thank you, Sakina. Top stories this hour. MK party reacts to halt in Ramaphosa's impeachment process, and pre-trial conference for DJ Waras postponed. Good afternoon. The MK party has expressed disappointment over the Western Cape High Court's decision to grant President Cyril Ramaphosa an interim interdict preventing Parliament's impeachment committee from proceeding with public hearings until Ramaphosa's review of the Section 89 panel report. The president is challenging the legality of the report into the Phala matter, which found that he may have a case to answer over the theft of foreign currency at his farm in 2020. MK MP Andy Limchitama says the judiciary has once again shielded the president.
The judiciary has consistently protected Mr. Ramaphosa. We all know about his 1 billion rand, which is undisclosed from his donors. Now, that theme continues as we see today. Remember, the argument that he's making is a very silly one, that his reputation will be harmed by appearing before the impeachment committee. Now, if he has nothing to hide, why should his reputation be affected? This is a delaying tactic.
In a split judgment, Judge Andre Lachransi ordered that pending President Ramaphosa's review of the panel report, the first and second respondents, National Assembly Speaker Togo Didiza and Impeachment Committee Chairperson Makashule Kana, are barred from proceeding with the public hearings.
There are 3 judgments. The first judgment concludes, for reasons set out therein, that the President has not made out a case for an interim interdict. It proposes that the application be dismissed. The second judgment concludes that the President has made out a case for an interim interdict for the reasons set out in that judgment. It proposes that an interdict of a limited duration be granted. The third judgment concurs with the second judgment. The second judgment is the majority judgment.
Moving on to other news, the pre-trial conference into the murder of Warwick DJ Waras Stock has been postponed to Monday. Only Waras's alleged shooter, Amindo Bakula, was present in court. His co-accused, the alleged orchestrator of the killing, Victor Majola, was not present due to administrative issues in his transfer from prison. Waras was gunned down in the Johannesburg CBD in December 2025. Here is presiding judge William Karam.
Noted further that
On Monday, the 27th of July 2026, the matter then is to be postponed for a further 2 weeks, subject of course to what accused number 2 may say on Monday, in order to deal with the funding of private counsel.
More than 100 undocumented migrants have been arrested in connection with the contravention of the immigration laws in Jane First in Limpopo. The migrants were arrested during a police operation with immigration officials to curb criminal activities. It was led by the acting police commissioner, Major General Jan Schippers, and Premier Popi Ramatoba. Ramatoba says the operation has also led to the arrest of 28 wanted suspects.
We have a total of 128 illegal immigrants that have been arrested. But not only that, but we also had another 28, which includes some of South African nationals, wherein some of them are the members of society who were wanted by the police. There were those who were wanted for sexual assault, and those for theft, and quite a number of different crimes.
A man who pleaded guilty to the murder of a Democrat Party lawmaker and her husband in the U.S. state of Minnesota last year has been sentenced to life in prison. Vance Boulter was disguised as a policeman when he shot Melissa and Mark Hortman in their home. The judge described the killings as an attack on democracy. Melissa's parents spoke to BBC reporters following the sentencing.
We're just glad that it's over and he's going to prison forever and he won't hurt someone else.
It's over, but it's never over. And she was a force, and her husband was a wonderful man, and the world is a poorer place without them both. So we will miss them forever.
Recapping the top story this hour, the MK party has expressed disappointment over the Western Cape High Court's decision to grant President Cyril Ramaphosa an interim interdict preventing Parliament's impeachment committee from proceeding with public hearings until Ramaphosa's review of the Section 89 panel report. For SAFM News, I'm Jolani Tulo Wepe.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Durban, the promenade is calling and the purple wave is taking over the East Coast. It's time for the Hollywood Bets Durban 10-kilometer road race on Sunday, 30th of August. Whether you're chasing a personal best or walking for the vibe, let's turn the city purple along our beautiful coastline. Entries are filling fast. Visit hollywoodathleticsclub.co.za and secure your spot today. If you can't make it to the start line, catch all the action live on SABC2 and SABC Plus from 7 a.m. Brought to you by SABC Sports.
Pedestrians, crossing the road in winter can be deadly, especially on highways. These are no walking zones for a reason. Always use pedestrian bridges and designated crossings, even if it takes a little longer. No shortcut is worth your life. Stay smart, stay patient, and always cross where it's safe. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
So
uthetha amacala busuku bonke ngiyakhala angisafuni ukuhlala kusayaminya amasayida kusayodakwa ngisayolahla ngathi anginandaba kusayojayva kuphuma ilanga uzofina ongangibabanga ekuzojika amakhanda ekuzokhishwa amasala sizofika ngale namba.
Abantu abanayisa bosugar when spice bazokubudisa too-far. Hey, lethi khula nama-ice ngazobuzana neprice ngazongikazadela isijojesh baba skruva nabo ayitsha bothulunga mpice kombling abulima bito. Hey, bethu tap sinomlindo St. George sure kodwa hayibo wozi wizolo mara still mina ngidai don't know konje ngiminyele no taps ama-side i4 ngapho umlindo usaphaza ama-side i4 sure asikeleni indaba zayizol vandag kamban siyophelele enkantolo bese icase yalitol bese vyesi yazibhova sidli pay kubuye uchange your fiber.
There's so much going on. There is so much going on in the studio because now I have my team. I found it. So we are live streaming. Have you just heard that drop? It literally is a pin of a needle dropping. We are live streaming. If you go to our live stream on our social media pages, you'll see the chaos and the mayhem that we began last week with Caroline Steyn. Thank you, Mark, for Mandela Day with 67 blankets. So I've brought my blanket as a progress report. 7 days in, exactly 1 week in, I've got progress on my blanket. I'm doing so well. So the chaos and the mayhem is because of all of that is happening. I wanted to show and tell you my blanket, and I couldn't find my needle, but we found it. It was tucked away in the wool. Good afternoon. How are you doing? I hope you're having a great day. It's Friday, so we're wrapping up the week that was. And on Fridays, we take things nice and slow. We tend to kekeleza a little bit here. And we're dying of the heat today in studio. It's very, very hot. But we will endeavor
to get through the day as best we can. So we're going to catch up with Sibahle Mota for day 147 at the Madlanga Commission. We're going to find out what we've missed. And then for full access, she's a singer-songwriter. Tabzi is going to be joining us, and she's releasing While You Wait. It's an EP. We're going to find out more from this around her sophomore project. She's more cooler with your kids, probably. If you are an older millennial parent and you're probably wondering who's Tabzi if you're not in the know, she's cooler with your teenagers in the house. They would know exactly who Tabzi is. But by the end of the conversation, you will know, and so then you'll be the cool aunt and uncle over the weekend. It's Friday. The Book Circle is coming through with Siwela Langeni on the other side of 2 o'clock. And then, of course, we're going to catch up with the folks from the Joy of Jazz. Here's the thing. We also want to have a conversation with you today, a very light conversation. But I'll tell you what we're talking about after this.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
I cannot. Okay. So my team wants to know, because it seems as if I've got this hobby now of crocheting. I'm so dedicated. They thought I'd give up after last week, Friday, after Mandela Day. So because I've got this new hobby, they want to know from yourselves, do you have hobbies? Have you taken up a hobby? Or perhaps in your grown years, your adult years, you don't have one. But surprisingly also, there are people who have hobbies from childhood, things that they've been doing from childhood, collecting stamps. Folks, I know my doctor, he says it's a hobby. He collects fountain pens. I'm like, that is a very expensive hobby, a very, very expensive one. But he collects fountain pens, and he's got a story for every fountain pen that is displayed at his desk and others that are not. And I know also a lot of people take up golf as a sort of hobby, which I think is a very expensive hobby. When you think about the price of clubs and kitting yourself out for golf, because it's also a bit of a fashion parade. And then the price of club membership fees and everything else. But I guess it could be regarded as a hobby. So 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line. Let us know what is your hobby. Sibahle Mota, how are you doing this afternoon? Sibahle?
Hi, good afternoon, Bridget, and thank you so much for having me.
It's only a pleasure. Sibahle, what is your hobby? Before we get to the Madlanga, what is your hobby?
Oh my gosh, I don't actually think, I work out quite a lot, so I'm not sure if that constitutes a hobby, but I definitely do run.
Yeah.
And then I do a lot of cardio, yeah. So I think that can be a hobby, I think.
I think so too. It's, it's a healthy hobby. And because our hobbies change when we are adults, they're a bit more intense and a bit more intentional and serious, and to speak to life goals like gym and running. And, so that's a wonderful hobby, which I'm sure you look forward to at the end of the week to decompress.
Oh my gosh. No, I honestly do.
Let's get to Madlanga. It's the last day of the commission. What's been happening today?
So today we are only sitting now at 2 p.m. Because, remember, I think it was on Wednesday when Suleiman Karim's lawyers, advocate Camille Pramid, had actually come through requesting that his application be heard behind closed doors. And they cited various reasons about his medical condition and the fact that, they were scared for his life, and he has been getting threats and all sorts of things. So what we actually found from the commission yesterday is the fact that the commission had ruled that it will now happen in an open session, but what they can't mention are his doctors, where he was treated, and the facilities where he was treated as well. They can't also mention his businesses and the addresses of his businesses, nor his family members. So we are waiting for that application for a postponement to hear what are some of the arguments that are going to be put forward by his legal counsel. But most importantly, I think a lot of us are hoping that that video where Advocate Matthew Shackleton had alleged that he has or will be getting for the commission, where it's alleged that Suleiman Karim was walking around in the Western Cape at a shopping mall, will actually be shown. So we are really just waiting, patiently waiting for 2 o'clock.
And also it will be interesting to get context around that video, because it could be argued that he got a day pass from the hospital to go and get some fresh air, which we know is standard practice sometimes for doctors when they feel that you're okay enough for you to go out for a few hours, grab some lunch. And, this is us now giving him the benefit of the doubt.
No, definitely. And I do anticipate that, his legal counsel, Camille Pramid, will come out gun blazing because he's somebody that's very passionate. But also there's Advocate Matthew Shackleton, who always seems to have something up his sleeve. So it would be very interesting to hear or see what the arguments are. But I think, the fact that this argument or this application is being heard in an open session is also very telling, because there were, allegations that they are trying to waste time and he's trying to get away with not appearing before the Madlanga Commission. But I mean, since now we've been granted this very short extension, I would think that the Madlanga Commission would want him to come forward and answer for his, the allegations that have been put before him. And I do get the sense that they may make very satisfying and sort of arrangements that can sort of be suitable for him to come and present himself before the commission.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, Sparkly, this week we were talking to a labor lawyer about sick notes and using the Madlanga as a backdrop to that conversation. And he did emphatically say that, it is within an employer as well as the commission's legal purview to actually ask for an independent assessment of said person if they believe that the sick note is fraudulent or not legit. Then it is within the purview. So I guess for the moment, the justices are really just being polite about this matter.
No, definitely. And this is something that they had actually proposed to his legal counsel to say, let him undergo independent medical examination with, somebody that we can allocate to him. But obviously that was rejected by his legal counsel. So I honestly do anticipate that even this postponement application, it's not going to get postponed for too long. But I do get a sense that, Suleiman Karim may actually need to present himself before the Madlanga Commission. And I mean, we've had the likes of Andrea Johnson, where we saw proceedings even earlier this week, adjourning an hour early because she was just not feeling well. And I do get a sense from the Madlanga Commission that they will try and accommodate him, but his hearing may actually just happen in an open session.
Yeah, and I feel like this is us being, like we said, this is us being optimistic. And giving him the benefit of the doubt, because a lot of South Africans are very doubtful about the legitimacy of his allegations in terms of sickness. So we'll see. We'll play the wait and see game, and definitely see how the commission tends this. Also interesting, to the point of his safety and security, is the fact that his spouse is very much a public figure with a public business and a public profile on social media, who has been posting uninterrupted throughout all of these exchanges and these allegations of sickness and so that even in itself leaves us now questioning a lot of things, because if you're talking about safety and security, then surely also those nearest and dearest to you would behave in a manner that speaks to such.
No, definitely. And I think, Bridget, they'll have to come up with very other strong arguments to satisfy the commission when it comes to their safety being threatened and, maybe even their businesses getting compromised because of these safety threats. So I think this afternoon's application and the arguments thereof will be very, very interesting to hear. And we may just learn a thing or two like we've learned this week from the Madlanga Commission.
Absolutely. Well, Sparkly, we'll leave it there for this afternoon. Thank you so much for the time, and enjoy your decompressing sessions at the gym over the weekend. That was SABC News reporter Sparkly Mota giving us the rundown of day 147 at the Madlanga Commission. A quick pause, and then we come back on the other side with singer-songwriter Tabzi. Get to know her a little bit better ahead of a brand new project that is dropping. And of course, our WhatsApp is open on 061-410-4107, because what is your hobby? How do you decompress? Is it expensive? Is it cheap? When we are adults, our hobbies are a little bit different. And
they have me asking you this because if you see our live streaming, you will notice that what started last week for Mandela Day with Carolyn Stain and 67 blankets is still continuing on my end. There's commitment to finish this blanket. So I guess I've got a new hobby now and a new skill. Let's take a quick break and then we'll come back on the other side.
Wherever you are in the world, SAfm 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAfmRadio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAfm 104 to 107 as we bring you commission live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
So raise a glass to local. Join Proudly South African at the local wine expo from the 24th to the 26th of July out at Prison Break Market here in Johannesburg. Meet 29 proudly local wine brands, hear the inspiring stories behind every bottle, and taste exceptional South African wines and support the entrepreneurs shaping our local wine industry. Entry for this one is free. All you have to do is visit www.proudlysa.co.za to register today, and you could win one of 20 Shesha 321 board games and local wine when you register and attend the expo.
Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
Take me home and make my dreams come true. I'm motivated every time I'm with you. I'm still in the booth. When I'm done, I promise I'm coming through. Look me in my eyes when you climbing. Give me a massage, really like that. Fuck with me good, I'm my wife there. If you're happy, I'm on the right track. Let's do the sneaky link up if that's cool with you. Hustle hard, locked in, break bread with you. Speak up if there's any issues. Cause for you, I'm flashing out a pistol.
I know it's way after midnight, but if you could get in the car and make your way to my place. Cause you know I wanna be the one, show you a good time. I wanna be the one to show you good time. I want to show you a good time.
All right. Tabsy featuring MT on this one with Good Time. Don't say we don't keep you in the loop and keep you abreast with what's happening with urban culture. The album, or rather the EP, in fact, While You Wait, is out already. And this is the sophomore project by Tabsy, singer-songwriter. How are you doing this afternoon?
Hi, Bridget. I'm awesome. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Cannot
That's
complain
good to
at
hear.
all. Plus, I'm in my chill because I'm busy crocheting here. So, you know.
I heard the needles literally pins dropping. I heard it all. But I'm glad you have a hobby.
Yes, I do. Do you have a hobby, by the way?
You know what? Funny enough, gym is my hobby, and I heard the lady was speaking previously about the Madlanga Commission talking about gym being a hobby. That's the same with me. Like I don't know if that counts, but
yeah, it
that's
counts.
my thing.
It counts.
Yeah, that's my thing.
Because I think hobbies change. You know, when we get older, our hobbies change. We're not scrapbooking or doing any of that stuff anymore. We're literally trying to tick life goals here, you know?
Yeah, we're trying to stay alive and stay healthy.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
Talk to me about the song that we just entered the conversation with, Good Time. Is it from the newly dropped EP?
Yes, it is. It's the lead single off the EP. It features obviously the incredible MT. And yeah, it's just been such an incredible, way for me to come into this year with some new music. I haven't released a project in a very, very long time. So this is exciting for me. Yeah.
It's also interesting that, artists now, I would figure, in this era of making music, there almost seems to be a sense of urgency. And I think it started a few years ago where people would have to release album project after project, year in, year out, year in, year out. And I often wondered, well, how sustainable is that? But
it's not.
Right?
Yeah.
Because when do you get to live life in between the projects in order for you to get the experience?
Absolutely. And I think it's important. I mean, I started out in the industry in 2017 with a really big song called Nyasfelanga with Questa. And so that just kind of catapulted me into this whirlwind of a career. And, in the entertainment space, it's just go, go, go. We very rarely take breaks. We aren't encouraged to do so. So in 2020, I took a break. I said, you know what, guys, I've been doing this for a few years. I need a break. I need it for my mental health. I need it so I can recharge, recoup, and come back a better artist, And yeah, this is the year to definitely come back. I'm well rested.
Yeah.
And I'm ready to go again.
Interesting that you take a break at sort of, when your breakout project has got full-blown momentum and you building sort of this household brand, and then you decide that your mental health is far more important at that time. Let's talk through some of that conversation that you had with yourself, because I can... Oh, headline news. Oh, my goodness. I am so sorry. Tabsy, let's pause there for a second. Trelani, I am so sorry. I apologize profusely. My mind was not even looking at the clock. I'm engrossed in the conversation and in this cross stitch. Please accept my sincerest apologies, as well as to our listeners.
No problem at all, Bridget. Good afternoon. Making headlines. The African Transformation Movement says the judgment of the Western Cape High Court is unprecedented because it places the work of Parliament at risk. The court granted President Cyril Ramaphosa's urgent application to interdict the impeachment committee. The Departments of Labour and Employment, as well as Home Affairs, are conducting an inspection at different workplaces and construction sites in Mahikeng in the northwest. This is part of the National Multidisciplinary Inspection Blitz. And finally, a month has passed since Venezuela was struck by twin earthquakes that killed more than 5,000 people. I will have details on these and other stories at 2 o'clock.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
Oh, my sincere apologies, guys. I know that we keep a tight time schedule here, and a lot relies on us being prompt, especially with cues like the headline news, as well as the top of the hour news. One is just engrossed into this granny stitch and the conversation with Tabzi. As we were going into the headlines, Tabzi, apologies for that. We're talking about the break that you took in 2020. Talk to me about sort of just for you the process of coming to that decision, because I can imagine that you probably had to weigh a lot about what this would mean for your career.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think it's important for creatives to actually take a break sometimes and step away from the rush of it all. And I think it works differently for different people, but for me, I definitely I wanted to also just pursue other creative avenues, you know, and give myself a chance to explore that as well. And so I did that. I started creating content which I really enjoy. I'm really into fashion as well. So the break was not necessarily for me to sit and do nothing, you know. I still was being a creative, but I was just like giving myself a chance to see how I can diversify my creativity, you know. And so that it's fun, and so that music doesn't become a chore, you know, and I can do a whole lot of different creative things. So that was kind of my reason for taking a bit of a step back from music.
And as you're talking, I'm thinking that obviously then bleeds also into what you do in the studio, right? Because if you nurture the other elements of your creativity, and you focus on those for a while, when you come back into the studio, you perhaps even have a different perspective as a musician.
Yes. I also feel like it makes you very holistic as a brand, you know, and I think a lot of musicians may not realize, like, you are a brand, you know, you wanna be well-rounded. You wanna be able to sell yourself in rooms that are not just music-based or not just this and that, you know.
Yeah.
We live in an era now of social media, so you want to grow your following so that you can use that audience to sell your music to, you know. So for me, it was all of those things. I just kind of wanted to grow my audience, to show my audience that I'm not just a one-track or you know, I'm not like it's I've got so many things that I want to do, you know. So yeah, I think it's important to make yourself like a holistic brand as well.
Does that sort of realizing the alignment, you know, a lot of time, there was a time when the word brand was kind of thrown around quite a bit. And I think a lot of people had very little understanding as to what it entailed or what it required. But it almost sounds like you entered this industry with a full understanding of what you were trying to build, how you were going to position it, and how you were going to exploit it by way of stretching it to different ways. That understanding of brand, does it come from, I don't know, where just observation before getting into music, or perhaps a previous professional life that spoke to you having to think in a particular way?
Yeah, I mean, previously I was an investment banker, so I had no knowledge about marketing and branding, and so I was learning on the job, you know. And I think it's very important to move with the times, you know. I kind of came up when Instagram was booming, and so you move with the times and you realize, okay, cool, I need to harness this. I know the generation that's slightly younger than me is now the TikTok generation, and artists are using that. They're harnessing the power of the now and what's trending and happening now to kind of enhance yourself. So I think it's very, very important to, and I hate saying the word like stay relevant, but just to keep up with the times, I think it's important to harness and be a part of the current conversation, but obviously still stay true to you. So I was just learning. I was just learning on the go, and I figured, okay, social media is a thing now. Let me see how I can make this work for me.
So you move from investment banker into a full-blown creative. Oh, I love a B-sided story, because someone else might be thinking, well, come on now. That is a sure thing. And then you come here and play with creatives. You know how people like to language creative industries as though they are not viable or unsustainable.
But not serious.
Not serious. But for you, that transition from one to the other?
I mean, I think my passion was always so much louder than me being realistic. I did love books. I did think that I was going to become a chief economist and, you know, wear a power suit. And I got into corporate and I gave myself that chance to do it. And I just could not shake the feeling that I feel like I'm more of a creative than anything. And so after having been employed for a while, I said, no, if I don't take the leap now, I'm going to find myself 5-10 years into this career, and it's too, obviously, it maybe could be too late for me to pursue other things. So I took the leap. I would not recommend it to just anybody.
Yeah.
It's probably better to have security because, the industry, it really is a big risk, the creative industry, that is, whether you're going to make it or not, whether you're going to be successful or not, and how quickly that can happen for you. So for me, I was just lucky that my stars aligned, and within a few months of quitting my corporate job, my music career took off. But I think it's important to humor your passions. I always say you may not have to make as drastic a decision as I did, but keep the passions alive, keep the hobbies alive, crochet. do what makes you happy, Yeah.
Absolutely. I love it. Humor your passions. Keep the hobbies alive. 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line, by the way. And we're talking about those hobbies with you. We'd love to know, what are your hobbies? Have you kept them alive? Or have they morphed into other things? A lot of you also having to hide these hobbies from your significant other because they do cost quite a hefty amount of money. Let's take a quick pause and then we'll come back and continue our conversation with Tubsy.
Some voices fill a room, others echo across generations.
Well, I remember as a young man, we had discussions. Can one person make a difference in politics? And I said it's not possible. Politics is too complicated, too many factors to consider. And I think Mr. Mandela proved me wrong. That one man at the right moment, with the right attitude, the right way of doing things, the right time, makes a difference. And I think he did it in South Africa and he did it worldwide.
Through the voices, moments, and conversations that help shape our democracy. Reflect, remember, and continue the conversation. Only on SAfm.
Wherever you are in the world, SAfm 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAfmRadio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAfm 104 to 107 as we bring you Commission Live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
The electricity price increases may have dropped a bombshell on your budget, but switch to Outsurance and you could drop your car insurance premium. You could also save big, like 48-year-old Silvio saves a mind-blowing 802 Rand a month on her 2019 BMW X1. So why pay more when you could pay so much less and save? Get a quote to switch to Outsurance today. Simply SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP, and T's and C's do apply.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
Okay, we are missioning along here in studio. If you're watching our live stream on all of our social media platforms, I'm still continuing with Project 67 Blankets because I am not a quitter. So we are still crocheting away and making headway. Catching up with singer-songwriter Tubsy, who's joining us on the line this afternoon as we get to know her a little bit better. She just dropped her new sophomore project, While You Wait, which is an EP. It's available wherever you get your music. You can definitely get it there. I love a B-sided person, like we were saying, going into the break, Tabsy, the fact that you were an investment banker and then decided to humor your passions and get into music and turned that into your career, music, fashion, and all kinds of other lifestyle elements. The other thing I always say to people is that no degree is wasted, because now all of that experience, all of that academic knowledge from your years in financing, no doubt just better positions you as a creative in terms of building your business.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think you understand, I mean, the most important thing is to know how your money works, you know, in anything that you do. And so for me, I'm using it every day. I still, you know, rely on those skills to run my self-branded business, and it's come in handy. So it hasn't all gone to waste. You're very correct with that.
And how important is it for young artists in particular, perhaps based on some of your learnings? Not everyone is going to be obviously walking into music with some kind of business or financial qualification or experience, but how important is it for an artist starting out to be involved in every aspect of their business, and particularly so the money aspect of business, to really make it a point in your business to understand how that works?
It's extremely crucial. I feel like creatives may not see what they do as an actual business. You know, it needs the structure, it needs the knowledge. And I always say, like, I feel like musicians should actually do the groundwork and get the knowledge, you know, understand how the business works, understand everything, you know, especially now, because I feel like artists really have the power in their hands now. Like, all they need to do is harness their social media and they're done. They don't need a big label or a big, you know, a major or a big machine these days. It's literally your phone is your machine. But you still need to kind of understand how everything works in the background in order to try and be successful, you know, but you don't get scammed.
Absolutely. Yeah,
and you don't end up like, a lot of artists that just didn't know better, you know. I think information is literally right at our fingertips. And so, it's important to just educate yourself.
The pressures of being an artist and creating in a digitally immersed world that consistently changes. You know, you speak about, for instance, just exploiting and maximizing all these other platforms, which sounds to me like you're quite the adaptive person. I would struggle immensely because I'm just like, what? Now I must go learn TikTok as well.
No, I won't lie. You know, the buck stops at dancing on TikTok. I don't know how to do that. I'm not taking it that far, but it's just good to have your finger on the pulse, even if you aren't, you know, you recording yourself dancing and acting a little bit of a fool on your phone, but just being aware of what that does and being a part of the current conversation is so important. And I think you can always kind of make it your own, you know, and that's what I love about platforms is like people want to see what you're doing on that platform. You don't have to be going with the trends, but even existing in your truth on a popular platform is what people want to see. People just want to see you. So I think that's
existing
imperative.
on your truths. I'm walking away from this conversation with lots of quotables. Let's talk about the new project. So your sophomore album, While You Wait, sophomore EP. Why not a full-blown album? Why an EP?
So the EP is called While You Wait because I'm wrapping up the album right now, actually. Okay. So it's almost like a little peace offering to say thank you for your patience. But while you wait for the album, here's an EP that you can listen to. And the EP is out. It's done really, really well. And I think it was a very different side to Tupsi. A lot of people know me as an Afro pop girl. And I'm a big lover of R&B. So the EP is very R&B heavy. And then the album is going to be something totally different as well. So I'm just exploring and having fun with it.
Interesting.
And
very interesting. Also interesting the fact that there still are artists dedicated to rhythm and blues, R&B. It's been one of those genres that I think millennials would love to see it booming again. People like myself. But it's been one of those genres that sort of took a little bit of a backseat for a little while and allowed other genres to have their moment and shine. And the fact that you still very much with this album are immersing yourself in it, would you consider yourself a bit of a rebel?
Maybe I'm just a millennial like you, girl. And I love my R&B, and I think it's so important to stay true to your influences, you know, and because you can't fake what you like and what you want to make and what you want to put out there. So for me, I feel like R&B, and as much as it's a genre that can be in the forefront and also just maintain, itself in the background as well, it's a genre that's not going anywhere. It's never going to go anywhere. It is the genre that influences so many other genres. And so yeah, I think I'm an R&B head through and through, so it's just what I'm going to give you guys, you know. Whether it's cool right now or not, it's what you're getting from
Yeah.
me.
And that
But-
creative process for
Mhm.
you, how's it been with this album?
Incredible. I've really pushed myself. I think people are going to be pleasantly surprised to hear, you know, the lengths that I've gone to kind of like hone my skill as a songwriter, as a singer, and also just explore different genres. I think it's very, very important to not only be like have one sound, and it's okay to explore. And I think I've paid my dues, and now I'm just like having my fun. So. Yeah.
I love it. Let's take a quick pause. We'll be back on the other side, and then we'll wrap up the conversation by playing one of Tabsy's other tracks.
Durban, the promenade is calling and the purple wave is taking over the East Coast. It's time for the Hollywood Bets Durban 10-kilometer road race on Sunday, 30th of August. Whether you're chasing a personal best or walking for the vibe, let's turn the city purple along our beautiful coastline. Entries are filling fast. Visit HollywoodAthleticsClub.co.za and secure your spot today. If you can't make it to the start line, catch all the action live on SABC2 and SABC Plus from 7 a.m. Brought to you by SABC Sports.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. Do good while having fun at Jazz for Young People, brought to you by the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz. Bring your family and friends to this exciting family-friendly concert curated by the young for the young. Enjoy live performances curated by Msaki, the NSA band featuring Msaki. Join us on the 25th of July 2026 at the National School of the Arts in Braamfontein. Tickets are selling fast on Quicket with prices starting from just 50 Rand for children. Standard Bank Joy of Jazz, jazz for young people. Be there. Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
All right, Tapsi is joining us on the line. We are catching up with the singer-songwriter, just getting to know her a little bit better. The new EP is out while you wait, and this is ahead of the full-blown album. For folks who are entering your music for the first time, and no doubt after the conversation, some of our listeners are going to say, okay, well, let's go to Spotify and, and Apple Music, Apple Play and see what she's all about. Just a little bit of a teaser in terms of what they can come to expect from some of the thematics. We know when you talk R&B, obviously love is at the center of it all.
That's probably the only thing I write about. I'm very cliche in that sense. But all the aspects of love, not just the good.
Yeah.
There's a lot of the bad in there as well. But I mean, if people were to listen to Tapsi, I think they would hear some old school bangers, Yonya's Felangawes. I know you guys played Makala now with Mindo. I collaborated a lot at the beginning of my career, so I've been so blessed to work with so many incredible South African artists. And then they'll get into my first album, which is Songs About You, which has like really popular songs like African Queen. They can get into a really good song of mine called Finally, and then they'll listen to While You Wait, which is very, very R&B. You guys played Good Time. There's some really fun songs, and I just think there's a journey of music that takes you on like a bit of a roller coaster ride. Yeah.
Well, as we wrap up the conversation with you, we're going to play out with Kudala some background on this track.
This song is my love letter to house music. I think as a South African, we know that house music as an era was extremely iconic. And so in this song, I sample from a lot of house songs that, inspired me from back in the day. There's a group called Mina Nawe back in the day that had a song that I sampled from. I sampled from a DJ Tira song. So it's just basically my love letter or my appreciation for house music. And that's what Gudala is about.
Oh, wonderful. It's been such a pleasure getting to know you. Thank you so much for the time. We appreciate it. And enjoy the gym. Do a few push-ups.
I
for
will.
me.
Thanks.
That was Tabzi. Gudala is the name of this particular track. I suck at shredding the sample, but I think I can hear it. I can hear it in this one. Feel free to point me to exactly which are the two songs, but I think I can hear it. That was our guest, Tapsi. The song Gudala, as she says, an ode to South African house lounge music. 0614104107. We're giving you an update on our project that we started with Caroline Stein and Umamveli last week for Mandela Day. They gave me a yarn of wool and a needle and got me started on my granny stitch with my crocheting. And I've been going along quite well. So before this, had you asked me what is my hobby, I would have also have said gym and boxing, because I really do love boxing. Really good at it too. 0614104107. Let's go to WhatsApp.
Hi, Bridget. This is Mosquito from Mlazi, based in Western Cape due to employment. Bridget, I don't have a hobby. I only like to listen to news. And I was very disappointed when SAfm removed the Namadanga Commission on SAfm. But that is my hobby. I like to listen to news. But me, I know your hobby. I can tell you now your hobby. You love laughing. Even when you talk, you always laugh. I don't know, Bridget, but I love it in a way. But you love laughing. You love when I listen to you. I always want to listen to your laugh. We are trying to clear and Tombazan. How we are trying to clear. Bye, Mosquito from Umulas.
Mosquito yang sugela, yes. Let's go to WhatsApp.
Bridget, I personally believe that sometimes we confuse a hobby with a side gig, but what tends to happen is when you get married or when you're in a relationship, you tend to let go of that. But it's that one thing that brings you, it's like a stress reliever. I used to like taking pictures of butterflies, especially at the Walter Sisulu Botanical Gardens. It's nice when you go there in the morning. There's a lot of butterflies there. Nice scenery, nice waterfall. But since I got married, the kids, the wife, speaking as a man, those things we kind of let go. But for me, hobbies take you into another dimension. But just you, don't involve your partner in your hobby. Let them come up with their own hobby on the side. That's my belief.
Aww. Listen, you should indulge your hobbies even as men. I believe men should have soft lives. So whatever your hobby is, the thing that you want to do by yourself as a man, hey man, you should do it, hey? Because that's how we heal our internal wounds. That's how we find peace. That's how we find joy. That's how we laugh, Mosquito. Because we've got joy in our hearts. 0614104107 is our WhatsApp line. What's your hobby? Let's get some voice notes from you. Let's go to the top of the hour news. Juelani Tulo is standing by.
Thanks, Bridget. Top stories this hour. More reaction to court halting Ramaphosa's impeachment process and an inspection blitz on construction sites in the northwest. Good afternoon. The African Transformation Movement says the judgment of the Western Cape High Court is unprecedented because it places the work of Parliament at risk. The court granted President Cyril Ramaphosa's urgent application to interdict the impeachment committee. Ramaphosa sought the interdict pending his review application of the Section 89 independent panel report that found he may have a case to answer for the Phalaphala theft. The committee was established following a ruling of the Constitutional Court in May directing that it should investigate whether Ramaphosa should be removed from office. ATM MP Vuyo Zungula, who initiated the impeachment process in Parliament, explains his views on the matter.
It's unprecedented. It places Parliament and our democratic institutions at a very, very difficult position, because what it effectively means, each and every president that is held accountable via Section 89 process can easily go to court and want to stop Parliament from doing what Parliament constitutionally is obligated to do. The other issue here is that this was not about setting or clearing a wrong report. It was about a delay.
In other reaction, the MK party has expressed disappointment over the decision. MP Andile Mngxitama argues the judiciary has once again shielded the president. Still in the courts, the bail judgment of alleged political fixer Brown Mogotsi will be handed down no later than next Wednesday by the High Court in Johannesburg. The matter follows arguments presented on behalf of Mogotsi, who is not in court today. Mogotsi has been denied bail twice in a lower court. Mogotsi faces various charges, including perjury and discharging a firearm in a public place. The Departments of Labour and Employment as well as Home Affairs are conducting an inspection at different workplaces and construction sites in Mahikeng in the northwest as part of the National Multidisciplinary Inspection Blitz. It aims to strengthen compliance with labour, immigration and related legislation. The Northwest Provincial Chief Inspector Chris Sitole says their teams have been dispatched to other areas. Speaking to SABC News at a construction site in Bophelong Psychiatric Hospital, he says they have targeted this major construction site and others to enforce labour and immigration laws.
We have targeted this workplace. You can see it's a huge construction site. We are looking at different types of pieces of legislation that we administer at the Department of Labour: Basic Condition of Employment Act, Unemployment Insurance Act, Compensation for Injuries and Disease Act, the Occupational Health and Safety. And we have interacted with workers to check whether they are paid in terms of the national minimum wage. And some of them, I can indicate that we've realized that they are paid under, and so we are going to be correcting that.
The Ratlo local municipality in the northwest says it has done away with external consultants and has obtained an improved audit opinion. It received a qualified audit opinion for the 2024-2025 financial year. Mayor Matlomola Jafta says the municipality hopes to achieve even better results in the future. Jafta says the municipality has been receiving disclaimer audit opinions.
We found out that one of our real challenges is that for all those financial years, we've been using consultants, but we are not getting a positive results. So can't we do away with them and see what happens? So we did release them, and this is where we are with our internal capacity.
A month has passed since Venezuela was struck by twin earthquakes that killed more than 5,000 people, and local authorities say tens of thousands remain missing. The BBC's Will Grant has visited the worst-hit area, La Guaira.
The heavy machinery has flattened now parts of the areas of rubble, removed debris entirely from some areas, or continue to work at it at pace. And of course, the desperation in terms of absolute sheer need. People homeless, people living in very, very temporary shelters like cheap nylon tents and so on. That is just more and more stark as the days turned into weeks and now a full month.
Recapping the top story this hour, the African Transformation Movement says the judgment of the Western Cape High Court is unprecedented because it places the work of Parliament at risk. For SAFM News, I'm Jolani Tulo Wepe.
Hi, I'm Zycard. Catch me every Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. on Spotlight as we bring you blow-by-blow sporting action, news. That's Spotlight every Saturday. You don't want to miss it.
Every South African has a Mandela memory, a moment.
You're such an inspiration to all human beings, not just South Africans, but to the rest of the world.
Thank you very much. A speech, a handshake, a lesson.
He just stood there and he said, good luck, boys, and then he turned around. And my number was on his back, and I was just so proud to be a South African that day.
This Mandela Month, SAFM invites the nation to remember together as we celebrate a life that continues to inspire the world.
In case you missed it.
When I was working 1 year post-intense in a hospital called Massa, a gentleman approached me crying, saying, Doctor, I don't want to lie to you. I want to tell you the truth. I've been irresponsible. I got drunk, very drunk. I couldn't go to work back in Johannesburg, and they now want to expel me. Basically, he was asking me to lie. 2 weeks later, the Benoni Brixton murder and robbery squad arrived in the hospital. That man was involved in armed robbery and murder on those days in which he was claiming to have been drunk.
That was the Daily Discourse with Joanne Joseph. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
From me
angel sent from up above. I feel you coursing through my blood. Life is a drink, your love's about to make the stars come out. Put your wings on me when I was so heavy, or on a symphony. When I'm low, got me feeling drunk and high, so high, so high. I'm feeling drunk and high, so high, so
I've never heard this particular record before, but yet again, I don't know Coldplay's catalog. That was Coldplay featuring Beyonce with Him for the Weekend. Beautiful, beautiful song. Kind of like it. I'm not quite sure which album it comes from. You know, I'm not quite sure. But if you know, you can let me know. If you know some information around the song, you can definitely let me know. I'm seeing, casting my eyes at the television, that those arguments have now begun at Madlanga Commission with Advocate Primel there. Seems like he's not, because he's got tells, he's got physical tells. When he's engrossed in the argument, then he kind of gets flustered physically, but it seems like he's still okay now. So I think everything is still going in accordance to the plan there at Madlanga Commission. 0614104107 is our WhatsApp line. Would love to know, do you have a hobby? During the break, we were talking with my camera operator as well as my desk engineer, both males of different generations. And as I was saying earlier, that I firmly believe, on the back of that voice note we got from the gent who used to photograph butterflies, I firmly believe that men need hobbies. You know, men need softness of life. You need things that you do selfishly for yourself, whatever it might be. If you're into wine, if you're into whiskey, if you're into long walks, you know, if you're into painting, whatever it is that you need to do for yourself, just to find balance and center for yourself, and also to find peace for yourself, because you can't be dad and supporter and provider and protector and be all things to everybody, but not actually plow back into the things that make you happy and the things that bring you joy. Even if it's a simple waking up to a cup of tea or coffee and having that first hour of the day for yourself before you get bombarded by all these other responsibilities and having to arrive for other people. I firmly believe in it. Siwela, how are you doing this afternoon?
I'm good, thanks, and you, Bridget?
I'm fabulous. I'm scared to almost ask you what is your hobby, because I feel like your hobby is also your second career, Siwela.
No. I have real hobbies. I like walking. My hobby used to be running, but now I'm just a walker. I love walking. It's got nothing to do with books.
Now, I'm so glad to hear that, because I would have been so disappointed if you had said it's reading or writing. I would have been on some Siwela, come on now.
No.
Any particular reason why you stopped running?
Injuries. I was just plagued by injuries. I've done 4 comrades marathons, and on the fourth one, I was like, no, no one is paying me for this amount of pain. So I still like the outdoors. I still like walking, but not as intense as comrades.
Wow. Well, listen, congratulations to you. 4 comrades in. That's quite something right there. It is Siwela Langeni, co-founder of the Book Circle Capital and, of course, author of the children's book, Making Friends with Feelings. This afternoon's Book Circle, what do you have in store for us?
So this afternoon, we're talking all things birth. So there's 2 books I want to profile. Number 1 is called Undelivered by Karen Crossman. It's published by Penguin Random House. Is the work of nonfiction. It's a story about a rogue midwife and the mothers who stopped her with it. So, yeah, it's shocking that this is real. It's a powerful true story of maternal loss, systematic failure, and collective courage. It's an intersection between true crime and investigative journalism and human resilience. So there's a character-driven investigative narrative following a group of South African mothers who uncovered a pattern of medical abuse at the hands of a celebrated midwife.
Wow.
And this investigative journalist, Karen Crossman, unveiled this story. So I actually looked it up because it was in the headlines. Yolanda Marit Forshia, in 2019, had these big headlines where she was just doing dodgy things to expecting mothers, which led to the death of their babies. And women started noticing patterns across provinces, and they brought her to justice. So she would allegedly drug them without their consent, ignored warning signs, refused to transfer them to hospital, when clearly the babies were in distress. And this book then exposes that. So this journalist, Karen, is a filmmaker, documentary. She does stories for Carte Blanche and them when she does this expose. So this is a true crime and just sharing stories about this, giving more to the headlines that people saw in 2019 of this midwife in Pretoria that was just doing this unheard of story of it's called Undelivered by Penguin Random House.
Wow. I mean, I missed this particular story when it was obviously circulating. But definitely something worth, I think, picking up and reading.
Yes.
It's such a pity, though, because we talk so much about midwives on the show, that already it's a profession that enjoys very little by way of people having a trust, right? And then you hear of these real life stories that could put anxiety or apprehension to someone who was considering a midwife as a route.
A natural route. I with both my kids, I went the midwife route, and I'm grateful that I found Siskoli, who most people know, to be a very good midwife. So there's still that, especially when there's no complications. Of course, there's different routes for different people. And you're right, many people still don't trust, and they'd rather just go the up route and things are done. But stories like this don't help. But our next book is a nice celebration, which I thought, wow. And I chose them on purpose because it just shows, there's always another side. So
absolutely,
ways of being. Okay.
Can I pause you here, Siwela? Because there's a break that is going to interrupt our enthusiasm. So let's get that out of the way, and then we'll come back on the other side and we'll get into the next book.
Leading up to our 75th birthday in August, VW is giving you the chance to drive away in a new Polo Vivo. If you buy any new Volkswagen vehicle this month, you will automatically be entered into the competition, and South Africa's best-selling hatch could be yours. One car, one winner, one unforgettable moment. Will it be you? It's our birthday, but you get all the gifts. Visit your nearest dealer today. T's and C's apply.
Unleash your inner chef with Spar. Get up to 80% off on NutriFresh kitchen essentials when you buy products like 120-gram Simba potato chips, any 2 for 34, save 10 Rand. Or 1 kg Stork Country Spread Tub for 44.99, save 15 Rand. Price is valid from 22 July till 10 August, while stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
It's always the same with you. I want this, I need that, and somehow I am always the one paying for it. I think we need a little time apart. Not forever, just long enough for me to build some interest again. After all, distance makes the funds grow stronger.
Give your money time this July savings month. Open a Nedbank 32-day notice account on the Money app and earn up to 7.55% interest with 0 monthly fees. Go to nedbank.co.za. See money differently. Nedbank. We're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
Raise a glass to local. Join Proudly South African at the local wine expo from the 24th to the 26th of July at Prison Break Market in Johannesburg. Meet 29 proudly local wine brands. Hear the inspiring stories behind every bottle. Taste exceptional South African wines and support the entrepreneurs that are shaping our local wine industry. Entry is free. All you have to do is visit www.proudlysa.co.za to register today. And you could win one of 20 Shesha 321 board games and local wine when you register and attend the expo.
The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay.
They were more than just songs. They were the backdrop to your best days and the ones that change everything. The soundtrack of your life with me, Ernest Pillay, brings you iconic classics and hidden gems that spoke to your heart then and still do now. Whether you're driving, relaxing, or just remembering, let the music take you right back. The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay. It's about your past, your story, and it's all right here on your favorite station, Saturdays and Sundays, 1 to 4 p.m.
This is SAFM. You are listening to The Full Circle.
Siwela Langeni is with us again. It is a Friday. So, of course, Fridays after 2 o'clock, we talk all things books with the co-founder of the Book Circle Capital. You were getting into the second book, Siwela, for this afternoon.
Yes, and I understand you've already had this author as a guest, but I guess there's no harm in us profiling this book. So, Ways of Being Born by Machilo Mutsei, which is published by Jakana, where she pays tribute to indigenous midwives who continue to uphold traditional birthing wisdom in the face of institutional neglect, based on the first book we profiled.
Yeah.
So Dr. Machilo Mutsei draws upon ancestral guidance, academic inquiry, and her lived experiences as a trained midwife and a spiritual healer to contribute to the growing body of work that seeks to decolonize maternal health in South Africa. So, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Siwela.
So in this book, it's an indictment on this obstetric violence in the nation's hospital. I mean, Bridget, you'd know the headlines we hear of mothers waiting to give birth until things just go wrong. She explores childbirth as the sacred African rite of passage, drawing on the indigenous knowledge, as I said, and practices. And she challenges this violence that happens sometimes when mothers are giving birth. And through the book, she wants us to understand the physical and the cultural, spiritual phenomenon of birth. It's grounded in South Africa. She engages birth rituals, ceremonial practices across the continent, tracing shared indigenous philosophies and ancestral lineages. So I think it's also a beautiful one to have, wanting to retrace, where it comes from. Because often we think things, just all came with this colonization. But we know that people have been doing this in the most sacred and natural way. And she's a social scientist, she's a midwife, she's a healer, and she's got a PhD in psychology. So that's where sociology. That's where the doctor comes from, and she brings this rare integration between clinical knowledge and indigenous wisdom.
It was definitely an enlightening, illuminating conversation with her, and I think we had her last week, if I'm not mistaken. Just talking about the different rites of passage that surround childbirth, and also the history of childbirthing and when and how that began to change and it became more westernized. One of the other things, and weirdly enough, for some reason I found myself thinking about this last night out of the blue. She had mentioned that the essence of Africanness, but not exclusive to just us Africans, because other folks across the world also observe this, and they observe different rites of birth and birthing. And she said, we've forgotten that not only is a child being born in that moment, but also a mother is being born in that moment. The evolution of the human becomes part and parcel of this thing. So we forgot to enter that conversation from that perspective as well, of understanding that a mother is being born, and what does that mean as a marker in that person's life?
Yes. I mean, and that's so profound, because before then you were just existing for yourself alone. And now there's this, human outside of you that then gives you a new title completely. And she uses, not just her own voice. She tells this through the voices of mothers all over the country, all over the continent, and just trying to show this, a different way, and in how we have to look at birth in that sacred lens or that it deserves.
Absolutely. We're wrapping up Mandela Month this month. Hence, some of us are trying to speed through our 67 Blankets project.
It's still chaos there in studio like last week Friday.
No, it's a lot calmer now. It's just me and my wolves. So it's a lot calmer. Last week, we had 3 gogos that were knitting. We had an author that came in to talk about her book and ended up with a ball of yarn and needles knitting. We had some producers that were knitting. Everyone was knitting last week. But let's talk about, some reads as we wrap up Mandela Month, because that is a story, and that is one human being whose story and perspectives about have been shared by so many authors across the world. I don't think there's one Mandela book, that succinctly gets us into the heart and spirit of the man and his impact and influence.
Absolutely. I mean, you can't say you have that monopoly on that. I mean, just yesterday, he was being profiled on a show through, his PA, his former PA, the Franchi, was talking about her side, seeing him, from that angle as somebody that's running his diary, talking about his quirks, about his diet. There's been books about what he loved to eat. I know his chef, I can't remember Umama's name. She's the head chef at the Mandela Boutique Hotel in Houghton. There's been a book that she's done, Babu Mandlalanga has done, Dare Not Linger. And then there's been, of course, the big one, Long Walk to Freedom. But we'll profile, I remember Josh said we'll close the month, because we know that Mandela's birthday runs the whole month. We'll close the month next week Friday about it. But what I want to highlight to your listeners is, Professor Xolela Man is in the country. And he's doing a lecture at Jayas on Thursday, the 30th, in the evening. They can just go on Jayas' Facebook page to see. So he's doing a lecture on how did Nelson Mandela's political ideas take shape. So there, obviously, there's probably a book coming there. So it's called Rewriting Mandela, the making of a radical pragmatist. So I don't think there'll ever come a time where we are not talking about this name. So this is something that could be riveting, especially to people who want to always be learning about this, challenging the long-held assumptions about Mandela's early leadership. This lecture explores the role of African political and institutional modernity in Transkei, inviting audiences to rethink Mandela's political formation and legacy. And we're seeing a lot more books that touches on that now. It's young people are even challenging some stuff. Old people are like, that's sacred, don't go there. I mean, we know, Prof, what's that other one? Winnie and Mandela. But that one also shook so many people, and people were like, should we be even talking about this? But I'll do a comprehensive list next week for us to go into it.
Wonderful stuff. Siwela, as always, we appreciate the time and the dedication. That was Siwela Langeni, co-founder of the book Circle Capital, and of course author of the children's book Making Friends with feelings. It is 2:30, and Jwalani is standing by to bring you your news headlines, and that will segue us lovely into Nalibali for this week.
Thanks, Bridget. Good afternoon. Making headlines. Police have intervened after some South African nationals clashed with foreign business owners in Vereniging in the south of Johannesburg in Gauteng. The African Transformation Movement says the judgment of the Western Cape High Court is unprecedented because it places the work of Parliament at risk. The court granted President Cyril Ramaphosa's urgent application to interdict the impeachment committee. And finally, the Iranian army has announced that it has launched fresh drone strikes targeting military facilities in Jordan and Bahrain. I will have details on these and other stories at 3 o'clock.
This program is brought to you by SABC Education. And if you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Good afternoon, friends, and welcome to another exciting episode of Kids Corner. And happy Friday. Today we're talking about looking after our belongings and doing the right thing when we find something that belongs to someone else. Have you ever forgotten something important at school, like your jersey, lunchbox, or water bottle? If you found another learner's belongings at school, what would you do with them? Why do you think it is important to hand lost items to a teacher or the school's lost and found instead of keeping them? How would you feel if you lost something valuable at school and someone returned it to you? What can you do to help make sure you don't leave your belongings behind at school? Alright friends, let's hear from some of our friends while you share your answers with the people next to you.
Greetings to everyone. My name is Narcissa and my surname is Pepe. I am in grade 6B. I am 11 years old and I'm in Brixton Primary School. Yes, I have once forgotten something important at school. It was my lunchbox. I was eating lunch during break. Then one of my friends called me out to come play. I went to play. Once break was over, I totally forgot that I had a lunchbox. We headed to class. Then after school, I headed home. By the time I unpacked my bag, I noticed that my lunchbox was missing. If I had found a lost item during after school, I would have headed to the staff room to give it to that class teacher of that learner or place it by the lost and found items. I think it is important to hand lost items to a teacher or the lost and found because it might be an important thing for someone that the owner needs. If that had happened to me, I was going to feel sad, and indeed I know that that person might feel sad too. If I had lost a valuable item at school and someone had returned it to me, I would have felt pleasured and appreciated. To make sure that nothing is lost at school, I can go through my bag after break so that once something is lost, it's never too late to look for it. Thank you. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
My name is Ndlovu. Yes, I have forgotten my blazer before at school. I was very confused, more than scared, as to where it could be. But I found it. If I found a learner's belongings, especially if I know them, I would keep them with me, make sure to pack them safely and return them to the owner the very next day. It's important to hand a learner's belongings to a teacher or lost items rather than keep them because they can be safer kept and it could be announced that the item was found, helping the owner easily identify it. I would feel so grateful and so relieved if someone returned a lost item to me. Checking around me is a good way for me to see if I haven't dropped anything on the floor or left it behind.
Hello, my name is Ribuya Radushai. Yes, I have forgotten something at school before. If I found someone's belongings, I'd give them to a teacher. It is the right thing to do. I always check my bag before I leave school.
Hi, my name is Danica. There have been many times where I've forgotten important things at school, like my jersey and my lunchbox. When I told my mother, she shouted at me. If I found another learner's belongings, I would take it to the office. It is important to hand lost items to teachers instead of keeping them because the owner may really need that item and they'll be looking for it, and it's just safer to give it to a teacher. If I lost something valuable and someone returned it to me, I would feel very happy and grateful. To make sure I don't leave my belongings behind at school, I can double check my bag and make sure I have everything before I go home. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Matimba Kosa. I'm 7 years old. I go to Jabez Christian Academy School. I have forgotten my jersey at school 2 times. And then I told my parents and teacher, and we looked for it on the school lost and found, and I found it. I once found the other learner's jersey on my things. And then I took it to the school lost and found because I knew they were looking for it. I'd feel good if I lost something and someone returned it. I prefer to put my things in my case so that I don't forget them or lose them.
Hello everyone, my name is Lorraine. Thank you so much for listening to the Kids Radio Show today. Yes, I once forgot my jersey at school and I was called the next day. If I found another learner's belongings, I would take them to the teacher or to the lost and found. It is important to hand lost items in instead of keeping them because it is honest and kind. I would feel very happy if someone returned something valuable to me. To make sure I don't leave things behind, I check my bag before I leave class and pack my things the night before. Thank you so much for listening to me today, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye.
Hello everybody, my name is Karabo. Yes, I have lost a lot of things at school, including a whole pencil case, never mind just a pencil. I've lost clothes before, I've lost bottles, I've lost lunch boxes, and now that I'm older, it doesn't really stress me as much, but back when I was young, I would feel stressed because I knew when I got home, my mom would be very angry with me. But now I feel like I'm a bit more responsible when it comes to using certain things. I make sure everything is in my locker, or if it's not in my locker, it's in my bag with me. Why I think learners sometimes lose their belongings at school is because they're not paying attention to detail, which can cause people losing things when not expected. What I do to look for things after I've lost them is go to reception and see if they find anything. But what I do to look after my things better at school is just keep them with me or keep them in my locker so that at least if I do feel like I've lost something, I can always check in my locker because my locker has a lock. Writing my name on my belongings helps me by knowing if someone else took my things, or when I'm looking for something and I see a familiar book, I look at the name and see that that is indeed my belonging. What you should do, if you find something at school that does not belong to you, is to always hand it to a teacher, or if you do have a receptionist at school, give it to the receptionist so that they are able to find out who it belonged to. Well, thank you for listening. Bye.
Thank you, friends. It's always great to hear from you. And to our friends listening, I hope you shared your answers with the people next to you. We've all forgotten something at school at least once. It might be a jersey, lunchbox, water bottle, stationery, sports equipment, or even a school bag. Sometimes we get excited to go home, rush to catch our transport, or get distracted while playing with our friends. That's why it's important to always take a moment before leaving to check that we have everything we brought to school. If you ever find something that belongs to another learner, the right thing to do is not to keep it. Instead, hand it to your teacher, the school office, or the school's lost and found. Someone may be looking everywhere for that item and could be feeling worried or upset. By handing it in, you are showing honesty, kindness, and respect for other people's belongings. Imagine losing something that is so important to you, like your school shoes, lunchbox, or your favorite jersey. You would probably feel sad, worried, or disappointed. Now imagine how happy and relieved you would feel if someone found it and returned it to you. That's exactly why we should always treat other people's belongings the way we would want them to treat ours. Keeping something that doesn't belong to you is not the right thing to do, even if no one saw you pick it up. Being honest means doing the right thing even when no one is watching. When you return lost items, you build a school where everyone feels safe, respected, and trusted. There are always simple ways to avoid leaving your own belongings behind. Write your name on your lunchbox, water bottle, jersey, and stationery. Before leaving your classroom, the playground, or the sports field, quickly look around and check that you have everything. Making this a daily habit can save you from losing important items. Friends, we all have a responsibility to care for our own belongings and respect the property of others. Returning a lost item may seem like a small act, but it can make a very big difference to someone else's day. Let's be honest, responsible, and caring learners who always choose to do the right thing. After all, kindness and honesty are things that are never truly lost. They always find their way back. That's it for today, friends. See you next time.
If you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Some voices fill a room, others echo across generations.
We want to see that Baba Mandela leaves us with a legacy that we shall forever treasure. He's already got that stature which really charms anyone, and I think it charms the ladies even more.
Through the voices, moments, and conversations that help shape our democracy, reflect, remember, and continue the conversation only on SAfm.
Some of South Africa's best wines have one thing in common. They're loved here, made here. Join SAfm and Proudly South African at the local Wine Expo, taking place from the 24th to the 26th of July at Prison Break Market in Johannesburg. Taste your way through 29 proudly local wine brands, meet the makers, and celebrate the people behind South African wine. Entry is free. Tune in to the National Pulse, the soundtrack of your life, the Classical Fix, and Spotlight, coming to you live from Prison Break Market. You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, I've put the needles away for the last bit of the show, purely because my finger is now tired, but my hobby's coming along well. 0614104107 is our WhatsApp line. We're going to wrap up the show now, talking to Guru of the band Guru Logic, a pianist who's going to be part and parcel of the headline acts at this year's 27th Standard Bank Joy of Jazz. Remember, the festival's happening September 25th, that last weekend of September, 25th, 26th, out at the Sandton Convention Centre. We wanted to first play a little bit of the track, and then we'll come back and get into our conversation with Guru. But after Mosquito said I laugh too much. Well, he didn't say I laugh too much, but he says I laugh a lot, which was it was a positive. But now, Mosquito, you've made me conscious because I was smiling when we were watching the video of Guru playing at what seemed to be an event, and it really just brought me joy. This is why you say Ngahlega all the time, because I was smiling at the video, and so I'm obviously going to come on air with that energy. Guru, how are you doing this afternoon?
I'm good. How are you, Bridget?
I'm fantastic. It looked like you guys were really having an incredible jam session. Is that percussions with your percussion person?
Yes, that's percussions, timbales, and some portable congas there. Yeah, no, we were really having fun there.
Yeah, I could see it. It was yummy. I could see it on your facial expression. I could see it on how his hips were moving. That I know you were having a good time.
Don't lie.
They really don't. They don't. Let's talk about your inspiration, because it's such a beautiful sound. I think it's very rarely, and I don't know if what we've just played now is just sort of you guys improvising, playing off the cuff because you're at a live event, versus what you put together maybe in session at a recording. But it's a beautiful sound that I don't think I hear all the time when I go to live jazz events.
Yeah, my philosophy is, let the music speak. I don't like prescribing what needs to be played. So, when I play with people, I tell them, go where the music takes you, basically. Be as authentic to the music as you can be, because once the left brain starts getting involved, you start, using logic. You think maybe I should play this and that, and you spoil the fun. So, whether it's a recording session or it's a live performance, that's the approach, Just honestly, there's basic things like melodies that we stick to, but the rest of it, in terms of improvisation, I love people to just express themselves freely.
And I think that's such a beautiful thing to say, let the music take you wherever it leads you, right? Because isn't music essentially sort of like that? I'm no musician, but I would think that it's part allowing your body to be responsive to the feeling and the energy in the air. And it's also in part translating what that feeling and energy in the air actually is.
Exactly. You've nailed it, because we are conduits. We are like bamboos. We are channels. Because mostly when a composition comes to a musician, I don't know, maybe that it happens to me, but I doubt it very much. It comes from somewhere else. It doesn't come from me. Although I'll say I composed this song, but I didn't really compose the song.
Yeah.
It revealed itself to me. So the most true thing I can do, or most authentic thing I can do, is to listen and go with the flow. How it needs me to express it. Because once I start putting myself in there, I limit the expression.
Yeah.
Because now it's about me, and it's not about the music, which is much bigger than me.
Absolutely.
So, I think in life it applies to many things where people basically put themselves into things where they should actually relinquish control. Like, just let go and let, be used as a channel, as a form of expression, and then the message will be authentic.
Absolutely. Guru, let's take a quick pause there. We'll come back on the other side of the break.
Babe, I'm getting extra cash from my insurance. I was thinking romantic getaway or a treat for the kids.
You're getting money from your insurer?
Yes, my cash back from My Way. I'll get back 10% of my monthly premiums for staying claim-free for 2 years. I'm getting 5,680 Rand.
Now that's real cash.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My Cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. My Way. Live your way.
Drivers, this winter, South Africa's roads can change in seconds. One moment it's clear, next, dense fog blinds your view. Don't drive on memory, drive on visibility. If you can't see clearly beyond 50 meters, pull over safely at the nearest truck stop. Stay alert, stay alive, check your surroundings and inform others. See and be seen. Let's navigate winter roads together. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
SAfm. You all know that image, Hector Peterson being carried in, that other man's arms. And I'd like to say that I'm personally very grateful, to see such bravery, such courage in the face of danger.
From Algiers to the desert sands, culture lives. Rai music, Amazigh heritage, tradition and identity, standing tall. Algeria does not bend, it stands.
In every grain of sand, in every voice, there is resilience. Algeria, the giant of the Sahara.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to The Full Circle.
Guru from Guru Logic is joining us as we build up to the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz, which is happening September 25th and 26th at the Sandton Convention Centre. And they're going to be one of the headline acts taking to the many stages come that weekend. The interesting thing, Guru, is that you actually were a chemical engineer. And then you decided the passion shall win.
Yeah, look, I tried to run away. It's not like I'm a superhero where I was like, yes, I'm leaving this for. It took a lot of doing, but like once this bug has you, it will never let go. I mean, so eventually I had to give in and say, this is my calling. I love this thing because in any case, I got home from work, spent hours on the piano. Sometimes I would realize it's 6 a.m. I need to wash and go back to work, and get to work in meetings. I'm tired. So I was like, there's no point of doing this. Let me just, say yes. And that's what I've been doing for the past decade. I've been basically full-time doing music here.
And of course, I read that some of your inspirations are the late, great Hugh Masekela and Tate Kaifas.
Absolutely.
And the likes of Joe Sample.
Yes. No, I love Tate Hugh. He inspired us, most of South African musicians that I know. He's a great inspiration. To us, Tate Kaifas, prolific writer, I honestly had a pleasure of growing up to their music, and I think it in some way, shape or form shaped, my music journey to where I am today, yeah.
Absolutely. As we look ahead to the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz, what can folks be waiting in anticipation to experience come your performance?
Wow, it's going to be out of this world. I mean, most cases I don't perform with a full band. This will be, one of those occasions where I'll be performing with a full band. It's going to be out of this. I mean, people must expect to be touched, emotionally, spiritually, and to be inspired and uplifted and made to feel good, because that's all it's all about for us We want people to feel good so that they can find, their true self. Because that's the highest form of vibration you can be. It's being you, the most authentic you can be. So, although our music doesn't have lyrics and vocals, but in music is the message of be true to who you are. I mean, I left a 15-year career as an engineer to be what I am meant to be. So that will be the essence of the music. Whether we're playing a house track or new jazz or bossa nova track, the essence of that track, even though you don't understand what it's saying to you, eventually you will understand that it's saying, be true to you. Because if you're not true to you, who are you being true to, honestly?
Sure. And that is where we're going to leave it, with that question hanging in the air. Hopefully, a lot of folks will come up to you come the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz and affirm who exactly they are being true to after that performance.
Yes, please, guys, let's be true. It's not easy, but it's worth it.
It absolutely is. Guru, we appreciate the time with you. That was Guru, and of course, Guru Logic is going to be at the 27th Standard Bank Joy of Jazz. We are about to head out and make way for Ashraf and the team to come through. They're going to take over on the National Pulse. But before we do that, we thought we'd play just a little bit of an audio clip today featuring the voices of fellow actor Sibutla Sebohori, who passed away. The memorial service was held at the SA State Theatre yesterday. And of course, we saw Mam Nakedi Rebane, who was facilitating that. Silo Magega Ncube also paying tribute. And Katleho Danke, who played alongside him for many, many seasons of Generations. It was such an unfortunate passing for Sibutla, such a talent. We actually bumped into him. Remember, he was with the guys across the way here at Umhlobo Wenene a few weeks ago, just before Makanda. I think, in fact, he was probably going to speak on Makanda. So that's where we'll leave it with Katlego Danke's tribute. Have a great weekend. We'll see you again on Monday. Inshallah, God willing, we get to do it again.
Quite an honor to be asked to speak. I suppose a bit of an obvious one. It was a memory walking in here, because when I was last here, Lisputla himself, it was actually a first for both of us. We walked in here, it was night, we were invited, didn't know what to expect. It was the South African Film and Television Awards, and we were both on the biggest soapie at the time called Generations. And we walked in here nervous, excited, but just excited to be here amongst industry people. And that night we were awarded both of our first South African Film and Television Awards on this very stage. Lots of firsts with Sputla, lots of firsts. It was a first having a brother who is a colleague. Sputla used to protect me fiercely. Anybody knew. I remember the one time that I was hospitalized, I had been robbed, and he came to me and he said, Charlie, you can tell me who did it, ne? I said, Charlie, I don't know. It was a person, just a random robber. I don't know what was going on. He says, Charlie, I know you, because you know I'm going to get them. You can tell me. I won't tell them you told me. I'll just give them a good beat down. So I knew I had a brother. I knew I had somebody who would always protect me no matter what. And he did so in my presence and even in my absence. I mean, there were people who said, hey, we can't even speak badly about you, Sputla Liting, because we know we're going to get it. It was the first time being called Lepanzola. Hey, Sputla. Only because I insisted to open my own doors, tomboy that I was, and the gentleman in him just would not allow. He was always saying, hey, wait, no, Lepanzola. Don't they open doors for you? Why don't you allow me to open this door? And that's where our nickname Charlie came. He was my Charlie, and I was his Charlie. First time working with someone I grew up watching on TV. And there he was, this living legend, right there in front of me. But the weirdest thing, the reason why it's a first, because I've worked with Bomme Grace Mahlaba before, with my baby Tsele. I've worked with some who I've seen on TV before. But I've never worked with somebody who believed in my talent even more than I did. He believed in my career. He believed in what I could do. I remember being interviewed, and he called in, only to remind me that, Charlie, you said you're going to do this and this and this and this with your career. Don't forget. And I appreciated that so much because nobody believed in me the way Sputla Sebohudi did. First time being on set with somebody who had a love for finer things that was quite hidden. I remember the one time being on set and Kenneth and Dineo Mashaba had to have creme brulee. And he was like, Charlie, what is this thing? I'm like, Charlie, Emma Bailey, get creme brulee. Get lots of makhoa, wabon. I said, so how do we eat it? Karno, you just take your spoon, nyana, you crack it, nyana, and then you eat it. He's like, Charlie, after this scene, you are taking me out. Rojadi creme brulee, wankutwa. And literally, I had to take him to Melrose Arch to go and eat creme brulee. Little did I know that all these beautiful moments would lead to today. Sad but beautiful. Our last conversation was me asking him to do a project for me. And the first thing he said was, Charlie! Of course, Charlie. I said, Charlie, I haven't even asked you. You don't know what I want. He said, anything for you, Charlie. Anything. You'll be missed. You will be sorely missed. But I guess I will always remember you. Unfortunately and fortunately, you've changed two things about my life. One is that I will walk around the streets of Pretoria. Mosadi wa ka mo botse will be around the corner everywhere I go. But also, Dini! That will be my name forever. Thank you, Charlie.
Top stories: Asawa police intervene after clashes in Vereniging, and the Iranian army launches fresh drone strikes in Jordan and Bahrain. Good afternoon, I'm Jolani Tulo Mwebe. Police have intervened after some South African nationals clashed with foreign business owners in Vereniging in the south of Johannesburg and Gauteng. A group of South Africans vowed that they would not be backing down until foreigners leave the town and return to their countries. They blockaded the roads with burning tires and rocks, while vehicles and shops belonging to foreigners had their windows smashed. The clashes saw the two groups pelting each other with stones in the town's CBD. The African Transformation Movement says the judgment of the Western Cape High Court is unprecedented because it places the work of Parliament at risk. The court granted President Cyril Ramaphosa's urgent application to interdict the impeachment committee. Ramaphosa sought the interdict pending his review application of the Section 89 independent panel report that found he may have a case to answer for the Phala theft. The committee was established following a ruling of the Constitutional Court in May directing that he should investigate whether Ramaphosa should be removed from office. ATM MP Vuyo Zungula, who initiated the impeachment process in Parliament, explains his views on the matter.
It's unprecedented. It places Parliament and our democratic institutions at a very, very difficult position, because what it effectively means, each and every president that is held accountable via Section 89 process can easily go to court and want to stop Parliament from doing what Parliament constitutionally is obligated to do. The other issue here is that this was not about setting or clearing a wrong report. It was about a delay.
Still in the courts, the High Court bail application judgment of Northwest businessman Brown Mokhotsi will be handed down no later than the 29th of July. This is according to the presiding judge, Nelly Samali, in the Johannesburg High Court. The matter follows arguments presented on behalf of Mokhotsi, who was not present in court today. Mokhotsi was denied bail twice in a lower court. State prosecutor Tami Mpekana told the court that Mokhotsi had provided an address that belongs to another person.
State's problem is the following. The address on the first appearance, when the appellant appeared, he did not provide the investigating officer with an address which is verifiable. And the address was then given to the investigating officer on that day in a form of an affidavit, which was attached.
Frustration is mounting among Johannesburg residents as the ongoing Pick It Up workers' strike continues to leave rubbish piling up across communities. Residents, including Tsepile Makhato, a resident of Alexandra, have criticised striking casual workers, accusing them of dumping waste on in townships and failing to appreciate the